Chapter 16. Massacre. Ding. A new skill, Throat Punch, has been created due to your actions. Throat Punch. Each hit will cause 120% damage. Cooldown. None. Liam chuckled as he kept the dagger in his inventory and gazed at the light red aura now hovering around his body. This red color aura implied that he had killed another player recently. Other than that, it also attracted more aggro from beasts and widened the aggro range. This was the only penalty for PK, player killing, in the game, at least in the current stage. After he swiftly dealt with the single pest who had dared to show his face, Liam then went back to staring at the brook gurgling loudly near him. His starting point in his last life was also Coldwater Novice Village in the northern part of the Gresh Kingdom. However, he had unfortunately missed out on one of the juicy treasure spots of the kingdom, even though he had started quite close to it. Liam planned to first rectify this mistake this time around. He didn't step into the waters of the brook, though it looked quite cool and refreshing, and continued to walk alongside it, heading further in the northern direction. Not long after, he heard a low growl behind him and turned around to see a dark blue-furred wolf snarling and snapping at him. Its eyes were fluorescent yellow in color, and they were unmistakably locked onto Liam. As the animal slowly prowled towards him, a few more growls sounded, and within a minute Liam suddenly found himself surrounded in all directions by a pack of angry wolves. Hey, dire wolves? Should be level 3 at least, not bad. They should give me some decent experience points. Liam calmly smiled before finally unsheathing his sword that had been simply hanging around his waist all this time. The long silver sword glittered in the bright sunlight, and it dazzled as Liam slashed at one of the wolves coming at him. 100. An unbelievable damage number floated on its head. Growl. Awoo. The wolf yelped before its head was cleanly severed from its body and blood splattered in all directions. Ding. 50 experience points gained. Ding. 50 bonus experience points gained due to the level difference. Ding. A new skill slash has been created due to your actions. Slash. Each slash of the sword deals 120% damage. A critical hit attack deals 150% damage. Cooldown. None. Liam cued the notifications that popped up vaguely at the back of his mind. His full concentration was on the fight in front of him. Someone else might have been intimidated if they were suddenly surrounded by an entire wolf pack, with at least a dozen wolves, baring their teeth at them. But Liam remained calm and unfazed. And it was because of a simple reason, the reason being he had seen much worse. The wolves were not gentlemanly enough to come at Liam one by one, giving him enough time and space to slaughter everyone. Seeing their first brethren fall on the ground, they did not wait patiently, and let out a loud howl before jumping at Liam all at once. Perfect! Liam grinned and straightened up his stance. He neither attempted to evade them or flee from them, standing erect at the same spot. His tall and steady figure was like an unsheathed sword burning brightly with the souls of 1,000 warriors. This was his sword spirit. To be more precise, this was the sword spirit he had gained enlightenment into after fighting countless battles in his previous life. Though most of them had been losing battles, he had still persevered as much as he could, and his sword spirit reflected that. It shone with a brilliance that mirrored his undying will. His life may have restarted, but how could he possibly forget all the hard work drenched with his sweat, blood, and searing pain? When the first wave of the wolves neared him, Liam calmly took a single step forward and swung his sword. He sent a single slash towards the wolves pouncing at him, and then spun around to send another slash towards the wolves coming from behind him. The attack sliced through the air like a beam of terrifying energy, and it cut down everything in its path, slaughtering one wolf after another. And when there were no more wolves, the sword beam howled as if it was alive, and it hit the tree nearby, splitting it into two, and finally quelling its hunger. It took him only a fraction of a second and 2 sword attacks, and instantly the dozen wolves crumbled down like melting butter. Every single one of them was cleanly severed into 2 halves right down the middle of their body. In fact, the cut had been so crisp and fast that it took a few seconds for even the blood to seep out, and when blood finally started dripping, a horrendous pool of blood formed around Liam from where he was standing, his single person surrounded by the dozen corpses. Ding. A new skill, Spirit Slash, has been created due to your actions. Spirit Slash. Each slash of the sword deals 1,000% damage. A critical hit attack deals 1,500% damage. Cooldown. None. Ding. Skill has been locked. Ding. 50 experience points gained. Ding. 50 bonus experience points gained, due to the level difference. Ding. 50 experience points gained. Ding. 50 bonus experience points gained, due to the level difference. Ding. 50 experience points gained. Ding. 50 bonus experience points gained due to the level difference. Ding. You have leveled up, Chapter 17. Lucky start. Liam did not have any time to take a look at the drops, or the several notifications as he stumbled on the ground, coughing up some blood. What is this? Some sort of backlash? I guess my body is still not strong enough to handle spirit attacks. Liam silently pondered, as he munched on some roasted quail meat to recover his stamina and health, both of which had considerably dropped after he used the spirit/skill. Skill locked, huh? Looks like I won't be able to use this for a while. Alright, it should be fine. I am anyways close to that place and I should be able to get some new skills soon. Liam paused, and then as an afterthought he scooped up all the wolf pelts, teeth, and stacks of meat that had dropped. There were also some copper and silver coins, and a piece of equipment that had dropped. He did not even bother to take a look at it, and stashed it all in his inventory, as if they were trash. He then hurried along the brook, his pace faster than before. A few miles away from Liam, two figures slowly and steadily jogged forward. Boss, what the? He is stepping into level 4 dire wolf territory. Should we still follow him? Our stealth won't hold up if a wolf ends up catching our scent. Guanyi stuttered as he reluctantly followed Jinwei. The two of them had given up on attacking Liam after seeing how he had finished off the other assassin in a single hit. Let's just wait for the potion effects or whatever he is using to cool down, Jinwei muttered, though he was no longer sure if Liam was even using a potion in the first place. If we just wait patiently and continue to follow him, there will surely be a chance. It was now easier for them to follow Liam, as he had been only walking alongside the brook, without making any other detours. So even though they were lagging behind him, they still hadn't completely lost his trail. As the duo jogged forward, both Jinwei and Guanyi came to a complete halt suddenly. Boss, I hear howling sounds. I am not deaf, I can hear too. Let's run now. This should be our chance. We should attack him while he is still weak from fighting from the wolves. The two of them quickly began to run forward, but once again came to a halt. Boss, I think there are many wolves howling. Damn it, let's turn back. There is no way a level 1 could survive a level 4 wolf pack. Both Jinwei and Guanyi spun around on their heels and started running away helter and skelter, after making sure that they had put sufficient distance between themselves and the battle. Seen, Jinwei quickly contacted their friend who was standing guard near the graveyard. Boss, how much longer do I need to stand there? Gumu asked in annoyance. There had been big talks about harassing a noob and leeching a lot of gold off of him, but till now absolutely nothing had happened. Jinwei was already in a bad mood, and his underlings questioning his authority further irritated him. Shut up and wait patiently. There should be someone resurrecting now. He should be dressed in costly gear. You know how he looks, right? Player details and names were not openly visible for everyone to see, so they could only rely on appearances to identify someone. Alright, boss. I will keep an eye out. Gumu could only swallow his grievances and reply. He was not happy with his current assignment, especially since this was a new game, but he didn't have the guts to refuse Jinwei, so he ended up relenting. A few minutes passed by, however. Gumu still didn't come across anyone that could possibly be Liam. Helplessly, he quickly rang up Jinwei again. Boss, I don't think he died. At the other end, Jinwei had a constipated look on his face. All the howling sounds had suddenly stopped, so the duo daringly walked forward to see what happened, only to find the site of bloodbath in front of them. The drops were all mostly picked up, but the bloody aftermath of the battle still remained fresh in front of them. Boss, Guanyi weakly muttered. I don't think we should follow him anymore. Jinwei remained silent for a while, however. He didn't seem quite as scared as Guanyi. Idiot. Tell me, how can a level 1 player deal with so many wolves on his own? Let me tell you. He purchased a good item. Maybe he purchased some sort of bombs. Did our group make a list of available consumables yet? Not sure, boss. Alright, we are already here. Let's just follow him and see what he is up to. If he is this rich to buy good items, maybe he also bought some insider information for the game. That makes sense. Guanyi nodded. Boss, you are so smart. Alright, you don't have to kiss my ass. I prefer women. Shut up and come. Jinwei grinned and walked forward. He. What a lucky start. He was now more than ever convinced that they had hooked onto a big money whale rather than a goldfish, and he wasn't planning to let him go. He was going to prepare a sweet trap for him, catch him, and then peel him apart, selling every part from flesh to blubber. As Liam hadn't completely cleaned off all the drops from the wolf pack, the two scavenged some meat and fur which were left over, and then continued to follow the tracks along the brook. 18. Dragon's Lair. Chapter. Liam paused at the junction where the brook joined a huge turbulent river, and then started walking in the northeastern direction towards a cluster of mountains. He climbed the winding pathways, and then paused at a particular cave near the base of one of the taller mountains. Surprisingly, there was also another cave besides the first cave. He stopped, and stared at both the caves, his lips curling into a big smile. I am glad I found it. Liam chuckled at the unbelievable sight in front of him. Now let me see. The cave on the right should be the dungeon entrance, and the cave on the left should be the lair. The person who first uncovers a dungeon entrance receives bonus points and additional drops, but Liam was rather interested in the second cave. This cave was in fact the lair of one of the lesser dragons called Neria. Like all dragons, Neria also had the fetish of collecting gems and treasures. However, Liam knew that it also had an additional fetish. The lazy dragon loved to lure travelers into its lair by showing off its treasures and eat them when they least expect it. It particularly enjoyed the look of ecstasy and euphoria, which appeared on the faces of its prey, because of the treasures right before it changed to complete and utter terror on realizing the fate that awaited them. There was also a specific spell inside the cave which made everyone lose everything in their possession if they died inside the cave, thereby slowly growing the treasure mound of the dragon. However, it was only a lesser dragon and it was not too smart. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this close to a starting area. The solution was also an extremely simple one that anyone can try. In his previous life, there was a player who outsmarted the dragon by only taking half the treasures in its lair, and escaped before Neria could lure him all the way to its nest, which was at the back of the cave. The dragon hadn't expected this, because it knew all living beings were inherently greedy, and it counted on this greed to lure its unsuspecting victims all the way to the back where it laid in wait for them. So after the player escaped with its treasures, the dragon was outraged, and it came out of the cave, permanently settling in front of the dungeon to wreak havoc on anyone who passed by. It became the elite monster that players had to tackle before entering the dungeon behind it. However, its lair and the treasures in the lair were never accessible once the event scenario was triggered. Though this became quite a popular topic of discussion, no one exactly knew the complete details of the treasures inside the lair. Some players had hyped the whole thing, spreading rumors that legendary items were available, but no one bought it considering that this was a beginner area elite. Liam's purpose for coming here, however, was entirely different. Of course, he was interested in the treasures, but he was more interested in the various skill books, which were said to be strewn across the cave. Since he was not selecting a class at the moment, skill books were the things Liam needed the most. He was confident enough to be able to pick up some of the sword skills on his own, but when it came to spells and magic, he was a beginner who had to start from scratch, just like the others. He, of course, knew about some tips and tricks, but unless and until he achieved a deeper understanding of the various elements in the mana itself, it would be impossible for him to achieve mastery. Hello again, Neria. Liam sucked in a huge breath of air and entered the cave on the left. Instantly, he could feel a vague ominous aura in the air, his fully trained and honed senses screaming at him that terrifying danger laid ahead, but Liam behaved as if he was casually strolling. He looked around the cramped and moldy cave walls and cringed at the dusty webs in the corners. He then whistled and walked a bit forward, stopping abruptly at the sight of something glittering and sparkling. "Whoa!" Liam shouted, acting completely surprised. He went over to the nearest pile of what looked like a mound of copper coins and quickly shoved everything inside his inventory. He then turned around and went deeper into the cave, once again acting completely stunned and elated on seeing the second treasure pile, which was mostly silver coins, but it also had some equipments. Liam quickly tossed everything in his inventory without bothering to inspect it. However, he left behind a few silver coins, moving on to the next pile, which was almost blinding to look at. This was a pile of gold coins. It also contained some old archaic-looking books, and Liam did not have to look at them twice to know that these were the skill books that he was looking for. There were even several of them, and Liam hurriedly pocketed everything, including the gold coins. He raised his head again. His face was now almost livid with happiness and excitement that he was grinning from ear to ear. Up ahead laid a pile of gems dazzling in multiple colors. There were once again equipments, skill books, and Liam even spotted a few scrolls which could only be recipe scrolls. Where did he go? Jinwei looked around, standing at the junction of the brook and the river. He clapped his hands loudly, and then rubbed them together as if he was ready to snatch everything for himself. However, he suddenly turned around. "Ah, it looks like I have left behind some silver coins. I should pick them up also." He spoke out aloud and casually walked back to pick up the few silver coins that he had purposefully left behind. And as soon as he reached the small scattered bunch of coins, he tripped and fell, losing his balance, some of the gold coins in his hand flying to the entrance of the cave. "Ah, damn it, my gold coins!" Liam let out a surprised yelp and then chased after them. But as soon as he reached the entrance, Chapter 19, Neria's angry. They had followed Liam all the way up to here when they had suddenly lost track of him. Looking around carefully, Guan Yi poked him to show the set of footprints leading to the mountain. "Boss over there." "Oh, look up there, is that a cave?" Jinwei gasped. "Boss, there is another cave right next to it," Guan Yi also exclaimed in excitement. "Oh shit, boss, this has to be some sort of treasure cave or dungeon, right? We have really hit it big. All right. Calm down. Have you forgotten how strong that guy is? He might also bring back up." Jinwei rubbed his chin and muttered pensively. "We have to be extra careful here. Finding a dungeon right now would be a very big deal, not to mention the gold on that rich boy. Let's call for backup first. Get all our friends to come here. Kiki. Who knows, even a guild tablet or something like that could drop from the dungeon and we can be the first guild in the game." What a fucking lucky day. This rich boy is my lucky star. Bah-ha-ha-ha. While Jinwei stood arrogantly and looked around the area, Guanyu quickly got to work and called everybody they knew who was in and around the area. Within a few minutes, a group of players had gathered around the area, with some more still coming in. Inside the mountain, at the back of the winding tunnels of the cave, a blackish green-skinned creature lazily raised its head. Stay! That had wandered into its lair, but it sighed, letting out smoky fumes, seeing that the meat wouldn't be enough to even savor the taste, let alone fill its stomach. Without even opening its eyes, it lazily rested its red spiky head back on the cold cave ground. It knew that the prey was sure to walk right into its mouth, so it made no effort of any kind. It patiently snoozed and waited, absent-mindedly watching Liam through its soul sense. It watched him as he picked up the copper coins, and then it watched him after he picked up the silver coins. It even watched him as he left behind the few silver coins and moved onto the mound of gold, only to come back later for it, stumbling and falling on his face. What a clumsy little human. Good that stupidity is not contagious. It snorted in arrogance, once again smoke filling the small space. It lazily lifted its one eyelid, its fluorescent slit-like eye half open and half closed, and watched Liam as he ruffled his head and ran out to grab the few coins. Though there were mountains and mountains of treasure inside, the human being had still gone back for a couple of gold and silver coins. Such was the greed of living beings. It harumphed condescendingly. However, the very next second, the enormous terrifying dragon instantly froze. It jerked its head up and flashed its eyes open. Growl? It took a minute. The enormous beast blinked, and it finally understood what just happened. Neria swung its body around in a haste, lashing its tail in anger, as it saw the human being blast out of the cave and the mountain itself with immense speed. Roar! It let out a terrifying howl as it speeded outside as well, without a second thought trickery. The damned human had outsmarted it, taking only some of its treasures. The stupid and clumsy human being had run away. Neria trembled in anger, after having been made a fool by a stupid human being. It shot out of the cave, following the prey's trail, determined to chew him out today. Roar! It opened its mouth and sent out another terrifying howl, but this time bright red flames shot out of its mouth, matching the color of its skin and scales. Meanwhile, Liam sucked in a huge breath of air and had started to run as soon as he neared the entrance of the cave. He was not sure if he was going to make it. After all, the beast that was about to chase him was a dragon, even if it was one of the lesser dragons. But he couldn't let this opportunity pass by, and mustered every last bit of his strength to run as fast as he could. He shoddily climbed down the winding paths of the mountain, half sliding and half slipping, getting the hell out of the zone. However, as soon as he landed on the flat forest ground, Liam came to a screeching halt. Standing in front of him were about 20 to 30 players, each and every single one of them at least level, while behind him up on the hill, a terrifying roar sounded, a blast of fire ripping out of the cave entrance. Chapter 20. Thanks for the help. Are you ready to die, bitch? Jinwei muttered with a grin on his face, happy to see Liam confused. What? What are you looking at? Are you wondering how we all got here? I have been following you all along. I bet you didn't even know that. He placed his hands on his waist and laughed arrogantly, sneering at the rich boy in front of him. Liam, on the other hand, was busy looking around. He had a frown on his face as he busily ran through the different scenarios in his mind. He had considered several things as he plotted to exploit this small treasure trove, but never did he imagine such an outcome. Pooh. Why are you looking around like a monkey who ate ginger? Just die already. Jinwei stepped forward, waving his dagger around. After all, we don't have all day to waste on you. We need to explore the dungeon you showed us. Ki. Am I right? That's a dungeon, isn't it? However, as he neared Liam, he noticed something weird. The person in front of him did not look scared shitless as he had hoped. In fact, he did not look scared at all. Instead, he had a big grin on his face. Thanks for the help, Liam muttered. Have you lost it? Jinwei chuckled and waved his dagger. Behind him, another player had already cast a healing spell on him, as a green mist enveloped him. Jinwei had taken these precautions to make sure that he was not one-shot killed like what happened to the other thief. He dashed forward towards Liam and poked his dagger at him, aiming for his stomach, when suddenly a huge boom resonated from within the cave, high on the mountain. Almost immediately, a gigantic red figure shot out of the cave like a bullet and directly jumped onto the ground with a huge deafening thud. Roar! Nidia raised his spiky dragon head and let out a burst of hot flames on the few players on the right side. Everything happened in a few seconds, and no one had expected this, nor were ready for this. They were still watching the huge dragon with their mouth wide open when the flames scorched them, taking down a chunk of their health. A few of the players who had gathered even died, directly unable to withstand a single attack from the dragon. Damn it, what the hell is that? Jinwei shouted in shock. He turned around to ask Liam what was happening when he noticed that the person whom he was in the midst of attacking had already disappeared somewhere. Fook! That little bitch set us up, Jinwei roared. Get in formation. Now, as Neria raised its head and roared again, revving up for the next flame burst, Jinwei and the group of players finally managed to gather their bearings, and a volley of attacks showered on the dragon. However, how could it be so easy to subdue a rare elite monster? Just by lashing out its tail here and there, the dragon created a circle of misery around it, not letting anyone near its body. Its physical defense was also on par with its physical attack power, and every time it opened its mouth, huge damage numbers floated on the group of players. And just like that, the bunch of people who had only gathered to bully a single player, and perhaps explore a dungeon, were now fighting a losing battle against a beast akin to a raid boss. Jinwei was livid with rage. In front of him was a very good opportunity, and yet they couldn't grasp it properly thanks to the element of surprise. If they could have at least had 1 minute to prepare themselves, the result would have been much better, and they could have even beaten the dragon by now, becoming the first players in the game to achieve such a feat. But now they were just barely holding on, struggling to even remain alive. Fucking slut, if I get my hands on him again! Jinwei screamed as he once again attempted to stab the dragon from the back. Adding to his dismay, other players had also started to filter in, noticing the commotion in this area. Not to mention, the town and the forest were located very close to the novice village, the starting point for several players. Every time the dragon moved, it sent tremors across the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Of course, everyone's attention except for one person, who was busily scaling the mountain from which he had only jumped down a few seconds ago. Liam's hands and legs scurried up the mountain, climbing up as fast as he could. As soon as he saw the group of players in front of him, he had already decided to act. He was not sure if the treasures had already disappeared from the cave, but as long as he could get to it before the dragon was slain, he knew that there was a good chance for him to still grab it all. Chapter 21, Hitting the Motherlode. Liam panted as he reached the cave entrance. He had never expected this to happen. His long hair whipped in the wind and he quickly ran into the cave, his entire body drenched in sweat and his stamina far too low. But he didn't care about this right now, as he could clearly see that the inside of the cave was still sparkling. Moreover, Neria was clearly in the middle of its tantrum, roaring loudly, so there was no one guarding the treasures this time around. "Jackpot!" Liam shouted, licking his lips. Even though he had faced enough in his life, giving him a calm and steady mentality, he still couldn't help but be agitated a bit at the sight of the 3 or 4 remaining mounds inside the cave, all sparkling brightly. He hurriedly dashed forward and shoveled everything in sight into his inventory slots. He didn't know when everything was going to disappear, so he didn't bother looking at things and blindly popped everything in. Thankfully, all the gold, silver, and copper were automatically stored as currency, and didn't occupy any space in the actual inventory space. Otherwise, he would have run out of slots a long time ago. Apart from more gold coins, there were a variety of gems, more skill books, and recipe scrolls, not to mention ores, herbs, and all sorts of equipments. About 3/4 of his 500-slot inventory was completely filled, leaving Liam most probably the richest player in all of the game. He had cleared out the entire cave from top to bottom in the span of a few seconds. He even the time to double-check the space, making sure every nook and corner was emptied out. And when he was finally done, Liam approached the farthest corner of the cave, the lair of the dragon, Neria's resting place. The spot looked empty enough, except for the straw and husk bedding on top of which the beast laid. There were also a couple of bones, probably from the dragon's last meal, but other than that no particular treasure was present. Liam hummed, turning around and about to leave when he suddenly paused for a while. He looked at the bedding again and squinted his eyes, and squatted down. He ran his hand through the inconspicuous bedding, and started to patiently dismantle it. His hands were quick yet careful, as he ripped apart the thick heap of bedding to shreds. Bingo! Liam's lips curled upwards, as he caught sight of 3 objects hidden cozily at the center of the bedding. The dragon probably never cared about the other treasures which it displayed casually, while it personally guarded these 3 items by hiding them under its body. This alone told Liam volumes about the potential value of these 3 items. He did not waste any further time and quickly grabbed all 3, only inspecting it afterward. He sat back down and placed them on the ground, picking them up one by one. The first one was a white-colored medium-sized oval object, quite heavy. "Is this an egg?" Liam muttered, carefully placing it in one of the inventory slots. He then took the second item, which looked like a shard, violet in color, probably broken from a gem of some sort. He carefully placed it in his inventory, and then took the third item, which was an old and rusted key. What the hell? Again, Liam had no idea what this was, even though this was the second time he was playing this game. The people who had looted this cave previously, or rather died attempting to, never mentioned anything about these 3 items. He had heard lots about the heaps of gold, gems, recipe scrolls, and skill books, but nothing about an egg or a shard or a key. Firstly, he was not sure if someone had managed to loot the entire cave as he did. But even if they did, and on the off chance that these items were extremely valuable, only fools would publicize that information. So either no one got it, Or at least the person who got it was not stupid. Well, whatever. Liam ruffled his head and then tossed the key as well into his inventory slot. Without lingering inside longer, he stood up from the dirty cave ground and dusted his clothes before walking back out. All these treasure spots were good and all, but that was not his main purpose in playing the game. In fact, when the inevitable apocalypse descends, these gold coins, or even the real-world currency, would mean next to nothing. Only true strength and power mattered. As he superficially scrolled through the various items in his inventory, Liam walked out of the cave. His eyes scanned the forest grounds below where Neria was still kicking up a storm and roaring loudly. He, however, had no intention of dropping down and joining the fight. To defeat Neria, a horde of at least 25 players were required, all battling the dragon in perfect sync and coordination. The people in front of him were just recklessly fighting the dragon with their lives on the line. He knew that they were never going to beat the dragon this way, or at least it was going to take a long time to do so. But Liam knew better than to join a losing fight. Unlike others who couldn't care less about a couple of losses or deaths, since it was still the beginning of the game, he knew the true cost of death. Chapter 22. New Team. Every time a player, or rather a human being, died inside the game, their soul became a little weaker. Each death chipped a person's soul bit by bit. This was a fact revealed several weeks into the game, when someone eventually died from sheer exhaustion. By then it was too late, and almost the entire population's souls were corrupted, in one way or the other. Not a single person possessed a whole and healthy soul. Though Liam had no plans to become a hero, or the savior of this world, he was also not cold-hearted enough to keep this particular piece of vital information to himself. I should probably post this later tonight in a forum or something. Liam made a mental note and prepared to leave the mountain, heading to the next place he had in mind. But as he stepped out, he noticed a couple of familiar figures standing in front of the other cave, right next to the dragon's lair. Ooh, what a coincidence! We meet again, expert! Ray quickly walked over to him and eagerly sparked up a conversation. Aren't you fighting the dragon, Senior? Liam shook his head before turning to leave. Wait a minute, Senior. Ray hurriedly shouted and ran over to him, seeing that the man was once again giving them the slip. We just found a dungeon here. Lair of the Ebon Raven. Our party got the discovery bonus and a big experience boost and drop rate bonus. We are still lacking 2 people. Do you want to join us, Senior? Ray explained and asked Liam confidently, almost sure that he wouldn't be rejected. The team running the dungeon for the first time typically got a 100% experience boost, which was not an insignificant number, but even so it was not enough to tempt Liam. But he didn't reject Ray. Instead, he paused for a moment before nodding his head in acceptance. There was a reason why he did this. Liam had a hunch that there might be some clues in the dungeon. After all, the dungeon was located right next to the cave where he had obtained the 3 mysterious items. If only the normal drops of the dungeon or the experience boost were taken into account, then probably he did not need any of it. But he was not sure if any additional drops would be triggered, because he possessed the unique items. So Liam decided to run the dungeon at least once. He had to increase his level irrespectively, and this was not a bad way. Yes, got it, Senior. We won't drag you down, I swear. Ray was ecstatic after seeing Liam nod. All right, that's enough. What's your party composition? Liam patted the excited young man and walked towards the dungeon. Ha ha ha! Ray immediately revealed a big grin. Bro, just like you, I'm also playing no class. He even gave a thumbs up and a wink. This idiot! Liam shook his head, smiling bitterly. Add me to the party. He wanted to check their stats before starting the run. If their condition was too bad, then there was no point in teaming up with them. Instead of carrying dead weights and idiots, it would make his life a lot easier if he simply went in all by himself. Especially considering that this was only a beginner's dungeon. He had already tempered his body, and he was also no longer level 1. He leveled up twice from the fight with the wolves, and was currently at level 3. So, for him, even solo clear was not impossible. Ray nodded and quickly added Liam to the team. Ding. You have been invited to join a party, Ding. Do you accept? Yes, no. Liam clicked yes, and then silently inspected his 3 new teammates. Though he didn't have many expectations to begin with, he was pleasantly surprised after seeing their stats. All 3 of them were in fact at level 4, a whole level higher than him or the bunch of players fighting with Neria beside them. Also, among the 3 only Ray hadn't chosen any particular class. One of the 2 girls had chosen the path of paladin, while the other had chosen the role of a healer, more specifically a priestess. While both a paladin and a priest relied on holy power, mana with the light elemental attribute infused within it, a paladin focused more on protection and preventing damage while a priest focused more on the healing aspect. Not bad. Not bad at all for a makeshift team, Liam muttered, without minding that he was actually speaking the words out loud. Ray didn't care, but he looked at his 2 sisters and nervously smiled before turning back to Liam. Bro, we are not really a makeshift team. We have played other games together. Alright, are we waiting for someone else, or shall we start? Liam ignored his remark and went directly to the point. This time, it was not Ray who responded to him, but one of the two women, the paladin. We will be rolling for equipment drops and skillbook drops impartially. Got it? Chapter 23, Yin Body. Alex tied up her long red hair into a tight bun as she eyed Liam from top to bottom. Every time her gaze fell on him, it was clear to her that she was in a game. No real man could possibly look like that. Though she herself was quite appealing, with a slender body and soft curves, the person in front of her was in a completely different league. With his looks, he could be a top model in the real world earning 6 figures. But except for his appearance, and perhaps that special quest he received, nothing else was really that special about him, not to mention the arrogant attitude he wore all the time, as if he was better than everybody else. Alex highly doubted that the person deserved all this attention and the ass-kissing which Ray was shamelessly doing. For all she knew, this guy was probably just a fake wannabe. So, do agree or not? We will be rolling for equipment drops and skillbook drops impartially. She repeated her words again, stressing each of them. Liam chuckled wryly. Why would he care about the drops from a beginner's dungeon? That's fine with me. I don't need any pieces of equipment. We can roll for skillbooks. But I do have one single condition. If there are any material drops or unique drops, I will be taking it. Alex stared him down, raising her brow at him. Just because he said what he said, she couldn't help but feel that there were going to be unique drops or some special quest items. Was this guy a beta tester? How does he know everything in advance? Nevertheless, she shrugged and agreed. She didn't want to waste too much time talking out here because if they don't clear the dungeon first, it was inevitable that someone else will take their cake. After Alex agreed, the group then quickly walked inside, entering the cave. As soon as they stepped in, it was as if they had been transported to a completely different place. They were now standing in a forest of sorts again, an extremely windy one at that, and the clear blue sky was now an unsettling, ominous dark purple in color. What the hell is this dungeon? Ray asked, looking around nervously. There were no beasts or monsters around them, and the place was a bit too creepy for a plain empty forest. Not down. Look up, Liam muttered. Ray and the two women heard his words and immediately looked up to see tiny red dots, scattered in the dark purple cloudy sky, and when they looked closer, they instantly gasped. The tiny red dots were eyes, and the dark purple clouds were flocks of birds swirling around in endless loops. Fook! Ray cursed out loud in shock, and the two women also looked apprehensive. Liam, on the other hand, calmly smiled and sat down on the forest ground, opening his inventory screen. Just because the birds were there, it didn't mean that they were going to attack them. Otherwise, they would have done so already. All right, I need 5 more minutes, and then I will be good to go. Everyone was too distracted to care about him, so they absent-mindedly nodded. Liam chuckled. The game was indeed a bit too realistic, and there was a reason for that. He sighed and shook his head, finally taking a look at the things he had swiped from the dragon's lair. Currency. Gold 5,000, silver 5,000, copper 5,000. Not bad. Liam clicked his tongue. He then took a look at the first skill book. Demonic Summon. Consumes 200 mana and summons a lesser demon. Spell active for seconds. Level 1. What an expensive summoning spell. Liam quickly learned the skill as there was no limit to the number of skills one could learn. But leveling up all of them and making sure that they are actually useful was an entirely different thing. One could learn 100 skills, but it was physically impossible to focus on all of them, level up all of them, and more importantly, gain enlightenment regarding all of them. But this particular skill was well worth the time and effort, because Liam knew that when leveled up, it would enable the player to permanently form a contract with a demon. Of course, there was also another prerequisite for this to happen. Only people with an extremely high demonic affinity were capable of achieving this stage. Liam did not have an SSS grade affinity, which was technically the highest, but she still had an S grade affinity, which was good enough. So he didn't hesitate and quickly learned the skill. Alex stood beside him, curiously watching Liam and wondering what he was up to. Hey, Hofstadter, what do you think he is doing? Did he just learn a skill? She muttered under her breath. Liam ignored their chatter and was about to open the next item when his hand suddenly paused. Hofstadter? His eyes quickly scanned the name of the third member of the party, the priestess with whom he had not interacted that much. Ray Thornwood. Alex Thornwood. Mia Hofstadter. He hadn't paid enough attention to their names earlier, and now that he did, Liam was utterly dumbfounded. What was this? Fate? Or simply a coincidence? Liam cursed himself for not noticing this sooner. In his hurry, he would have almost sent away a God-sent gift package. Mia Hofstadter. In his previous life, she was a very famous name player. She had consistently been one of the top healers on the leaderboard, not to mention her top-notch skills as a battle priest when she was not healing. In addition to that, the woman was extremely good-looking, with a gorgeous figure, honey blonde hair, and a pair of bright blue eyes. She also had a calm, composed, and cold temperament like a sword that was sheathed, which Didn't quite fit the image of a kind and benevolent priestess, and yet she was adored by countless fans and was revered as a goddess. However, all of this was when the world still had a semblance of normalcy. After things started to turn bleak, for some reason, her name had disappeared altogether. She was not even registered with the association. Liam's mind automatically rummaged through the several things he had heard about Mia, and he paused, paying attention to the one particular thing, the only part he cared about. This woman in front of him possessed a pure yin body. Chapter 24. Dungeon Run. Human beings were not all the same, and some had blessed constitutions even while living on an unawakened planet such as Earth. Liam himself did not have any such special constitutions. In his previous life, he had envied those people who had because they were able to easily soar up and stand above when everyone else was struggling. The body was the vessel that absorbed, stored, and acted as a conduit for energy and magic. So when one had the upper hand in this aspect, their progress was smooth and steady. In his second time around, Liam had no plans of underestimating such an important factor, especially when the said thing was knocking at his doorstep. Do you have a divine affinity? Liam gazed at Mia and asked, directly coming to the point. SS grade? He added. The girl in front of him was stunned, her lips parted slightly, and she asked, What? How do you know that? Both Alex and Ray were also shocked and looked at him with questioning eyes. Liam smiled. He did not have to wait for their answer. Judging just from their reactions, he could tell that his guess was indeed correct. Ha ha, nothing like that. He chuckled and raised his hands. I was just wondering why you would select a class like priest. Senior, I told you right. We are a strong team. Ray chuckled. Apparently only he had bought Liam's answer as the other two women squinted their eyes and looked at him warily. All right, I'm almost done. Liam did not dwell on the topic any longer as he knew that convincing the other party right now for the thing that he wanted from her was almost impossible. He picked another one of the skill books, the basic skill for a necromancer class, and quickly learned it. This should be enough for this dungeon? He flicked his inventory close, and then stood up, unsheathing one of the swords that he had picked up from Neria's lair. Sizzling iron sword, weapon type one-handed sword, durability 20/40, attack damage 15-20, agility 5. Let's go. The first mob should be up ahead. Ignore the ones flying in the sky, they won't come down to attack us. Liam explained. The group walked forward with Liam and Alex at the front, and Ray and Mia at the back. Mia couldn't help but glance at the lean and muscular man in front of her. Why did he ask me that? She silently wondered. A few seconds later, the first beast popped up. A group of wandering wolves stood in front of Liam and Alex. Before anyone could say anything, Liam dashed forward and took control of the situation. Tank, take the two on the left. I will attack the two on the right. Ray, provide support for the tank. Healer, keep an eye out for sudden damages. Alex frowned, wondering who put this guy in charge of their team, but she decided to just go along with the flow and once and for all, really see what the guy was worth. She used her basic paladin skill, block, and jutted her shield forward. The two wolves immediately growled and attacked her, but their claws and canines were blocked by the shield. She skillfully moved, blocking their every single attack, again and again, even anticipating their attack pattern. However, these were just wolves, so Alex was even able to catch a break and swung her sword forward. Ray supported her by shooting arrows from behind, the two of them quickly finishing off the wolves in under a minute. Woo! Alex shouted, as the string of experience points flowed in. She was about to turn and see how Liam was doing, but the next couple of experience points also flowed in. He single-handedly finished the two wolves in the same time it took for the both of us. She was dumbfounded. She wanted to open the system interface and check the damage numbers as they only received notification for experience points. But Liam's voice bellowed again. Get the wolf meat and place them atop that giant rock, he muttered and casually picked up the few copper coins that had dropped. Alex's eyes went wide. This shameless guy! But the other two didn't seem to care, and quickly did what Liam told. They sliced the bodies of the animal and prepared a heap of fresh meat. As neither of the women wanted to touch the ultra-realistic chopped-up meat, and Liam had already walked over to the rock, Ray volunteered and brought the pile of meat sloppily over to the rock. Now what? Alex asked, crossing her hands in front of her ample chest. Liam remained silent, but soon distant flaps of wings sounded. Now it begins. He smiled. Chapter 25. Unexpected Changes. Do you guys have any potions handy? Keep it ready. Liam barely finished talking when the distant trees shook and the leaves rustled. About 5. Black ravens with big red eyes flew towards them like bullets. Tank, heads up. You take 2. I will deal with the other 3. Ray. The same rule. Follow it. Provide support to the tank first. Come to me after dealing with the 2. Healer, look alive. Alex was furious. What the heck was with this fellow? Did they not have names? Only Ray had a name? She activated her skill, Deafening Roar, and attracted the attention of all 5 ravens, but Liam quickly slashed at 3 of them. His damage numbers were double that of Alex, so he immediately pulled the 3 away from her, giving her a stern look. Follow my instructions. The birds were a bit more agile than the wolves, and their main attack pattern was with their beaks and claws, pecking furiously at their targets. Nevertheless, Liam dodged their attacks nimbly, his tempered body keeping up with his movements. Every single move he made was accounted for and had absolute precision. Beside him, Alex also blocked the birds and parried with them. Soon the first wave of birds was brought down, again almost at the same time. A string of notifications rang in their ears, giving out experience points. Alex immediately turned towards Liam and pointed her shield at him. Do you have something against women? What? Watch out, there are 3 more waves. Liam warned her not long after. The trees once again rustled. This time a flock of 10 birds came down, and Alex no longer had the luxury to be pissed at Liam. Deafening roar, she once again shouted loudly, drawing the attraction of the cluster of black ravens. Tank, can you handle 5? Liam shouted and slashed at the few birds in the back. Heavy damage numbers floated and feathers scattered left and right, but even Liam was not able to dodge all the peckers. A few bloody gashes appeared on his body. However, just as his health dropped, nourishing energy enveloped his body, quickly healing him. Mia's spellcasting was on point as she anticipated the damage and aided the team with great timing. Liam nodded in approval. This woman was indeed worthy of being one of the top battle priests. She was a natural. His own movements as well were extremely fluid and confident. But the difference between the both of them was that he had actually swung his sword 1,000,000 times before he got to where he was today. It was something that was drilled into his very bones. But the other party was simply born with a godly talent. The world was truly unfair. The ravens did not have any special attacks, so with just using his basic sword moves, Liam was able to deal with them in a matter of seconds. Alex and Ray, on the other hand, were still barely holding on. Alex grit her teeth in frustration as the experience points pooled from Liam's kills. Unlike the earlier mob, this one showed the skill difference between the two, leaving nothing to the imagination. While they were struggling, Liam was already done, and he now dashed forward to help with their half of the mob. He would have gotten to them faster, but he did not want to use any of his new skills just yet. Ding. 10 experience points gain. Ding. 10 bonus experience points gain. 10 experience points gain. Ding. 10 bonus experience points gained. One of the ravens dropped a skill book this time, which Liam bent down and picked up. What is it, bro? Ray asked excitedly, but to his disappointment, it was only a holy heal spellbook. You have the skill? Liam asked Mia, and she nodded silently. He then turned and tossed the book to Alex. You should also learn it. Why would a paladin need a heal skill? Alex frowned. She was still sulking about the fact that he was much stronger and skilled than them. Your choice. Liam did not engage her and wiped the blood off of his sword, preparing for the next attack, which was about to hit them any time now. He took out a violet-colored fruit from his inventory and munched on it. Another wave incoming. Recover your mana and stamina quickly. Alex gripped her shield tightly, wanting to bash it on the back of his head. What a hateful guy. 10 again this time, Liam shouted as the trees began to rustle and another group of ravens flew towards them. 5 each, same as last time. He swung his sword, prepared to jump into the battle, but suddenly he froze. Liam almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. Something that he did not expect to happen. Instead of the norm, the 10 birds mob, a mob of 20 black ravens shot towards them like sharp arrows. Liam's eyes widened in realization. He knew that this had something to do with the special objects he had collected from the dragon's lair. He snapped out of his shock, and immediately shouted again. More than 10, watch out, yes, I can see that genius. Alex angrily retorted, but the man was too busy to listen to her. Awaken, Liam muttered under his breath, finally using another one of his skills. Black mist swirled around the many raven corpses littered on the mound, broken pieces of their skeletons slowly coming together. They bonded and fused like they were some sort of invisible glue. Some even had pieces of flesh and feathers stuck to it, making it extremely gory and disgusting to watch. Not to mention the pungent smell. What the hell? Alex took a step back, feeling nauseous. Even Mia's face was scrunched up. Only Ray watched the whole thing with a dazed look on his face that was full of admiration and worship. Bro, how cool, you got the undead skill. Nice, this looks freaking amazing. He gave Liam a thumbs up. Everything happened quickly, and from the mess of the several corpses, 3 raven skeletons rose up from the ground, flapping their rotten bonny wings. Chapter 26, God of Death. Quack, quack, quack. The cluster of ravens cackled, filling the air with loud shrieking noises. It was barely on the borderline, and even a decibel or so higher would have forced the team fighting against them to cover their ears first, instead of fighting to prevent their eardrums from getting punctured. Alex immediately used her deafening roar, coupled with her block, but the birds were far too many, and their beaks were everywhere. The group's health was dropping down too fast for even Mia to keep a steady hold on things. She frantically cast her heels, forcing herself to her limits to maintain absolute perfection in timing. Liam sighed. He took one look at how things were going, and he immediately shouted. Get down. They were only a little over halfway through, and he didn't want the group to be wiped out. And since everyone had been listening to him since the beginning, no one thought twice about what he said and acted first, getting off the mound. Only after jumping down, they noticed that none of the ravens had followed them back, and all the birds were now circling only around Liam. "Healer, keep up!" Liam shouted, adding another instruction. He didn't bother giving Mia more detailed commands because he was confident about her abilities. Also, he didn't have the time to spare. Standing all by himself atop of the bloody mound, Liam's body was spinning and twisting in all crazy angles, his agility a notch higher than the ravens. The 3 undead he had summoned were also busily fighting back, taking chunks of flesh and health from the cackling ravens. But it was clear that he was being pushed to his limits. It was clear that he wouldn't last much longer, but lasting so far just by himself was itself a remarkable feat. Everyone was stunned silly. They watched Liam in a daze with dumb expressions on their faces. Even forgetting that they could just climb back the mound and join the fight. They couldn't take their eyes off of him as he contorted in various angles, dodging the trajectories of the birds and at the same time, slashing at them with his sword. "How beautiful," Alex muttered subconsciously. Mia as well had her eyes peeled open, not missing a single movement on the man in front of her. Ray, on the other hand, was watching on as if he was seeing a ghost. With every second that passed, his movements became sharper and sharper and his random moves slowly became coordinated and beautiful like a dance, rather than an intense battle. All 3 gulped, watching him in awe. Sword slices rippled out in several directions, chunks of flesh and feathers flying everywhere. And before long, the entire flock of birds suddenly dropped down dead. Ding. 10 experience points gained. Ding. 10 bonus experience points gained. Ding. 10 experience points gained. Ding. 10 bonus experience points gained. Experience points rained down continuously, as the entire flock of birds was just like that taken care of by a single player. Ding. A new skill, Sword Dance, has been created due to your actions. Sword Dance. Each slash of the sword deals 200% damage. A critical hit attack deals 250% damage. Cooldown 3 minutes. Liam smiled at the new skill, feeling exhilarated after having executed the familiar set of moves perfectly. He didn't want to use this so soon, as revealing it might bring a lot of questions, but he didn't have any other options, so he just went for it. "Awaken," Liam muttered again. This time a group of 5 bony undead ravens slowly rising up from the pile of corpses. He was already preparing for the next fight. Unlike him, all the 3 spectators stood still. Even Alex was stunned speechless with nothing else to say. She inwardly felt embarrassed to have compared both of their gameplay. One was like an aged wine while the other was like a cheap beer. Liam turned to look at them and saw the worshipping look in their eyes. Heh. He chuckled inwardly. He was not used to being looked at in this manner. He ruffled his head and muttered, returning back to dig through the pile of corpses. "You should stop daydreaming and get back up. The next group will soon be here." The haul this time was quite good, and the birds had dropped 2 skill books and 1 crossbow with good stats. Check this out. Liam threw the crossbow at Ray. "Hey, how do you know all of this?" Alex asked, ignoring the equipment that was tossed. She climbed back onto the mound with her gaze fixated on Liam. "I don't. I'm only roughly guessing." He didn't stop for answering her and continued to pocket all the copper and silver coins he found. Technically, what he said wasn't wrong, as his last estimate had been terribly wrong and way off the mark. Even they knew it. But Alex was not ready to give up just yet. "What was that sword move thing you did, that was also a skill you learned from a skill book?" she asked again. It was impossible for one person to have acquired so many skill books when the game just literally started, so she simply couldn't let it go. She glared at the guy as if he had stolen her lunch money from her. Liam shook his head and looked at her. This time, instead of giving her a random bullshit answer, he paused slightly. "I will explain it later to you. The next mob should be coming soon." He turned around without leaving any space for the woman to ask him further questions. "You!" Alex clenched her fists and glared at him. 5 undead ravens flapped their wings and circled around Liam. This, coupled with the strong and powerful aura he was emitting, the man looked like a god of death. Alex gulped and pursed her lips. She angrily kicked a couple of corpses next to her feet as if checking to search for other drops. Ray was busy looking at the crossbow in his hand, and Mia looked around, also checking in between the corpses for drops. But just like Alex, her gaze as well, ever so often flickered over in the direction of Liam, looking at him in a daze. Chapter 27, Secret Mode. Liam pensively stared at the distance as the next set of flapping sounds started to echo. This as well sounded louder than what he was expecting. Were there again more birds? Ebon Raven was a simple beginner's dungeon. It should have never been this difficult. It didn't even have the usual modes, like easy, difficult, and hell mode. It was just a single, straight-shot run without any hidden twists and turns. Originally, the dungeon should have had 10 birds in the previous mob and 10 more birds in the next mob, with some of the birds in this group having the ability to stun players. This was also the last mob before the final boss, a monstrous raven bird. The boss monster looked like the other ravens except that it was several times bigger and had a third eye. The bird also had exceptional agility and was very skillful at stunning players, keeping everyone on their toes. This was in short the summary of the beginner's dungeon. But Liam had a nagging feeling that this was not how things were going to proceed. Was it because of the items he had taken from the dragon's lair? It also could be because they were the first team to enter and run the dungeon. He didn't know for sure, but that was his best guess as of now. Either way, there was a high possibility that he might not get this opportunity again. Liam did not want to risk taking any chances, so he decided to cast the other skill he had learned as well. He closed his eyes and muttered, "Demonic Summon." His mana instantly bottomed out, and thick black fumes started materializing in front of him. These were somewhat similar to the aura exerted by the 5 undead ravens flapping their rotten wings, but at the same time, there were also differences between the two. Both Alex and Mia could feel their skin tingle from such thick demonic and nether energy swirling near them. "What the hell? You have one more skill?" Alex cried out in exasperation, and the other two as well couldn't remain silent. "You have a lot of skills," Mia calmly muttered, though her eyes betrayed her puzzlement. "Bro, is there some shop where we can buy skills?" Ray chuckled awkwardly. He didn't want to intrude and make Liam feel uncomfortable, but this was too much, and he couldn't refrain from asking. While the three looked at him with bulged eyes, Liam's complete attention and focus were on the black blob swirling in front of him. It typically took a couple of seconds for the demon to be fully summoned, so he watched it like a hawk. Just as the last mob of birds started flying towards them, a small red ball slowly revealed itself, and suddenly 2 holes materialized on it, one turning into an evil-looking eye and the other turning into a row of teeth. Ha! And it was about time. It made a weird sound, snapping Liam into action. An unevolved beholder. Not bad. He grinned. These aberrations were one of the powerful lesser demons and were capable of dealing several types of damage depending on their type. It can be as powerful as a one-shot death ray shooting out from the single devious eyeball to a harmless slowing ray. Liam would only know its capabilities once it started attacking. More than 30 birds were shooting towards them like black arrows with red eyes. "Healer, watch out for the stuns. If you keep moving around, it will be difficult for the birds to stun you." Liam muttered and clutched the sword in his hands tightly. The beholder demon and the undead raven zoomed here and there in anticipation, as if their only thought was to fight and kill, and when the group of ravens descended, they instantly jumped into action. Each undead managed to grab the attention of at least 2 ravens, and the beholder demon single-handedly grabbed the attention of 5 ravens. This in itself covered half of the mob, and the rest became a lot easier for the team to handle. Alex skillfully bashed her shield against the birds, while Ray now waved a dagger at the birds. Liam couldn't activate his sword dance just yet, so he slashed at the weak points of the birds with precision. Mia was the busiest out of all of them, as all 3 were close combat fighters and were taking quite a lot of damage. But thankfully, because of Liam's warning, at least no one got stunned and managed to pull through. The first bird dropped dead within seconds, boosting everyone's morale. The demon paralyzed a bird, shooting out a black ray from its eyeball, which then dropped down lifelessly after getting caught in the volley of sword slashes Liam was sending out. Following this, one by one, more birds started dropping dead, the group's coordination being much better this time around. Both Alex and Ray even leveled up, giving them instant health refills that additionally made the fight a lot easier. Before long, the big flock of birds was completely demolished, and corpses piled up on the mound. Chapter 28. Eye of the Tornado. Huff, huff. Alex and Ray couldn't handle it anymore and sat down on the bloody mound to catch a breather. This last mob had taken everything out of them, and they felt like their body had been squeezed dry. No matter how realistic games were, they had never experienced something like this before. It was as if they had physically battled just now, instead of just a mere projection of their mind. "Brother Ayu, please tell me that was the last mob." Ray panted and pieces of fruit sprayed from his mouth as he munched while talking. "That should be the last mob." Liam absent-mindedly muttered, but his tone implied that he wasn't satisfied with his answer. "Next should be a monstrous raven with the ability to cast a lot of stun skills. It likes to paralyze the healer and kill them first, so Mia, you should watch out." Liam tried his best to explain drinking a potion to restore his mana. All the ravens he had resurrected for the last bout were already useless, so he once more had to cast the undead spell, Awaken. This time a total of 10 ravel ghouls flapped their wings and arose from the cluster of bones and flesh that laid around like garbage. "Eh? Why's the boss taking so long?" Ray asked, looking up at the sky. His action made Liam subconsciously look up as well, and suddenly his eyes widened. "Get down now!" Liam crazily shouted. "You have to get down immediately and leave the dungeon," he shouted. Everyone glanced at each other wondering what was going on and looked up as well, their eyes trailing Liam's to check out what could possibly be so damn terrifying. At first they couldn't see anything, but slowly things became clearer, as the small movements became bigger and bigger. The insane number of birds swirling in the sky were unexpectedly showing some sort of activity. Liam had at first assured them that these birds wouldn't be moving or attacking, but now that didn't seem to be the case. The rest of the sky slowly started to clear up, and the sky above the mound alone was becoming darker and darker. The others did not know what was happening, but Liam could most definitely guess. "Move! Now!" he once again shouted. No one had to tell them thrice. Alex, Ray, and Mia scrambled on their feet and jumped out of the mound in a hurry. But to their surprise, Liam was still standing at the mound, not showing any intention of jumping down and following them. And before anyone could even think about what he was doing, the ravens formed a tornado and started descending. The hundreds of ravens flying high in the sky started descending one by one. Alex stumbled and fell back, staring up at the sky dumbfoundedly. Ray had shock and fear etched all over his face. Mia also stood with her mouth wide open. Get down now," she stuttered, looking at the man who still stood without budging. "You! Why are you so stubborn?" Alex was speechless. "Brother, it's not worth it. Jump down from the mound. Let's come back with a full party and make other preparations." Ray gritted his teeth. In all honesty, he had no idea just what preparations he could do against such a monstrous phenomenon, but all he wanted was for them to get out safe and sound. Death itself was not a big deal. At most, they would lose a level or so, but being pecked to death when the game was so realistic was something no one should suffer through. Liam, however, hadn't even heard any of Ray's words. He simply shouted again. "Leave, now!" He only warned them these many times because it was after all because of him that they were also facing this dungeon anomaly. They might not know it yet, but he knew the cost of single death, and he didn't want to be responsible for theirs. At the same time, he also didn't want to move. It was now more than clear to him that everything that was happening was quest-related. If he left the dungeon now, quitting the run halfway, he might never get another shot at this hidden quest in this unexpected turn of events. Normally, missing a single opportunity perhaps wouldn't matter that much, but Liam was not ready to lose even a single opportunity this time around. Otherwise, what was the point of his miracle, his second chance? If he failed this time, he wouldn't have anyone else to blame. He needed to make this count. Otherwise, the repercussions. He would rather die than live the life that was waiting for him. No. I cannot give up now. I have to fight. I have to do it right here and right now. I cannot lose everything again. I will not. I cannot falter with just this much. I have to fight through this, no matter the cost. He turned around to look at the three and shouted at them one last time. "Did you not hear me? Get the fuck out now!" Mia, Alex, and Ray heard his thunderous roar, and for some reason they couldn't ignore his command. The pressure and the ominous aura coming out from the deadly swirl of ravens in the sky were also putting them under a lot of stress. They couldn't stand still frozen any longer, and snapped out of their trance. They ran out of the dungeon at full speed, and did exactly what Liam asked them to. Ding. Alex Thornwood has left the dungeon. Ding. Alex Thornwood has left the party. Ding. Mia Hofstadter has left the dungeon. Ding. Mia Hofstadter has left the party. Ding. Ray Thornwood has left the dungeon. Ding. Ray Thornwood has left the party. Continuous notifications rang as the others exited the dungeon, and the party as well was automatically disbanded because they quit a dungeon abruptly. Liam was the only one remaining now. He looked up to see the tornado of ravens swirling in the sky above him, and the birds finally began their descent. Chapter 29. Sometimes a hero runs. Fuck. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Liam had sent everyone else out, but now he had no idea what to do in this situation. It was not as if he was a cheat character reborn with maxed out stats. No, he was just a cheat character reborn with normal stats. So he was no closer to dealing with this insane fucking scenario than he was 2 seconds ago. And he didn't have very much time left. He would inevitably be pecked to death in about another 5 seconds. He gritted his teeth and watched as the black ominous ravens with crimson red eyes started descending from the sky one after the other. The massive swirling tornado was going to swallow him whole. Liam looked around here and there and realized that there was only one thing he could do right now. Damn it. I have no other choice. Let me just run for now and then figure out a solution later. He waited for the ravens to get close enough to him, and then before the first bird could touch him, he moved. His feet touched the ground lightly, and the next second, he shot out of the mound with an explosive speed. Squawk, squawk, squawk! The ravens screeched with murderous intent, and then unexpectedly began following him. I knew it. Liam grinned. It was impossible for anyone to defeat these many ravens while standing atop the singular mound with nowhere to hide. So he had a feeling that no matter where he was in the entire dungeon, he would still hold the attention of the mob and not lose them. Of course, this was a big risk, because if he had been wrong, he would have lost everything, including this special scenario, and the bonus things that were popping out of the dungeon. But still, it was better to take this risk and lose, rather than to simply die, or exit the dungeon. Liam maintained his steady breathing, and ran down from the mound as fast as he could. He wasn't really running in any particular direction. He was just randomly running from one end of the forest to the other. The sight of a lone man being chased by an entire swarm of ravens was simply too comical and irrational, and yet he did just that. Okay, think. I should only have about 3 minutes. How can I deal with this? Liam racked his brain. Damn it, there isn't enough time to think. If anyone else had heard him say this, they would have surely coughed up blood, as the speed with which he was running right now was at least 5 times what his level players were capable of. And to do this, Liam also wasn't using any special skills. There were myriad mysterious movement skills available, and he even knew one of the bad ones and the location of some of the good ones, but he wasn't capable of executing any of those at his current level. All he could do now was simply run as fast as he could, and of course Liam added in a little bit of extra to that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to successfully outrun the ravens while expending as little energy as possible. He circulated the mana flowing freely through his body, and then taking a deep breath he pushed all of it to his feet. Bang! They would at most be able to come at him 4 or 5 at a time. Dust and wind swirled at the places where his feet touched, and he sprang forth, running around the nook and cranny of the forest. Damn it, Liam cursed. There wasn't a single thing in the wide open forest that could possibly help him. There were only trees scattered around here and there. No, it cannot be. There should be a way. He gritted his teeth and continued running, taking the flock of ravens along with him, zigging and zagging behind him. The bunch of them had almost covered the entirety of the dungeon's forest when Liam suddenly stopped, a few birds catching up to him. However, he ignored their attacks, now ran perpendicularly towards 2 big trees. There was nothing special about these 2 trees except that they were thick, sturdy, and tall, and the lower half of the trees were covered in thick brambles. Liam grinned, and then the next second he directly sprinted towards this pair of trees, jumping right in between them. Come at me now, he shouted, adrenaline coursing through his body. The raven birds were only an issue when they could all attack him at the same time, but now, and that was a number he had no problem managing. Liam grinned wildly with a devilish madness on his face, and swung his sword casually to his left and his right. Slash, slash, slash. Blood spurted everywhere. Chunks of flesh and feathers scattered all around. And finally, the black ravens started dropping dead one after the other. Chapter 30. I have been waiting for you. Having finally slowed down the insane gang of birds chasing after him, Liam felt exhilarated and his blood was pumping. Even so, he did not rush. He took his time and slowly dealt with the mob of birds, 1 or 2 at a time. While he was doing this, he replenished his mana and stamina supplies, which were almost depleted. Moreover, because the birds were restricted by the giant trees, they could do nothing as well, and were relegated to attacking at the speed that he permitted. Sivan tried to come at him from the top, but the branches of the trees were too numerous with dense clusters of leaves covering them. They couldn't simply scoop down and peck at him. In the end, leaves and twigs were still leaves and twigs. The setup was never going to last. He only had barely enough time to get a grip on the situation. Liam improved his slow and rhythmic speed bit by bit, and his sword danced faster and faster after every single move. Without the advantage of their numbers, the black ravens were completely overpowered and slaughtered mercilessly. At the same time, as each bird died, the experience points that were pouring down on him were also quite significant. Now that he was the one and only member of the party, it was no different than him solo clearing the dungeon. He single-handedly reaped all the benefits, along with the first discovery bonus boosts and effects. Ding. 30 experience points gain. Ding. 30 bonus experience points. Ding. 30 experience points gain. Ding. 30 bonus experience points. Ding. 30 experience points gain. Ding. 30 bonus experience points. Ding. 30 experience points gained. Ding. 30 bonus experience points gained. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. 30 experience points gained. Ding. 30 bonus experience points gained. Ding. 30 experience points gained. Ding. 30 bonus experience points gained. As the experience points continued adding up non-stop, the giant tornado which had now formed atop the 2 huge trees was hacked by Liam bit by bit. It only took him a few minutes to reduce the unending tide of birds to a few dozen. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and his muscles were pulsing with exhaustion. However, he kept going, pushing his limits to the fullest. Luckily, he used the sword that he had picked up from Neria's lair. Otherwise, his weapon would have shattered by now. His current one wasn't doing that great either. The durability was slowly dropping to single digits, and the trees were also now almost destroyed. By the time Liam got to the end of the flock, ripping into shreds the last few birds, his sword covered in blood cracked into 2, and coincidentally, the giant trees he was lodged in between also cracked and split apart. Ah! Liam clenched his fist and let out a loud howl, before jumping out of his hiding place and collapsing on the nearby green grass that wasn't covered in blood and fresh corpses. He wasn't sure what was going to happen next, but he calmly took out a fruit from his inventory and laid on the grass munching it. Above him the sky was now clear blue, no longer dark and ominous as it had been before. Liam looked up, plopping another fruit into his mouth. Did I really just kill an entire mob? Ha ha ha! A burst of loud lunatic laughter echoed in the silent forest, only accompanied by the whistling of the wind and the sound of leaves rustling in the breeze. A few more minutes passed and nothing really happened. No other mobs or beasts or birds showed up. All right, what next? Liam jumped up, picking himself off of the ground and looked around. At this point in the dungeon, all of this was new to him, so he had no idea what to do next. I guess I should explore a bit. Liam frowned and walked back to the mound, which was the stage for most of the fights. Luckily, he didn't have to wait much longer. Even from the distance, he could see that the mound he had run away from was no longer empty. A giant black raven with 3 heads and several pairs of crimson eyes was perched atop it. This raven is here. This should be the final boss monster fight in the dungeon clear condition. Liam quickly took out a sword from his inventory and rotated his shoulders, preparing himself to go all out. He dashed towards the mound and slashed his sword at the raven, but unexpectedly the bird remained calm. His sword slash paused midair and then magically disappeared. What the hell? You are not attacking me? Liam almost stumbled as he tried to stop abruptly in his tracks, and the raven in front of him casually opened its huge black beak and muttered, Human, I have been waiting for you. Chapter 31, you bastard. Liam stared blankly, wondering what the hell was happening. The most foolish mistake one can do was to unnecessarily provoke a friendly character, especially considering that the 3-headed raven was the boss of this dungeon domain. So he immediately stopped his actions and changed his attitude. I'm sorry it took me so long. He ruffled his hair, while at the same time scrambling to recall if he heard anything similar in his previous life in relation to the beginner's dungeon. The huge raven looked amused at his behavior, and the bird flapped its wings while shrieking loudly, well from one of its 3 heads. Before Liam could try and figure out what was happening, the bird's other head reacted, and its corresponding beak started moving. Shut up, Runara. I am talking, aren't I? The first head of the bird that was loudly screeching immediately quieted down, as if it was an obedient child. The second head then cleared its throat and continued talking. Human, in the last 100 decades, you are the first person to successfully challenge and pass this trial. It is a great honor to meet you, O valiant warrior. Liam nodded silently, allowing the bird to talk more. At the same time, he noticed something weird about this raven. Its first head was screeching like a bird, but its second middle head spoke to him with a seductive female voice. Even current top singers in the world would kill to have a pure yet alluring voice like this. As if the bird felt Liam's invasive gaze on it, the second head hurriedly continued. Here is your reward, human. Take it and use it well. A map appeared in front of Liam and disappeared into his inventory when he grabbed it. There are several riches, gems, and treasures waiting for you. Good luck. I am very grateful for the reward. Liam nodded. His face only had a curt, polite expression, bordering on indifference. The several pairs of crimson eyes on the raven scanned him from top to bottom for a while, and then the bird began flapping its wings, its huge body lifting off from the mound. Farewell, human. I wish you good luck in your endeavors. Ahem. Since you seem to be a very capable young man, let me give you another piece of advice. Make sure to visit the treasure trove as soon as you can. Otherwise, there might be other hidden dangers. After leaving this cryptic message, the bird flapped its wings and flew into the vast blue sky until it became a small black dot, and eventually fully disappearing. Liam stared at the distance where the bird had disappeared with a pensive look on his face. His eyes then returned to the mound and he noticed a shining object that the raven had left behind. It looked like a gem shard similar to the one he had obtained from the dragon's lair nearby. He out the other shard as well, and examined both closely when the 2 shards unexpectedly started glowing. The 2 pieces simultaneously left his grasp and stuck to each other like a pair of strong magnets. Liam tried to move them apart again, but he wasn't successful. They were tightly stuck together, or rather the 2 shards had now combined into a single bigger shard. The gem still looked incomplete. However, it now had a more brilliant violet sheen to it. So there was a clue in this dungeon after all. Liam put the gem shard back into his inventory and took out the map to examine it more closely. Huh? Isn't this just the general map of the world? He flipped it to see all the continents, and then in the corner of a remote kingdom named Buzar, there was a small red cross mark. Liam stared at the red mark for a couple of seconds, before putting the map as well back into the inventory. Perhaps he should be more excited by this completely unexpected discovery, but he had an unsettling feeling at the back of his mind. Mainly because he had not even heard a single word about this entire quest chain, along with the 3 unique drops from the dragon's lair. If I remember it correctly, this Bizarre Kingdom should be one of the Elven Kingdoms. It is a high-level area, and there is no way I can get there now. So I will worry about this map when I reach level 50. He let out a deep breath, and then took one more look at the empty forest before heading out. He walked out of the portal, directly reaching the entrance of the dungeon. Did they already kill Neria? Liam wondered, as his level was now enough to defeat that field boss. Before he left this spot, why not finish everything in the area? However, before he could finish the thought, a fist came flying at him as soon as he stepped out of the portal. You bastard. Chapter 32:1. Such a nice person. Part. Liam was someone who had already faced years of terrifying, grueling combat in his life. So how could he not respond instantaneously to this small, soft fist? He only moved an inch to the right and dodged the attack like it was nothing, which in turn made the attacker stumble and fall forward. Liam sighed and caught the person, lest he might make the situation worse. Motherfucker. Greedy scoundrel. Did you seriously take us for fools? Alex cursed loudly, strands of her long red hair coming undone. She quickly steadied herself and huffed angrily, her chest heaving up and down. Whoa, this girl really put a lot of power into that punch. Liam scratched his head. It was not too difficult for him to guess what was happening. Seeing his calm smile only made Alex even more furious. You, how dare you? Sister, calm down, please. Ray tried his best to hold Alex back, but as always he failed miserably. We called you to party together with us, but you ditched us at the last minute and took everything for yourself? Are you serious? What do you mean? Liam calmly replied. Wouldn't you have just died if you stayed back? You would not have gotten any rewards either way. Oh, so now you are back to being Mr. Know-It-All. Don't make me laugh. What a jerk. You could have warned us back there also, and we could have finished the dungeon together, but instead, you dragged us along for the ride and then left us hanging. At worst we would have died? So what? You didn't have to kick us out of the dungeon. Liam saw that the woman was ready to murder him. He wanted to point out that they had left the dungeon out of their own accord, but he decided to swallow his words. He had a lot of things to do, and standing here and bickering with two women was not on his list. And the woman in front of him didn't look like she was going to stop any time soon. And Liam stopped her and did not let her finish her sentence. I will compensate you guys. Aha, you don't have to, senior. Ray awkwardly chuckled, but he obviously looked very excited. Shut up, idiot! Alex scolded him. What compensation are we talking about? How about I tell you guys the secret to getting more skills? Liam chuckled. The three in front of him, even the silent Mia, immediately became shocked. So, senior, you were really not buying them from some shop? Ha ha ha, Ray was the first to mutter something even though he was just blabbering. Liam shook his head helplessly. No, it's not that easy. I only managed to find this by chance. Listen to me carefully, and it is best you keep it to yourself. If you repeat any action enough times, with a significant insight into what exactly you are doing, you can automatically learn that skill without needing the specific skill books. For example, Miss Tank, how about you use your shield and slam into that tree there? Alex narrowed her eyes and looked suspiciously at the greedy scoundrel, and then went to test out the theory he had mentioned. If this is not true, I swear I will take care of you. Liam chuckled. Focus on the way you are hitting the tree. Think about its weak points and slam it with all your strength and power. He knew that she would probably take some time, so he decided to give some pointers to Ray. He didn't bother saying anything to Mia, as he didn't want to disturb her natural growth. Why are you playing a no-class character? Liam dragged Ray to the side and asked. Ah? Is that not the best? Ray looked confused because Liam himself was playing the same style. Do you have any special affinities like your cousin there? Ray shook his head. No? What did the system recommend for you? Ah, that. Hunter, ha ha ha. Liam sighed at the carefree guy. This was definitely a person who hadn't worked hard even for a second in his life. Then you should go with the hunter class, in my opinion. Let me add you as a friend, and I will bring you guys to another dungeon later to compensate for this one. While these two were talking, a loud sound echoed from the direction Alex was training. Everyone turned to look at her and saw that the tree in front of her had split into two halves. Alex, on the other hand, was busy staring at the new notification that had popped up in front of her. Ding. You have learned a new skill, Shield Slam. What the hell? You were not lying. Liam smiled. So that settles things. I will be leaving now. Thank you. Alex muttered silently while looking away. She felt that she had been a bit hasty in judging this person's character. The mechanic he had revealed to them wouldn't probably have remained a secret forever. Nevertheless, this was a huge boost for them so early on in the game. So she stopped being difficult and swallowed her pride. Since she was the one who had accused him unfairly, she decided to extend an olive branch. Do you want to run the dungeon with us a few more times? We can grind our levels faster. No, that's all right. Liam was actually planning in his mind about his next few steps, but of course the three in front of him mistook his actions as him trying to be friendly. This made Alex feel even worse, and she tried to lighten the mood. Come on, expert, give us some more pointers. She flashed a weird smile, which she had actually meant to be flirtatious, but somehow came out as awkward. Liam, however, did not pay any attention to it. More pointers? Make sure not to die. There are huge penalties for death. he blankly replied. Alex widened her eyes as she suddenly realized if this was why he had asked them to get out of the dungeon. Now she felt even worse for having completely misjudged him. By the way, you helped both me and Ray, but you forgot to give Mia any pointers. Ha ha ha. She squeezed out another sentence just to keep making conversation. She didn't actually expect the rigid guy to respond, but to her surprise, Liam, who was preparing to leave, loudly exclaimed, "Oh, you are right. I almost forgot." Unexpectedly, he paused in front of Mia and whispered something in her ears. Huh? The other two were confused and looked at him. But he didn't bother explaining anything to them. He jumped down from the cliff and bolted away. Chapter 33-2. Such a nice person. Part. Both Alex and Ray watched as the perfect silhouette of the mysterious person disappeared into the forest. On their right, there was still a huge commotion because of the field boss, but Liam had avoided all of that and ran away in the other direction. I really misjudged that person. Alex muttered under her breath. He is not that bad. Hee. You should trust people more, sis. Ray chuckled, but he shut up immediately after sensing the deathly glare that came his way. The two of them squabbled about for a bit when they finally turned around and noticed Mia. She had an odd expression on her face even for her, and her cheeks were bright red. In fact, her entire face and neck region was completely flushed. Huh? What happened? Alex was confused. She then remembered that Liam had whispered something in her ear. But what could he have possibly said that could make Mia react like this? What did he say? She asked. Mia was usually a very calm and composed girl, and seldom showed any emotions, unlike Alex, whose emotions were always in her sleeves. In their high school, she was even revered as the ice goddess by everyone, but now she was showing an expression like this? Hey, what happened? Alex worriedly asked. That guy just now said something weird. Mia answered her in a daze. He said that if we, inside the game. Meanwhile, Ray was already trying to gather other party members so that they could run the dungeon a few more times. He was rather thick in these matters. So he didn't even notice the two women talking about something in hushed voices and weird expressions. He randomly selected a couple of decent damage dealers and headed back, when the three of them stopped in their tracks. Bam, bang, bang, loud explosive noises echoed at the entrance of the dungeon. What the hell? Another field boss spawned? One of the new recruits muttered in confusion. Looks like it. Should we get more people? Whoa, the beginning of this game is so sick. Ray, on the other hand, gulped. Unlike the two new recruits, he was rather familiar with the silhouette of this so-called bear. Shh, you guys. That's my sister. Don't call her a bear if you love your life. He nervously muttered under his breath and dashed forward. Sis, what happened? He had only left for like a couple of minutes. What could have possibly happened in that short time to make his hot-tempered sister burst out like a volcano? Ray approached the danger zone very cautiously, as if there was indeed an actual bear near him. What happened, sis? Can you calm down a bit? It's fine, Alex, leave it be. Even Mia muttered. However, Alex was clearly not in a mood to answer him or Mia. She just kept slamming against all the trees that she could get her hands on. I'm going to kill him. I am going to fucking kill him. Huh? Who does she want to kill? Ray looked at Mia, who looked away and didn't answer him. After a while, Alex eventually calmed down and the group of them then went back into the dungeon to do a few more rounds. Wait till I get my hands on that pervert again. Fucking loser. Several curse words flew from the fiery hot woman's lips as she continued to slaughter the ravens in the dungeon. She was so furious that her efficiency was off the charts, and the two new recruits couldn't help but feel as if they had just joined a top-notch team. Meanwhile, the person responsible for all of this, Liam casually sped through the forest as he was familiar with this entire territory like the back of his palm. Now that he had finished dealing with Neria, and had obtained quite a bit of wealth, weapons, recipes, and skills, he wanted to consolidate everything, and prepare the necessary items before heading to the next place. He also needed to level up some of his skills, and make sure that this overall build is balanced since he was playing a no class. He was always at the risk of messing up this delicate equilibrium. As for the things that he had talked about with Mia, he didn't really place much importance on them. He had openly told her about the fastest way to become stronger, and if she agreed, it would indeed make things a lot easier, but Liam knew plenty of other alternatives. He didn't care either way. Regardless of whether it was the easy route or the hard route, he knew he was going to succeed in the end. Chapter 34-1. Crouching Tigers and Hidden Dragons Part. After crossing the forest in between, Liam once again returned back to the town near the novice village, Basla Town. He casually strolled in and headed straight to the auction house. However, he didn't go in just yet and sat down on an empty bench outside the auction house in a relatively quiet alleyway. Time to take a look at all the skills. He hummed and summoned out his status screen. Ding. Skill list. Throat punch. Each hit will cause 120% damage. Cooldown. None. Slash. Each slash of the sword deals 120% damage. A critical hit attack deals 150% damage. Cooldown. Spirit slash. Skill locked. Each slash of the sword deals 1000% damage. A critical hit attack deals 1000% damage. A critical hit attack deals 200% damage. Each slash of the sword deals 200% damage. Consumes 200 mana, and summons a lesser demon. Spell active for seconds, level 1. Awaken Undead. Consumes 300 mana, and awakens the slumbering dead, giving life to an amalgamation of flesh and bones. Spell active until the undead being perishes, level 1. Trade skills. Alchemy, beginner level. Currency, gold 5005, silver 5011, copper 5034. Holy Heal, Tame, Ice Shard, Lightning Bolt, Fireball, Pickpocket, Unlock, Stealth. Hey. Liam grinned. That Neria really saved me a lot of trouble. The game had only barely begun, and he already had a plethora of skill books in his possession. If anyone else knew this, they would probably cry into their pillows. But to Liam, this wasn't anything big. He might have a huge collection of skill books right now, but most of them are only basic skills. Their true power and abilities would only be revealed after a lot of effort, and Liam was more focused on that part as his life and death depended on it. Those would lead him to true power and strength. He took a deep breath and started learning all the skills one by one. Liam wasn't exactly able to learn Holy Heal, but that didn't mean that there wasn't any healing spell that Liam could learn. Alright, time to get back to it. Liam cracked his neck left and right and then strolled into the auction house. Liam quickly tossed in the skill book and then scrolled down the available items. He had plenty of gold and silver with him, so he wasn't planning on selling anything this time. Rather, he was planning on making certain bulk purchases. Ding. Congratulations. Dire Wolf Pelts X50 have been purchased. Ding. Congratulations. Wind Wolf Pelts X50 have been purchased. Ding. Congratulations. Dire Wolf Pelts X150 have been purchased. Ding. Congratulations. Wind Wolf Pelts X70 have been purchased. Ding. Congratulations. Dire Wolf Pelts X500 have been purchased. Ding. Congratulations. Wind Wolf Pelts X500 have been purchased. Some players started rapidly putting everything in their inventory slots into the auction house. Ding. Congratulations. Stoneflower Stalks X20 have been purchased. Ding. Congratulations. Melora Stalks X65 have been purchased. Ding. Congratulations. Rigweed Stalks X40 have been purchased. Ding. Congratulations. Spiky 9 Flower Stalks X15 have been purchased. While Liam hurriedly began purchasing every single herb he could find, and also all kinds of wolf pelts, a huge commotion started in front of the auction house building. Hey, someone is buying everything, even if it is at a ridiculous price. Whoa, you are correct. I put mine at silver apiece and still got sold. Holy hell. Let's sell off everything now. Some moneybags has obviously decided to empty out the auction house. Yes. However, a veteran player watched their actions and scoffed. You guys are idiots. If someone is buying something in bulk, it means that he is planning to sell them back at an even higher price and make a killing. Chapter 35-2. Crouching Tigers and Hidden Dragons Part. You guys are idiots. If someone is buying something in bulk, it means that he is planning to sell them back at an even higher price and make a killing. The market will fluctuate and the price will increase further. There is no need to sell now when you can sell later and make even more gold. Hearing the veteran's astute remarks, some players immediately stopped selling their wares, but not everyone trusted his judgment. Hey, that guy is just jealous and spouting nonsense. Maybe we will get more money later on, but having a lot more copper and silver right now is more valuable. Someone else shouted, and they continued unloading everything without caring too much. After all, these were still beginner area items, and their values would probably never really increase that much. The veteran could only watch these noobs silently and move on. He didn't plan on wasting his time advising a bunch of sheep. As he walked past the herd, he saw one particular young man moving his hand quicker than the others, and shook his head helplessly. Everyone these days is an idiot, he thought. The speed at which this guy was operating the system panel was extremely impressive, and yet, he was also foolishly behaving just like the rest of them. Not to mention his looks that seemed to be a notch above everyone else who had gathered. Everyone by now knew that looks couldn't be altered in the game, and so Barat couldn't help but feel a bit jealous and conscious. The person in front of him was lean and muscular, and had the body of a personal trainer. His looks were also superb, and he could really be one of the top magazine cover models. Ah, that must be it. Barat banged his fist onto his palm. He must be a rich actor, or someone secretly blowing off some steam playing video games. Have I seen him in a movie or something? Well, whatever. Doesn't concern me. Barat shook his head, and walked over to the town vendors who were handing out various quests. He had just now finished a bunch of them, and was heading over to receive the next quest in the chain. Blacksmith, merchant, town's cook? Let's see. Next should be the old hag from tailoring. A frown appeared on Bharat's face since he did not like the granny at all. She kept finding faults at everything, and nagging every player endlessly. Because of this, not many people even accepted quests from her in the first place. It was just not worth the bleeding from the ears. Bharat, however, was a completionist, so he picked every single quest that he could. He mumbled something under his breath and walked over to the old woman's shop. Begrudgingly, "Grandma Bertha, I have brought your pelts." He knocked on the shop's door and an elderly woman whose face was full of wrinkles immediately showed up. "Ah, thanks, young man. You have helped me greatly." She took all the pelts from him, and without the quest ending there, she sat down patiently and went through all the animal hides one by one, checking out and complaining about even the smallest of holes. Bharat started messing with his status panel in the meantime. He could already tell that this was going to take at least an hour, and he was prepared to wait. As he absent-mindedly leaned on the small shop's door, suddenly another person walked in, and Bharat looked up to see which other player had decided to bear with the nagging of the old man. And as soon as he did, a familiar figure came into his view, and he was immediately surprised. Ah, this person. However, that expression quickly changed, and a sneer appeared on his face. "Hey, I am impressed. This guy actually saved some wolf pelts, and came here to turn in." He nodded slightly and went back to looking at his status panel. But the next second, something completely unexpected happened. The old woman who had been nagging him all this time suddenly dropped everything, and attended to the person who walked in just now. His own quest wasn't even completed yet. Moreover, the treatment the other party received was also very different. "Young hero? What brings you to my humble shop?" "What the heck?" Bharat gawked, wondering why he was being treated like royalty, while he was treated like an unscrupulous thief, and it didn't stop there. "I have brought some pelts for you, Grandma Bertha," he calmly muttered. "Oh, thank you so much, young hero. This old woman is very grateful." She even bowed politely. He handed her a set of wolf pelts, and like the other times, she did not bother to count or take a look, and simply accepted the bundle and threw it into the back of the shop. "So you perhaps have more pelts for me, young hero?" He once again handed her a huge bundle of pelts, and she of course again accepted it without as much as once looking at the contents. To Bharat's surprise, this continued going on for a while, and he could see the man's body flashing in pale white light, which could only mean he actually leveled up by just turning in a bunch of pelts. What the heck is happening? A few more seconds passed, and then he finally realized something that he had completely overlooked. This person probably bought everything that was being sold and not the other way around. Chapter 36-3. Crouching Tigers and Hidden Dragons Part. Bharat peeled his eyes open and observed the shady interaction that was continuing to unfold in front of him for several minutes now. He had been gravely mistaken. This person wasn't a fool at all. Rather, he seemed to be aware of a specific loophole, and Bharat wanted to know how he could also make use of it. He waited and watched and waited and watched, and eventually the person stopped. Bharat was about to step forward and strike up a conversation when, unexpectedly, he heard the old woman say something weird. "Thank you so much, young hero. Because of you, I will not be requiring wolf pelts for another decade." What the heck? Bharat ended up shouting out loud. He didn't know for sure, but it looked like this particular beginner's quest would no longer be available. However, no one paid attention to his panic mode. Liam had already started walking away, and the old granny hummed contentedly before tossing out the pelts in front of her, the one that he had brought over. Ding. Quest failed. This quest is no longer available. Your reputation in the town drops by 10. What the fuck? Are you serious right now? Bharat was furious. He looked at the old woman humming happily and felt very frustrated. "Grandma, you don't want any more wolf pelts?" "No, I don't need. Are you here to buy something? If not, don't crowd around the shop. Shoo." Ah shit! Bharat knew that he was getting this treatment because of the reputation effects, but he couldn't help it and asked the old woman again. "Granny, how come you didn't check the wares from that young man? I heard a lot of people were selling bad pelts these days." He swallowed the bitterness in his mouth and spat out the words, pointing to Liam's disappearing figure. You are right. Young men these days are unscrupulous and always try to take advantage of an old woman like me, but no need to doubt that young hero. He had the strong stench of wolves all over him. I knew right away that he had a lot of pelts to give me. May heavens bless that kind hero." Bharat's lips twitched hearing the granny even praise Liam, and he then silently walked away. He didn't ask her any more questions as he could roughly guess how the whole thing happened. The trick to trigger this quest was to probably come to the old woman's shop already having several stacks of wolf pelts. These could even be purchased, and not necessarily looted, as he had personally witnessed the other party purchasing pelts in bulk. This was probably why the old woman sensed the stench of wolf on him and treated him differently. Either way, it was now useless for him, as the quest itself was no longer available, at least for the day. Bharat, however, did not know if this was just a fluke or if it had been something that was planned and thought out in advance. He wanted to think that it was the former, but such coincidences were too few, and he would be crazy to believe that. This person was probably highly brilliant enough to figure out this loophole, or he was a beta tester, or someone with more information about the game. Considering the way that VIPs, actors, and socialites are treated these days, he wouldn't be totally surprised if the other party knew a bit of inside information that wouldn't affect the game on the whole. I should definitely talk to this person at least. Bharat became curious and hurried out of the granny's shop to look for Liam and follow him for a while. He was unable to use this particular loophole, but he wondered if there were other fast-leveling Easter eggs hidden in the town. This could be a complete waste of time, but his curiosity got the better of him and he decided to do it anyway. Damn, what level is that guy at now? He at least leveled up 4 times with just that repeatable quest from the granny, and even if he was level 3 or level 4 before that, he should be around 10 now. Damn, if there are any leaderboards for this game, I bet his name would go upon them. Liam's speed was relatively high, and so Bharat found it difficult to keep up with him. But luckily for him, Liam did not walk for long and soon stopped again at the trade building in the town. What is this guy up to now? Bharat hadn't yet explored this particular one, so he quickly followed Liam in, and he heard him talk to the woman at the counter. I would like to book a crafting room for 4 hours. Several silver coins appeared on the counter, and then the woman stood up to personally show Liam to one of the rooms inside. Dafuk? Crafting rooms? Don't tell me he already has recipes. Bharat blankly stared at the guy, but he couldn't follow him any longer. Do you need something, adventurer? Another woman at the counter asked him, shook his head wryly. He walked out of the trade building empty-handed, but suddenly a small idea popped into his brain. I should go to the town alchemist and talk to him and see if there is another loophole quest there. If nothing works out, I can always come back here after 4 hours. Chapter 37. Not yet. Liam comfortably settled inside the small but adequate space and took out all the herbs from his inventory. He now had enough gold and had also crossed level 10. So while he was taking care of the miscellaneous things, he also upgraded his inventory to hold 5,000 items, which was the maximum limit for the system inventory. To store more items, or rarer higher-grade items, other storage artifacts need to be specially crafted or looted and bound, so he pinned that task for another time. Let me see. Basic healing potion, basic mana potion, basic stamina potion, basic strength potion, basic agility potion. It should be enough to start with these 5 for now. Liam stacked all the herbs neatly, based on which herb was required for each potion recipe. Since these were all basic potions, simple enough to be concocted by a beginner alchemist, only herbs were involved in the recipes. Unlike his cleansing potion, they didn't require beast blood or bones or any other items. Liam then took out the cauldron from his inventory and started the heating by activating the rune on the side. He pressed his thumb and removed it, once again just using the automatic regulation. This was more than sufficient for the basic potions, and only had the flaw of producing potions, with 60 to 70% efficacy. This number could obviously be improved if he regulated the entire concoction process himself, with complete focus and thorough control of mana. However, he didn't have any shortage of herbs or gold for now, so he placed more importance on speed rather than concoction efficiency. After the cauldron started heating up, Liam added a pail of clean water into it, and in a single batch, he tossed in the entire first stack of herbs. He had already arranged the stalks in an appropriate ratio, so he didn't have to do much else. He just squatted near the cauldron and swirled the liquid inside using a huge ladle at regular intervals. Before long, a series of notifications rang loudly. Ding! Basic health potion created. Ding! Basic health potion recipe obtained. Ding! Basic health potion created. Ding! Ding! Basic health potion created. Ding! Ding! Basic health potion created. Ding! Not yet, Liam muttered, and closed his eyes to calm himself down. Ding! Your alchemy skill proficiency has increased to trainee level. All right. Time to move on to the next one. Liam cracked his neck and stood up, to quickly empty the cauldron. He scooped out the huge amount of basic health potion within the cauldron into several smaller-sized glass bottles and stored them in his inventory. He then activated another rune on the cauldron, which incinerated all the leftover dregs, and everything was cleaned out for another fresh concoction batch. Liam once again heated another pail of clean water, and this time as well he threw in a huge stack of pre-arranged herbs, without bothering to adjust anything. As he watched the things boiling silently, he couldn't help but lazily smile and lean against the wall. The things that seemed so easy and effortless now had once been a nightmare to him. As a slave and a weakling, he himself was never allowed to practice alchemy. However, he was forced to stand near the cauldron and act as a punching bag every time his owner couldn't successfully concoct a potion. He had been whipped. He had been starved. He had even been held under disgusting piping hot liquid, just as a means for someone else to vent their anger. The memories of the past flitted past his mind, and his smile was no longer lazy or amused. It was rather deeply disturbing. It was like the grin of a grim reaper as he was about to take a soul. Ding! Basic mana potion created. Ding! Basic mana potion recipe obtained. Ding! Basic mana potion created. Ding. Basic mana potion created. Ding. Basic mana potion created. Smells perfect. Next batch then. Liam ended up using the next 3 hours of his 4-hour time slot and concocted huge portions of all the 5 basic potions. In the end, he even managed to bring his alchemy skill level to intermediate. Pushing it any higher using just basic potions was near impossible, and just a waste of time and resources, so he stopped. I still have the recipes looted from the dragon's nest. Let me take a look. Ding. Chrysanthemum lethal poison recipe obtained. Ding. 9-color paralyzing poison recipe obtained. Ding. Low-grade stealth potion recipe obtained. Ding. Low-grade water-breathing potion obtained. 4 special and unique alchemy potions. Oh, this is a great haul. Too bad I don't have the ingredients for these yet. Otherwise I could have leveled the alchemy skill up all the way to master level today. Well, whatever. No need to rush things. He had finished everything that he could do here, so he packed up the miscellaneous items and left the crafting room. Chapter 38, Dinner and Dessert. This guy is still here? Liam smirked when he walked out of the trade building. Of course, he had noticed Bharat following him around, but he didn't see any need to act on it. Well, let me see if he still waits around. His grin widened, and the next second his figure disappeared. What the heck? Where did he go? Bharat looked around here and there. His speed and agility are already so high that I cannot even track him anymore. No, wait. Did he learn some sort of stealth skill? Bharat was disappointed that he had lost his mark. Now how should I find him again? He racked his brain for a while before realizing something important. He then facepalmed himself for overlooking the obvious. Fuck. He must have just logged out. Why am I getting so flustered? He shook his head as if he was physically trying to make his brain stop overthinking. He let out a long sigh and sat down near a tree at the entrance of the trade building. I already wasted 3 hours, so what if I waste a few more? Fuck it. He had tried talking to the few alchemists in the town 100 different ways, but he was not able to find even a small clue about a possible loophole. At this point, he was so invested that he was obsessed with finding the loophole. It was either this, or he was ready to quit the game altogether. At least for the rest of the day. Liam felt a jolt surge through his body, and his consciousness returned to the real world. He then opened the game capsule casually and stepped out of it. Bro, wow, you are finally back. Milan immediately stood up and ran over to him, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure curiously. Yes, did you get hungry? Sorry I am a bit late. No, I am all right. The girl flashed a big smile like always, batting her long lashes, though her small face and phoenix-like eyes looked a bit tired and droopy. Liam couldn't help but smile. The girl was far too mature for her age. She had never once demanded anything from him, even though they went to sleep hungry a lot of the time. He patted her, and then quickly ordered some food for them from a nearby restaurant. He wanted to take her out to someplace nice, but tomorrow was going to be busy, so he decided to finish the day with a quick meal. The food soon arrived, and Liam served a bunch of dishes on plates and bowls for the both of them. It was only the brother and sister pair in the house, so it was pretty quiet as the duo wolfed down the food. Brother, is this really okay? We are spending a lot of... May. Do you want to move to a bigger apartment tomorrow? Liam smiled and shoved another piece of tenderly cooked pork. Bigger apartment? Brother, did we win a lottery? The girl giggled cutely. Hee, I guess we can call it that. Liam chucked. He added some more food to her bowl, and also to his own. He was ravenous after expending so much energy. And also, there was the other thing. Brother, something looks different about you. Milan couldn't put a finger on it, but her scrawny brother looked somewhat different today. Though he was still a skeleton, he seemed as if he was stronger for some reason. The pimples on his face had also disappeared, and he had muscles. Hey? Stop staring at me and eat your food. We are eating better, so it's natural to look and feel better. Don't think too much about it. And no school tomorrow, all right. I am earning now playing this game, so we can afford to move to a better place. I don't want us to stay here any longer. You should eat well, and take a proper rest tonight, so you help brother when we move tomorrow. Wah! Brother, is this really true? We can earn money by just playing games? Liam smiled and ruffled her head, which made the young girl pout. Of course. Why will I lie to you? We will have a better life from now on. You can have your own room, new dresses, whatever you want, you will see tomorrow. He nodded. The girl was completely speechless. Brother, then I should also start playing? I can help you? All in due time. Let brother get stronger first, then I will take you to the new world. But, no buts, you should rest first. After you wake up, wait for me and don't head out to school. Remember, all right? Okay, brother. I will listen to you. Don't work too hard. Haha, I won't. Liam threw the dishes into the small sink and didn't bother to wash them. He then made sure that the door was latched properly, drank a jug full of water, and popped back into the capsule again. After he left, Chang Meilin looked at the capsule from a dozen different angles, but she was too afraid to mess up something and didn't come anywhere near it. She sat back in her corner, silently pulled out her textbook and started reading. Ambush part. After logging in, Liam walked out of the town and headed straight for the surrounding forests. There was only one more thing left for him to do in Basel Town, and that was to finish the instructor's quest. This was also his first priority, as he wanted to strengthen his body as much as he could before he moved on to the next step. In his previous life, after this specific piece of information, or rather this rule was discovered, countless people could only lament and regret as it was too late for them to start from scratch. Even the person who finished this quest couldn't fully reap its benefits. Bear King Barabra resided in the forest zone near the biggest city in the Gresh Kingdom, Yolohy City. This is the city where soon everyone would be spending the majority of their time in. He got only % of the results, and just that much helped the guy shoot all the way to the top, and he became one of the major powerhouses. Liam, however, would be getting 100% of the reward if everything went according to this plan. Just the mere thought of it made him lick his lips in anticipation. He took a look at the quest one more time and sped through the forest. Unique quest: kill the Bear King Barabra and bring its head to the training ground instructor. Kata kata kata. His feet nimbly moved through the lush tall trees and the thick brambles. Only second to the royal city where the royal palace was located, Yolohy was the biggest junction of trade and commerce, and several advanced magic institutes and trade skill institutes were located there. Major guilds would be fighting with each other tooth and nail just to get a foothold in this city, and the one who managed to get would inevitably be head and shoulders above the rest. And more importantly, players would finally come in contact with and interact with other races of the world like elves, orcs, goblins, and beastkin. In the beginning, everyone would be overjoyed to be able to talk to and bed elven beauties and furry beast women, especially because of the unbelievable immersive nature of the game. However, the viciousness of some of the creatures would only come to light when the game was no longer just a game. Thinking about the bleak future, Liam let out a long sigh and continued running through the empty forests. In reality, his current level was far too low to be running around freely like this. These forests were chock full of bandits and dangerous beasts, but there was no way he could afford to wait. For now, it was probably just him in these forests, of course. Also the pest who was still sticking to him, and maybe a few more players. However, Barabra was the field boss of Yolohy City, and it was inevitable that these deserted places wouldn't remain so peaceful for too long. All the paths to and from the city would soon be brimming with players. The bandits and the beasts who might be threatening now would simply end up being easy experience points. Also, since it was located near such a highly populated area, it would become near impossible for any one person to monopolize the field boss. And for this particular quest, Liam definitely needed the Bear King all to himself. So he didn't dare spend even another minute doing something else, and quickly hurried over to the dazzling city's outskirts. Several feet behind him, another figure as well dashed forward, but this person's plight was completely different from Liam, and he was sweating from top to bottom. His stamina was almost fully drained that his body was shaking and shivering. Damn it, huff, huff, damn it, how the hell is this guy running so fast? Shouldn't he be tired by now? Barat buckled over and fell down from tiredness while trying to keep up with the monster in front of him as best as he could. He had already sunk several hours into this stupid idea of his, so he didn't hesitate and munched on a fruit, quickly scrambling back to his feet. Please wait for me, he muttered under his breath and continued running with a limp. Why is this fucking game so damn realistic? Just as he gasped for breath and jogged ahead with everything he could muster, he noticed something weird. The monster in front of him finally stopped moving. Lucky. Barat's eyes curiously darted here and there to see where they were and what the person could possibly be up to now. However, he was instantly shocked. As his vision cleared and the blurriness reduced, he saw several men standing around. What the heck? Who are these people? Some kind of thieves or bandits? He took a step back, not wanting to unnecessarily lose his life. There were about 20 to 30 men dressed in black clothes. Even if he helped that person, how could just the two of them survive against so many people? So it was obviously better to run away and meet the person back at the town's graveyard. This would be the most logical thing to do, and yet Barat found himself waiting for a miracle and run and curiously observe the person in the midst of the bandits, who was standing straight and unyielding like a mountain. And then something even more unexpected happened. Hand over everything in your possession. You should have never messed with our guild. Now it's time for you to face the consequences, bastard. Huh? Wait a second. Are these players and not bandit NPCs? Barat was completely dumbfounded. The game just started, so how on earth did this person manage to offend these many people? Chapter 42. Ambushed part. As opposed to the bewildered expression on Barat's face, Liam only wore a calm expression on his face. This coupled with his good looks, he looked like a kind and angelic person. Oh, it's been a while. You guys sure recovered fast. He casually smiled. Jinwei gnashed his teeth in anger and annoyance. They had already lost too much because of this guy, and now he was even purposely mocking them about it. Bitch, you got away last time because of that dragon, but now you have nowhere to run. You are fucking surrounded. I am going to kill you, and then again kill you, and then again kill you. You are done with this game. Don't even think about logging back in again. Liam's sharp eyes flickered, ignoring the dog that was barking in front of him. Instead, he observed the group of players standing around him. Clearly, they all belonged to the same group, and probably would join the same guild when the guild tokens start showing up. And having enmity with a few people was different from being hunted by an entire guild. They will most likely have even more members in the future, and it was inevitable that small insects and pests would keep bugging him from time to time. Liam scratched his clean-shaven chin. This is indeed very troublesome. The first time he ignored them and didn't punish them, and like clockwork, they came back for him again. He wasn't even surprised by this. Some people needed special attention, and they would only keep coming back until they got what they needed. It looked like this time he couldn't just leave things be. Or rather, they didn't give him a choice. Others might have been intimidated and crumbled under this sort of pressure, but they had chosen the wrong person this time around. A snake with its tail injured needed to be fully killed, and he knew exactly how to slay this particular snake. Liam cocked his head to the side and looked at the player standing on his right. Unlike the guy who was arrogantly running his mouth, this person was rather quiet and observant. Just from a single glance, Liam knew that this person was the leader. So he directly addressed him. Are you sure you want to fight me? You and I are not enemies. We can part ways right here and everything is forgotten. Huh? Liam's words surprised the leader, and the calm expression on the man's face visibly faltered. He had no idea how the person was able to pinpoint and figure out his identity. It looked like he was not as simple as he looked. His words also made him somewhat nervous. The game had, after all, just started. It was probably better for them to keep grinding and establishing a base first, instead of picking on random players for no reason. Moreover, in this case, he knew very well that everything which happened was Jinwei's fault. He had started this whole thing. So perhaps. He began to hesitate slightly. However, before he could respond to anything, Jinwei's sharp voice rang loudly. Zemin, don't even think about it. The group leader's eyes shifted from Liam to Jinwei, and he remained silent for a moment. Just from the look on the impatient guy's face, he knew that he had no choice. Jinwei had already threatened to leave so many times in the past. He had a decent following in the group, and this time he looked far more serious than before. If he didn't comply with his request, he would really leave. The group leader Zemin sighed and shook his head helplessly. Though his instincts told him that he was making a wrong decision, he couldn't help it. They were just fighting against a single guy after all. So it was also not too risky. In the worst case, the guy would probably suffer under them for a couple of days, and then there would be a new target. So in the end, he didn't think too much about it and waved his hand. What are we wasting time for? Let's get this over with. Even as he said these words, an alarm was constantly ringing at the back of his head, but it was already too late. Zemin clutched the staff in his hand and started casting a spell. He was a fire mage. The other players standing around also followed his lead and started shouting aggressively and sending in all sorts of attacks. Jinwei was leading the whole fight as he dashed forward even before Zemin could finish his sentence. In a matter of seconds, the calm forest, without any warning, suddenly turned into a raging battleground. Different attacks were flying around, and all sorts of weapons flashed brilliantly under the sunlight, flickering in through the canopy of dense leaves and branches. Barat chewed his nails nervously. That's it. This guy is dead. He silently lit a candle for Liam and prepared to watch the inevitable massacre. Chapter 41. Kill me, please. Can I commit suicide? Part. Liam smirked. A dozen close combat players were rushing towards him from all directions, holding all different types of weapons. Well, there is no going back now. He took a deep breath and sidestepped, nimbly bending his body at an angle that dodged 5 attacks at the same time. A couple of fireballs hit his body, but they only grazed his skin as he moved again and avoided the brunt of the attack. What? Where is he? Liam's figure was a complete blur, and no one could even see him move, let alone figure out his movement patterns. Because of the realistic nature of the game, the various attacks did not differentiate between friend and foe. The ice shards and fireballs, which did not land on Liam, landed on the other group members standing nearby and hit them instead. Bang, 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 bang. 3 men suffered instant lethal hits and fell back, their bodies dead and lifeless. A bright glow enveloped them before they completely turned into dust and dispersed into the wind. What the fuck? Damn it. Aim properly, idiots, idiots! Jinwei screamed in fury. Nothing was going his way, and this damn game also wasn't making things easy. Hey, you should have really taken some time to understand the game first. Liam chuckled, only his voice ringing loudly in the sudden silence. It hadn't been that long since the game started, so they hadn't yet figured out this crucial detail, and the sudden development took everyone by surprise. Moreover, the group wasn't coordinated enough to recover from this instantly, and their movements visibly slowed down. Don't get too cocky, motherfucker. This fight is not over. You are celebrating too soon. You are not getting out of here alive today. Only 3 of us died. There are still more than enough of us to deal with a loser like you. Putui! Jinwei spat out. He had only barely finished talking when a figure appeared in front of him. Celebrating? On the contrary, I am not happy at all. I would have actually preferred that those 3 didn't die so easily. Liam muttered. Huh? What the hell is he blabbering about? Wondering about the meaning behind his words, Jinwei snarled and jabbed at the hateful person. This time, surprisingly, Liam did not move back and evade his attack. Instead, his body spun and his fist thrust forward. Bam! Jinwei froze, his entire body trembling. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. All of a sudden, he felt as if the strength in his body had completely disappeared. He looked down with a dumbfounded expression on his face, as a pang of torturous pain spread from his lower abdomen. Liam's hand was still holding him steadfastly. His hand held his intestines, twisting his insides within the grasp of his palm. Ah! Ah! He screamed with unbearable pain. At this moment, he had no idea what was even going on. There was only one single thought in his head, and that was, why the fuck am I not dead yet? His eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets as he continued screaming in pain. He desperately looked at his health bar, but it was dropping rather slowly. Ah! Jinwei cursed his bad luck. He even began wishing that his own teammates would kill him off with random attacks, but the damn jerks were targeting only the villain in front of him. Just how much health does he have? Just as the thought entered his mind, Liam's other hand moved, and a shiny small glass bottle appeared in his hand. Glug, glug, glug. To Jinwei's dismay, the person even casually lifted this glass bottle and gulped it all down, the empty bottle promptly tossed back into the inventory. That was a health potion. Wait, did he just save an empty glass bottle in the midst of a life and death battle? He didn't know which to be more shocked about. He didn't even know if he had gone completely crazy from the pain that he was thinking about such useless things. In reality, though the moment felt like an eternity to Jinwei, everything happened in a fraction of a second. This, coupled with the effects of the health potion, Liam was easily able to maintain his condition, and taking a couple of attacks wasn't an issue for him. As he calmly stood, Jinwei's face further paled, and the next second, he heard a distinct crunch sound coming from his body, and the pain he was suffering through increased 100-fold. Ah! He screamed again, and everyone else surrounding them, including Bharat, subconsciously shuddered. Though they were not sure what was going on, they could all see that something was wrong here. Zemin immediately decided to intervene, and aimed his next attack at Jinwei instead. His reddened eyes noticed this, and a faint ray of hope flickered in the midst of this misery. This was finally going to be over soon. I need to first find the damn pain settings for this game. Jinwei closed his eyes, gritting his teeth in pain, but before the fireball could hit him, another notification popped up in front of him. Ding. Your mana meridians have been permanently damaged, ding. Your mana is now 0. What? Jinwei's gaze, filled with utter dread and fear, shifted to look at Liam one last time before he as well dropped dead onto the ground. Chapter 42-2. Kill me, please. Can I commit suicide? Part. What just happened? Why was Leader Wei shouting so much? No one was able to grasp the meaning behind what they saw. All they could understand was the fact that Liam had replenished his health with a potion. Even the leader of the group, Zemin, was in the same boat. Regroup, attack with coordination. Don't blindly rush. Pay attention to where you are sticking your weapon. Jinwei's death was like a wake-up call, and the battle once again started with Zemin giving more active instructions. He can't last long on just one health potion. Pay attention and bring down his health. Cast fewer spells and focus on accuracy, Zemin shouted loudly. In his hand, a huge ball of fire materialized, and he aimed it at the enemy. But Liam wasn't planning to stand around like a target dummy for others to practice their skills on him. His figure once again blurred, and this time he appeared in front of another person. And just like before, his fists flew out, one of them clutching the guy's throat and the other, reaching for his lower abdomen where he twisted the flesh in the man's insides. Gumu started shouting loudly in agony. His eyes bulged out in pain, and his teeth bit down on his tongue, unable to withstand the pain. Meanwhile, a volley of attacks landed on Liam's body. Bang, bang, bang. With both his fists still firmly in place, he leaned at various angles, dodging the attacks whilst his feet were rooted at the same spot. The movements he made were very minuscule, and yet he efficiently dodged most of the attacks, that too with the target in his hands tightly held in place. Gumu shrieked. Ah, what is happening? Someone kill him, please. Someone kill me, please. He was being waved around in the air like a washcloth rag, and the intense pain coming out of his abdomen hadn't reduced in the slightest. He struggled and twitched, his entire body thrashing around violently, but Liam's grip was unyielding, and before long a loud, crisp sound echoed. Ding. Your mana meridians have been permanently damaged, ding. Your mana is now 0. Gumu stared at the notification which popped up in front of him, but he was in too much pain to make sense of anything. All he could do was scream and just scream. And the very next second, something hit his body and he finally fell down limp with his health drained out. His body as well became dust and was blown away by the wind. Everyone gawked at the scene with their mouths wide open, but Liam calmly took out another health potion and chugged it down, meticulously saving the empty bottle in the same manner. What the? Jinwei and Gumu are dead just like that. Just what the hell was going on? As they continued staring at this madness dumbfoundedly, Liam's figure once again blurred. He now appeared in front of Zemin, the leader. Too bad you didn't listen to my warning. Heh. His words were like someone twisting the knife in a stab wound. Zemin shuddered. He gulped, thinking about how the other two had screamed in pain. He couldn't help but fear that the same fate awaited him as well. As he saw Liam's thin red lips curl up into a vicious grin, and his hands reaching out, alarm rang in the back of his mind, and he knew that something was about to happen. Loud. The next second, everything happened too fast, and without being fully aware of what he was doing, he had already jammed his own throat with the sharp edge of the staff in his hands. Thud. His body dropped dead on the ground, becoming dust, leaving Liam's hand hanging midair. Huh? Not bad. This one has some brains. Liam chuckled. Shrugging his shoulders casually, he then moved on to the next target, a random person on his right. The players of the group, who were already out of their wits, watched this scene in a haze. This was the last and final blow to their morale. Even their own group leader committed suicide. What were they supposed to do? Earlier today, everyone had assembled in high spirits, as it was always very entertaining to gang up on a single dog and thrash him mercilessly, but the dog turned out to be a demon, and was now claiming their lives one by one. But the worst part was the sight of their strongest member, their group leader, directly committing suicide before the fight even began. This made everyone frantic. Whatever composure they had left was long gone, and once again they started attacking the demon in front of them in a frenzy. Because of this, the close combat players started dropping down like flies one by one. In the midst of this chaos, Liam as well wreaked his own havoc by not stopping what he intended to do. He moved on to one target after another, crippling as many players as he could. He managed to cripple 2 more guys before the private group chat of the players blew up with notifications. Commit suicide. Run. Kill each other. Do whatever is necessary. Get out of there. Gumu and Jinwei were still psychologically affected after experiencing the torturous pain, but Zemin had luckily escaped from that plight. So he was conscious enough to talk to the other two, and what he feared came true. The bastard was using some sort of special technique to give them a weird status. Their mana dropped down to 0, and their meridians had been damaged. What this actually meant was still unclear to him, but the words, permanent damage, filled him with fear and dread. If this status was indeed permanent, then their guild would essentially become crippled before even it was formed. That too, the bastard also targeted the key members one after the other. Nothing the person did was casual, even though he appeared to be extremely nonchalant about the whole fight. At this rate, their group would be completely decimated. Chapter 43.1. Bharat blinked, staring at the unbelievable scene in front of him. What the hell? He had indeed expected a massacre, but this seemed to be happening in the wrong order. Instead of many players hunting and chasing one person, the single person was hunting and torturing the big group. That too, the other party had completely given up, and everyone scattered like marbles. Bharat gulped nervously. Just hearing the screams of the men as a bystander was just too realistic for him. As he continued watching the chaos unfolding in awe, suddenly a couple of men ran in his direction towards him. Bharat's gaze shifted, and he spontaneously made a decision. Earthbind. Earthbind. Immediately the ground where the 2 men placed their feet liquefied and their legs got caught in the marshy, muddy mess. Before they could get out of this, the soggy mud quickly solidified back again, binding them both in place. Fuck. Who the hell are you, bitch? Fuck, stop the spell, man. What do we do to you? Why are you even here? Bharat, however, ignored their pleas and waved his hand at Liam. Boss, I have 2 here. At this point, he knew that there was no way his presence hadn't already been noticed by Liam. So without hesitation, he simply called him over. Hey, no. He is going to cripple us. Bastard, who are you? The 2 men screamed at the top of their lungs. Liam hadn't expected this, so he was amused. Oh, not bad. His voice sounded in the distance, and the next moment he was standing near Bharat. Both his fists shot forward simultaneously as he twisted the insides of both the men, and within seconds, they as well ended up dead with a special status added to them. Watching this up close was definitely scarier than watching it from a distance. Bharat couldn't help but take a step back. What was this guy doing to them? He had heard the word, cripple, in the midst of their screams, so he wondered what was happening. However, he didn't have the guts to ask Liam openly, as it would only take him another second to do to him what he had done to the other men. I think the others ran away. He awkwardly mumbled instead. Liam hummed, dusting his hands and taking a look around. Everyone had indeed run away, but he managed to catch and wrangle at least a dozen, which was more than enough to teach them the lesson that he wanted to. Well, that's that then. At least for a while they shouldn't be bothering me. He casually picked up all the pieces of equipment that were dropped here and there, and then started walking away without sparing another glance at anything or anyone. Bharat saw that and quickly ran to catch up to him. Boss, do you need any help? I am a bit free right now. Ahem. And I am already here, so... Liam chuckled and continued walking. You are free? All right then, follow me. His words were so shocking that Bharat almost couldn't believe them. He agreed so easily. At first he was pleasantly surprised, but then he began to feel nervous. Was this guy planning something particularly devious for me? He remembered those miserable screams and shuddered subconsciously. The two of them walked in silence for a while, covering a lot of distance. The more time passed, the more nervous Bharat became. Now he simply wished that he had rather rejected him outright. By the way, what class do you play? Liam's voice broke his thoughts, and he quickly blurted out. Mage, boss? Not bad. Liam nodded, and then he suddenly paused in the middle of the forest. All right. Keep spamming your skills and try not to get in the way. Huh? What? Bharat looked around in confusion. Being constantly worried about the person next to him, he hadn't exactly paid much attention to the surroundings. He craned his neck from right to left in alarm to see where they were and what they were going to fight. Was this guy testing me? But he didn't have to wonder about this for long, as the very next instant a loud roar sounded from behind them. Thud! A gigantic beast jumped out and galloped towards them from within a dense cluster of trees. It was a huge grizzly black bear with blood-red eyes. Fuck, it's here! Bharat shouted. The bear was gigantic, and its shadow fell like a dark blanket around them. More surprisingly, the animal had a gold and silver glow around it, indicating that it was at least an elite monster. It might have been crossed level 10. So when he tried to observe the health and status of this beast, it only came up as question marks. All players were only able to observe the strength and details of a beast in their level class, and judging from everything, this bear's level class was at least one above his. The beast's presence was so overwhelming that Bharat could feel a significant mental pressure weighing him down. He was not able to react easily at all. However, unlike him, the person next to him had already moved. There was even a hint of a smile on Liam's face. He was looking at the big black bear lovingly. Bharat became dumbfounded. Just what level is he at? The two of them were not in a single party, so he couldn't get any detail at all. He had been waiting for the guy to add him to his party, but clearly, no such thing was going to happen. Bharat wanted to cry quietly. He still suspected that Liam had strong connections which gave him extra information about the game, but his skills and techniques were even more terrifying. And somehow, he had ended up working as an unpaid intern for this monstrous guy. Chapter 44-2, Bear King Part. Hello, big boy. Liam grinned, eyeing the grizzly howling in rage. Bear King Barabra, elite boss, level 15. Health, 50,000. The bear's health was almost 25 times more than his own, and Liam knew that its attacks would be of a similar scale as well. After all, this was a field boss, which was not meant to be soloed by a single player. However, he was not scared or intimidated in the least standing face to face with this gigantic mountain of a beast. In fact, he felt as if he was seeing a long-time childhood friend. It was a nostalgic, bittersweet memory. Back then, he never got the chance to fight against this bear, but now it was all his to play around with as much as he wanted. Liam's figure blurred, and a long sword appeared in his hand, shimmering with its cold metallic sheen. He did not waste any further time, and dashed towards the rampaging bear, meeting it halfway. Slash. 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 He nimbly moved, circling around the bear, and the sword in his hand danced. The weapon trembled with each strike as it only barely managed to scratch the beast. 10. 15. 10. Liam chuckled wryly, looking at the pathetic damage numbers, but how could he complain? This was a field boss. Its defense was just that high, that it prevented him from displaying the full potential of his basic damage, which was at least 400 to 500 if he went all out. Instead, all that registered was only a sorry 10 to 15 damage. The sword he held also wasn't strong enough, and it shivered as it struck the thick hide of the Bear King, chopping off only small portions of its health. This was something Liam had already expected, so he was not too shocked by this outcome. Moreover, he came fully prepared. As his elegant figure flashed around the monster, taking advantage of his agility, which the strong and powerful bear lacked, Bharat finally snapped out of his trance and moved. It took him a few seconds, but the raging growls of the bear woke him up. He quickly moved back. He was a mage, and there was no reason for him to stand so close to the black bear. After that, he hesitated for a couple more seconds, waiting to see if Liam was going to give him any specific instructions, but both the man and the beast had entirely ignored him. So, this is what he meant by don't get in my way. Bharat wiped the sweat off his forehead. I will just do whatever I can. He wasn't disheartened and decided to take this positively as an opportunity. Not that he was planning to kill Steel or anything. At this point, he was merely curious to see how this single person was going to solo this boss. Though he couldn't see the damage numbers floating atop the beast like Liam did, he could still see what damage his own attacks did. So he could somewhat comprehend the effectiveness of Liam's sword attacks. Moreover, The other party hadn't even drawn the beast's blood yet. So he was very eager to watch the show and see what was going to happen. What special and secret technique was he going to use? He peeled his eyes and patiently waited and watched. A couple of seconds passed and then an entire minute passed. However, nothing happened at all. Liam was only calmly slashing and chopping down the huge bear from various angles, removing small chunks of its health each time. He was not really doing anything else. This in itself was very impressive, and he continued to evade all of the beast's attacks with extreme precision. Even a single attack would probably put him out of commission. So the pressure was that much more to accurately move every single time. The beast as well was extremely enraged because of this. It was literally being toyed around by an ant. Bharat narrowed his eyes and tried his best to coordinate with Liam targeting the spots on the. Its reddened eyes glared at the pest angrily, and the beast and the man continued to tango. Bharat as well did his part and continued sending out fireballs and arcane bolts. These were the two skills he managed to acquire. While Fireball was a normal elemental magical attract, the Arcane Bolt was a comparatively rare skill. It involved shooting out concentrated bullets of mana, and it was far more powerful than normal fireballs. Before he met this monster dancing with a sword in front of him, he had actually thought that this was impressive, and he had gotten a lucky start. But now his whole perception was completely broken, and he saw things in a new light. He knew that he needed to work much harder if he wanted to be anywhere near the top. Bear that were already injured. He paid more attention to the battle and did his absolute best. At least this way, he thought that he could amicably part ways with this person and perhaps add him as a friend. He carefully regulated his mana and moved closer and barraged the bear with his attacks. He really wanted to impress Liam. As the fight progressed, he grew more comfortable with it and was able to pay more attention. This helped him increase his rhythm as well, and his attack damage improved a lot. However, the next instant, just as he was about to target another flesh injury, Bharat couldn't help but notice something weird. There were charred marks on the flesh injury. Huh? His eyes widened, and he stopped attacking, now paying more attention to the man rather than the beast. Almost immediately, Bharat became even more shocked. He could instantly tell that something was different. Other players might not necessarily recognize this just yet, but he was a mage, so he could see this. All this time he had thought that Liam was simply grinding down the bear, but now only he realized that he was gravely mistaken. This guy was once again up to something else. Chapter 45. Sometimes there is no shortcut. Damn it, this is taking longer than I thought. Liam moved, slashing down at the bear one more time. His other hand swiftly took out a piece of fruit and popped it into his mouth to recover his stamina. Though his health was not taking a hit, his stamina was dripping like water from a rusty bucket, so he quickly chewed on the fruit while the rest of his body continued moving with ease. However, he still didn't show any signs of stopping or speeding up his attacks. He took his time and only used a certain type of attack, which was a straightforward sword slash. At least that's what it looked like to others. He had other stronger attacks in his arsenal, but weirdly he continued to use only this single attack, despite the amount of time it took. It almost looked like he was stalling for something or simply passing his time wastefully. In reality, Liam was not either of those things. In fact, he was training. If he did this same training somewhere else, the target wouldn't last this long. It would have died in his hands within a second, and the training wouldn't be as effective. But thanks to the bear's strong defense and it being an elite field boss, it became a perfect target for him. Liam did not intend to let this opportunity slip by and trained to the best of his abilities, and as for what he trained, it was nothing fancy. He had no knowledge of any advanced sword techniques. If he had, he wouldn't have died such a pathetic death in the first place. Rather, what he had and what he knew were the basics. And in his previous life, because of his very low, which might as well have been non-existent mana affinity, he wasn't able to practice this particular skill. However, in this life, he was one of the blessed few. Though he was not born with a constitution that could make others envy him, he was surely going to get here very soon. And that meant his mana absorption, mana manipulation, and mana usage would be top-notch at worst. So how could he still not train in this special technique? After all, this was the basis for one of the strongest abilities everyone chased after, and the foundation of one of the most powerful classes, the Battle Mage. Though Liam did not intend on becoming one, he nevertheless wanted to perfect this technique as swordplay was already drilled into his bones. It would only be a waste if he didn't try and combine it with the other thing that could bring out the full potential of the sword. And that was mana. Just like his spirit sword techniques that relied on his inherent spirit and soul strength, there were also arcane sword techniques. These relied on mana. To be more specific, one had to combine the power of mana with the strength of the sword, and Liam was currently practicing this exact same thing. Since he had personally not used this move before, he was also a novice just like the others, so he was struggling a bit, unable to execute it immediately. At the same time, he already knew the basics and also had seen these kinds of moves being used several times, so his progress wasn't too slow either. With every slash of his sword, he was improving tremendously and gaining a lot more experience in this technique. He even managed to almost achieve success a few times, leaving behind charred marks on the gigantic black-furred beast. However, Before he could get any further, the enormous black bear couldn't hold out any longer, and charged towards him with everything it had. Its red eyes further darkened in rage, and it shouted, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Its speed and agility, not to mention strength, all of a sudden increased by leaps and bounds. Liam instantly pulled back. Every boss monster deteriorated into this enraged state when their health was reduced to the last percent, so he treated this part of the fight more carefully and focused on evading. He also used some of his other long-range skills, lightning bolt and fireball. The Bear King was more susceptible to these two elements, and combined with Bharat's attacks, almost the entirety of its thick, black, lustrous fur was burnt down, and its body riddled with several injuries gave out. The rest of Barbar's health was also quickly brought down, and the huge grizzly fell back with a loud thud. Experience points and notifications chimed in one after the other, but Liam clicked his tongue in annoyance. Teesh, Jack, it won't respond for another 10 hours, so no point in staying here. He had to continue his training with another new target. He kicked the bear's body into position, and then brought down his sword to cleanly sever its head in one swift move. Alright, this quest is taken care of. Time to head to the city. Liam tossed the bear's head into his inventory. There were a couple of equipment pieces that had also dropped, which he casually tossed in as well. Chapter 46. World Famous. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed the Bear King Barabara. You have gained 20,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You are the first player to kill the elite Bear King Barabara and save the city from its terror. Your grand achievement will be etched in history. Liam tossed the two notifications aside with a smirk on his face. It has begun now. The very next second a loud ding chimed, and bright letters flashed in front of him, and also the several other players currently engrossed in the same world. Ding. World announcement. Player Chang Liam has successfully killed the elite Bear King Barabara. This achievement is etched in the walls of fame, and his glory will be sung for all eternity. Bharat gasped. He was currently seeing the same thing as everyone else. Being announced on the server within 24 hours of the game starting was something unimaginable for someone like him. And considering that this was the first world announcement, he just dumbly looked at the person, and then back at the flashing bright words. So his name was Liam? Every player currently in the game would have received this message. They would all know his name too. This was a good thing, even an envious achievement, but at the same time, fame always came with jealousy and hatred. Even this single announcement was enough to put him under a spotlight, which would inevitably be accompanied by harassment and ganking. Moreover, observing him so far, this person was definitely a solo player, without any sort of backing. So Bharat wondered how he was going to handle everything by himself. He searched his face for the slightest trace of fear or concern. However, the other party seemed to be rather preoccupied, only barely paying attention to the world announcement. Observation. His was indeed spot on, as Liam already knew this was going to happen. While this video game's, or rather the tutorial mode's, initial purpose seemed to be to prepare everybody for the upcoming changes in the real world, it was far from the truth. While giving a helping hand to the inhabitants of the planet, this simultaneously festered chaos and commotion as well. This was why there was no option to hide one's identity or appearance in the game. The more one stood out, the more the game would be disadvantageous to that person. No one player would be allowed to rise to the top. This was going to happen sooner or later, and Liam had no plans of delaying anything or changing his plans because of this. Otherwise, he would only miss out on a lot of things. In the end, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything that he wanted. So he might as well get this over with right here and now. Liam sighed, and he was already gazing at the next couple of notifications. The night was still young, and he knew that the last of the notifications was not over just yet. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 15. Ding. Congratulations. You are the first person to be recorded on the world leaderboard. Your grand achievement will be etched in history. And just as he finished clearing this notification, another announcement rang loudly. Ding. World announcement. The world leaderboard is now available. Only the deserving, the truly strong and powerful will be recorded on the world leaderboard. Liam did not even bother opening this so-called world leaderboard option in the game screen and checking. He already knew what it would look like. There were 50 spots in total, and currently only his name would be present, occupying the first of the 50 other empty slots, thereby putting another spotlight on him. As if this wasn't enough, killing any of the players on the world leaderboard would fetch special rewards, bonus drops, and generous experience points. Liam flicked all the notifications close as he subconsciously hurried his footsteps. Things were going to get very heated up a lot faster now, but his main goal still remained the same. He lifted his head to calmly gaze at the huge city sprawled in front of him and walked towards it steadily with an unwavering gaze. Bring it on. Bharat saw that he was once again being forgotten and ran behind the guy. Boss, wait for me. Why, do you have more free time? Liam chuckled. Bro, you are famous now, don't you think it's better to have someone by your side to watch your back? Barat tried to strike the iron when it's hot. Hey, yup. You are absolutely correct. But I already have companions. You don't have to worry about that. Boss. Come on. Aren't you planning to form a guild in the future? Also dungeons and raids? I'm sure this game also has something like that. Don't you want more players? You can call me whenever you need help. I have a couple of friends, we can help you out. Barat hadn't expected it, but hearing his words, Liam actually paused in his footsteps. Okay, let's do this. Add me as a friend, and I will call you if I need anything. Chapter grinding time. Barat grinned wildly and quickly sent him a request before the person decided to change his mind. Liam as well fished out his request among the several others that came his way since the world announcements, and accepted it. The two of them then parted ways as Barat did not even have the necessary entrance fee for the city, which was a whopping 50 silver. Liam looked at his figure walking away, and turned to head for the city. He was still undecided about a lot of things, like forming a guild or trying to expand his influence, but it was impossible for him to take care of everything. Even if he had all the knowledge, he still needed some underlings to do some of the menial labor. While trusting another person was always risky, he had some special items already earmarked for this purpose, so accepting a few underlings might not be entirely out of the question. But all of that can wait. First things came first, and he quickly tossed the 50 silvers to the city guard and casually walked in through the huge iron gates. Liam opened his quest menu and verified that the Bear King quest was marked as complete. To get the rewards, he had to meet with the instructor again, but he didn't plan on wasting time by traveling back and forth just for this. The instructor, along with several other big shots, would visit the city in a couple of days when the black market would be open. This was a bi-weekly event and a treasure trove of Easter eggs. And Liam's next target was exactly this. He planned to use this downtime to do some preparations so that when the time came he would easily be able to crack all the eggs. Liam hummed lightly as he looked around at the familiar tall buildings and the stunning architecture, which was heavily based on a conservative European style. He looked relaxed enough, but his speed was much faster than the city crowd, which was almost entirely NPCs at this point. He swung into narrow alleys, climbed on the walls, and reached his destination in a couple of seconds, taking the shortcuts he knew. And when he turned around the next corner, he was in front of the city's auction house, which was several times bigger than the small town's singular building. Very rare and special items were auctioned inside these walls, but it was not time for that just yet. Liam was still only hoarding all the lower tier and mid-tier materials. He walked over to stand closer to the building, leaning on one of the stone walls. Almost immediately, a menu popped up, listing all the currently available items. His gaze flickered, quickly looking over the several herbs that were available, and also for any recipes. It didn't matter what recipe. As long as it was something that he didn't know, he quickly purchased it. There were also a lot of ores and gemstones, but Liam did not bother giving these a glance. After making another bulk purchase of herbs, he stretched out his hands. His job here was done. Next stop is the supply shop. Liam hummed and visited a shop across the street. Good day, sir. The merchant immediately brightened up as if he could smell all the gold Liam had on him. Greetings, I need to purchase some pieces of mining equipment. Make sure to include pickaxes, hammers, shovels, and sturdy gunny bags. I need about 50 sets of this. The merchant's smile widened, as his guess had been correct. Right away, sir. Please let me know if you need anything else. He then scurried away to fulfill the big order. After a few minutes, he returned with all the items, which Liam tossed swiftly into his inventory. That would be 1 gold after the discount, sir. Liam nodded and quickly paid him the amount. He received a small discount because of his title, rolling in debt, but it was nothing significant. He purchased a few more stamina refills, including smaller fruits that he could pop into his mouth at convenience, and left the shop. Liam then walked over to the mining association a couple of blocks away to purchase mining, rights which all players were required to do. This also bestowed the basic mining skill. Ding. Congratulations. You have learned the mining trade skill. Swiping the notification away, he then proceeded to directly walk out of the city. There was also a blacksmithing association right next to the mining association that gave more basic quests and skills for the blacksmithing trade, but he completely ignored it. He continued to walk out of the city and into the surrounding forests. As he was one of the few players in the city, the guard recognized him. Didn't he just enter the city? The 2 guards suspiciously looked at Liam, who was already gone. He would only be returning back to the city in time for the black market. Chapter 48. A little too late. While Liam was completely engrossed in his own world, the 2 world announcements which chimed in, one after the other, created an uproar throughout the game, and all the players within it currently. Somewhere near the royal city, 3 figures dashed around in a huge pit of considerable depth. If one looked closely, these 3 figures were only moving around using the rocks and tree roots protruding from the walls of this pit. They were particularly very careful not to step near the center of the pit, and for good reason. At the depth of the pit laid several chopped-up green snake corpses, and at the dead center was an enormous green boa eyeing the humans with its sinister slit like yellow eyes. Hiss! The boa moved at an incredible speed aiming for the red-haired girl, but before it could strike her, a huge metallic shield was rammed against its head. Ha! Alex grunted, taking the full brunt of the attack. Ray, what the heck? Why are you so slow? Sorry, sis. Ray stuttered and quickly shot 2 arrows one after the other. However, his aim wasn't all that great as he had hastily made the attacks. The boa managed to recover and struck again, this time first spewing a cloud of deadly poisonous gas. Alex jutted out her shield again. Her movements were visibly slowed down because of the paralyzing effect of the poison. Damn it, Ray, the damn thing is almost dead. Why are you screwing up now? Fuck. Ray was more scared of the woman than the realistic anaconda-sized serpent. He quickly prepared to shoot the next arrow, this time activating the booster effect for extra strength and precision. The arrow zoomed across, slicing through the air. Fortunately for Ray, his aim this time was accurate. However, unfortunately for him, the boa moved at the last second, dodging the attack with its superb agility. The beast raised its head again to attack the paralyzed tank. Ah, fuck, I am so screwed today. Ray cursed under his breath. The beast they were up against was actually a field boss with an irritating regeneration ability. If they don't finish it within the next couple of seconds, then the fight was basically going to be reset, and they would have to fight with it all over again. And of course, he was going to be blamed for it. Alex is going to kill me, Ray shivered. He watched the giant boa as a green light enveloped its body, slowly covering all its injuries and bruises. However, just as the light was spread, another flash of light appeared, and the boa's head was cleanly severed. Divine retribution. Mia's voice rang out calmly. Ding! Congratulations. You have killed the giant poisonous boa. You have gained 13,000 experience points, ding. You have leveled up, ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 15, ding. Congratulations. Your fame spreads far and wide. You are currently at the 15th position on the world leaderboard. Alex smiled contentedly at the fruits of their hard work and collapsed on the ground tiredly. Huff huff. Thanks, Mia. You timed it really well. She paused and threw a threatening glance at Ray before adding, I would have killed someone if I had to restart this stupid fight from the beginning. Ray took a step back and dug around the corpse for loot, pretending as if he hadn't heard her, though his shaky hand showed that he was very nervous. But Alex did not let him be. She threw her shield at him and muttered in annoyance. Why were you so distracted? Ray was speechless. Did you both not see the world announcements? He looked at both his scary party members. Alex and Mia shook their heads. Unlike you, we actually turned the notifications off during the fight like a sane person would do. Alex scoffed. Ray chose to ignore that remark and shamelessly replied with a smile. Hee hee. You will be shocked. Check it fast. My big brother unlocked the leaderboard and killed a field boss. He got side-wide announcements for both. Blay, useless. That guy won't even talk to you properly, and yet you are calling him big brother. You are such an idiot. Alex scolded him while gazing at the 2 back-to-back announcements. Though there could potentially be other people with the same name, they had no doubt that this was the same person with whom they had partied. If only we had killed this thing sooner, we could have gotten that announcement. Damn it. I can't believe that asshole beat us to it by just a few minutes. Alex gnashed her teeth in anger, mentally imagining pummeling the guy with a hateful smile on his face. Mia, however, remained silent, as if it had nothing to do with her. She bent down and took the skill book which had dropped from their field boss kill. Ray, here, this skill book is yours. Oh, nice. Tame skill finally. Sweet. He kissed the skill book and gave out a fist pump. Let's go. I need a cool pet now. So you decided to become a beast hunter. Alex frowned. Yes, of course. Liam advised me to stick to the training hall class recommendations, and I am going to do it. He proudly declared. Idiot. Alex kicked his shin, making the guy yelp in pain. She then ignored him and started discussing with Mia. Shall we log out? We need to at least get some sleep. Tomorrow is a big day. On hearing her words, Mia's usual calm and composed expression slightly faltered, and she nodded. The 2 of them then logged out while Ray decided to stay back and explore a bit by himself. Chapter 49, no matter what it took. In one of the tall high-rise buildings on the streets of New York, 2 women walked out of a boardroom into the elevator. One had long curly blonde hair while the other was a redhead. Mia, are you all right? Alex gently patted her. It hurt to see her best friend in so much pain. Mia lightly nodded with a bitter smile. They are trying to take advantage of me because of my age, aren't they? Alex sighed. Fucking selfish assholes, if Uncle and Aunt were alive. But they are not alive anymore, Alex. Mia cut her short. Alex didn't say anything after that as the 2 of them walked in silence for a long time. When they reached the gates of the tall building, Mia silently waved her hand for a cab. Mia, just come home with me. I don't want you to stay alone. Alex caught her hand and insisted. No? I need some time and space to think. I will call you tomorrow. Seeing the worried look on her friend's face, she added with a sad smile. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. Her words didn't comfort Alex even one bit, but she forced a smile and waved her hand as the cab took away. She in fact did not plan to leave her alone. I will wait for a couple of hours and then go visit her with dinner. Alex took out her phone and scrolled through her emails as she flagged for another cab. The past few weeks had unexpectedly changed all of their lives. Mia's parents died in an accident, leaving her as the sole successor for all of their properties and shares. In the beginning, no one noticed anything as they were overcome with grief, but the business partner and Mia's parents, close friend Walter, backstabbed the young girl while she was at her lowest point. He made the shares crash further, which were already low because of the unexpected accident of the CEO, Mia's father. And now, in the name of a hostile takeover, he was trying to swallow the whole company by joining hands with their competitor. Unless Mia somehow managed to gather a lot of financial support in a small time, it was extremely impossible for her to stop this. But how could a young girl gather that much support? That too, she had barely stepped into her undergraduate college and knew very little about business. Irrespective of her intellectual capabilities, she was still far from managing this storm without any help. Alex knew that Mia was ready to do anything and sell everything that they owned. This company was her father's big dream. He had worked hard to bring himself here, so she didn't want to lose that as well in the same year she lost her father. Alex also didn't want to see that happen, but unlike Mia, she wasn't that rich. She had a healthy trust fund, but the two of them were in different categories. If she gave her everything she owned, it wouldn't even make a dent in the number that she needed. She was also completely helpless, but she didn't want to desert her friend and her sister when she needed help the most. She wanted to do something. Alex sighed and got out of the cab, reaching back to her apartment. Several thoughts swirled in her mind as she walked in absent-mindedly. Alex, did you see this? This game is totally blowing up. Do you know how many players have already joined? And it has only been a day since the game launched? This is crazy insane. This is totally going to be the next big thing. Ray shouted in excitement, his eyes still glued to the esports news channel. However, his cheerful mood, the person slouching on the couch next to him said and did nothing, as she blankly stared at the television. Is this really growing so much? She muttered in a daze. Yes. Do you even know what is the gold-to-dollar ratio now? Alex shook her head, a few strands of her red hair falling on the side. Our names on the leaderboard are already gone. People are grinding day and night, and Ray continued excitedly chatting about the new developments both in-game and outside the game, but the woman was clearly no longer paying any attention to him. She had zoned out completely with several thoughts running in her mind. Several popular video games had come and gone. They all typically had a high game currency to real-world currency exchange rate, but this inevitably dropped in a few months. So even though this new game was shrouded in mystery, and no one knew what exactly was happening, this hype as well probably wouldn't last long. But still, if she was a gambler, she would surely bet on the hype at least lasting for a year. This gave Alex several ideas. If she perhaps could somehow become extremely powerful and strong in a short period of time, then maybe, just maybe she could gather all the resources they need to keep the company afloat and stop the hostile takeover. So while Mia was busy dealing with all the company-related issues, she could potentially help her out by gaining resources in this manner. And by some chance, if the game somehow managed to last longer, then their company could even gain a lot by being an official sponsor of the in-game guild or esports team. The possibilities were truly limitless. All in all, this was a wonderful opportunity. Sure, she could probably work hard on some other route and achieve the same result, but the fastest, high-risk, high-reward route was this one. And call it intuition or gut feeling. For some reason, she knew that this was the way to go. Something told her that she needed to follow her instincts and invest more time and effort into this game. Alex closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Now that she had made this decision, her brain already started calculating what she needed to do to achieve her goals. How could she possibly rise head and shoulders above the herd of professional gamers and skilled players? She took a few deep breaths and thought about it from different angles, but no matter how hard she racked her brain, only a single person's image flashed in front of her again and again, and the obvious shortcut stared right at her face. If she could somehow use him, Alex gritted her teeth. She was determined to take things as far as it was needed. She was going to put everything on the line, so how could she hesitate about something like? After all, it was just a game, right? Just how realistic could it be? Something like that couldn't possibly matter as long as it didn't happen in real life. She bit her lips and turned to look at her brother, who was back to watching the news. Do you still have that jerk on your friend list? Chapter 50, meet me at the inn. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Loud sounds echoed from within an empty mine in the depths of the forests. A single man was standing amidst several scattered corpses of green-skinned goblins. However, he paid no heed to these corpses. He simply stepped on them and continued hitting the mining pick monotonously on the node of metallic ore in front of him. Seconds passed. Minutes passed. Hours passed. And yet the young man's actions did not change at all. Targeting the 3 different nodes in front of him, he kept mining one after the other without taking a single break. And weirdly, the ores he was mining were nothing special. They were just common iron ores. In between this, One or two goblins also attacked him every now and then, respawning directly at the spot where he was standing. But it took the young man merely seconds to cleanly finish them, and then he was back to monotonously mining the nodes. Ding. 50 experience points gained. Ding. 50 experience points gained. Liam cleared the notifications, kicking aside the last two goblins. He didn't bother to pick up this loot, which was mainly loincloth and rusty weapons, so the bodies remained longer than usual on the ground. Just as he once again began mining, another notification popped up. Ding? Incoming call from Ray. Do you wish to answer? YN. Liam didn't pause his movements and continued working on the node. Nevertheless, he muttered. Yes. Hi bro, congrats on the server announcements. You are awesome. Ray's cheerful voice rang, and Liam shook his head helplessly. Thanks. Anything else? Alright. I will get to the point. Alex wants to meet with you. Can you tell me your location, please? Huh? Why? Liam was surprised. He was sure that the woman hated his guts considering the way she had treated him all throughout their dungeon run. So this is weird, but you won't tell me. She says that she will only talk to you. Liam paused for a moment, only the clanging sounds resounding in the silence. Fine. Her to call me then. Ask. Alright, thanks bro. Tell me when you are free so we can party again. Bye. A beep sounded, and Ray ended the call quickly as if he was afraid that he would be blocked if he continued disturbing him. A couple of seconds later, Liam checked the friend requests, and among the hundreds that he had received, he saw Alex's name in the most recent request. Accept, he muttered, and the next second the call arrived. Hello? Is this Liam? A hesitant voice came through. Who else would it be? Alex ignored the condescending remark and pressed on. Where are you? I want to meet you in person right now. Not possible. The immediate blunt reply came out. What? Why? Considering the way men usually treated her, she half expected him to fawn over her as soon as he heard her voice, and that she wanted to meet him. But this turn of events surprised her. Because I am in the middle of something, Liam indifferently replied. The other side suddenly became silent, and he shrugged and continued his work. A few more seconds of silence ensued, and he was about to end the call when Alex quickly asked again. Then when will you be free? I will wait. This is urgent, and it will be worth your while. Can we meet? There was a sense of urgency in her voice that piqued Liam's interest. Besides, he was not going to lose much by talking to her for a few seconds. All right. We can meet tomorrow. I will be in Leka City. We can meet up at the local inn around noon. Okay, thanks. You will not regret this. Alex felt relieved and quickly cut the call, but she only realized what had happened after everything was over. She had thanked him, and she had also blurted out that he wouldn't regret it. How humiliating. She was furious. What happened, Alex? Are you all right? What did Liam say? What did you ask him? Ray walked over to her and asked as he was extremely curious. He also didn't know why his sister had suddenly decided to be serious about this game. Nothing. I have something to do. I will be back later. Alex turned around to hide her face and hurriedly threw out some vague words. She then quickly ran out of there, leaving behind the very confused guy. Well, whatever the quest was, we could have done it together. Why is she running away like this? The guy scratched his head in confusion. Because of the leaderboard, there was a sudden hype about leveling faster, so Ray quickly forgot about Alex and focused on what he was doing. Meanwhile, Liam as well continued busily mining. His schedule was fully packed for the next 24 hours, and he didn't think about anything else. Ding. Your mining skill proficiency has increased to intermediate level. Normally, it was hard to increase mining skill proficiency just by mining skill proficient. But Liam had already sunk more than 24 hours of game time into this, and he wasn't planning on stopping for the next 24 hours as well. After all, unlike others, his main concern was neither bringing his level up on the leaderboard nor amassing any sort of wealth. Those things were only going to become irrelevant in the future, would still accompany him. Liam grinned in excitement. Tomorrow was extremely crucial, and all his future plans heavily relied on it, and if he somehow managed to become successful, then he would have taken the second step forward. Chapter 51, Quest Completion and Next Quest. As time ticked by, the next 24 hours passed just like that in the blink of an eye. Liam did not log out and continued slogging for the entire duration. In about 48 hours, he managed to personally mine 100 stacks of 100 iron ores, making the total count a whopping 10,000 iron ores. However, because of this, he had fallen behind all the top players, and more players were pouring into the game just because of the sheer mystery enshrouding it. As Liam paid the guards the entrance fees, and walked through the gates of the city, it was completely crowded with numerous level 15 to level 20 players. These were still low as some of the names on the leaderboard had reached as high as level. I wonder if guilds are already up and running. Liam hummed and crossed the street, stepping into one of the back alleys. Since there were no quest givers here, there weren't too many players, but there were still many NPCs roaming around. Liam knew that this would eventually change when the news about the black market spreads, but before that he wanted to reap all the rewards. He weaved through the crowd and went inside the bustling street with various vendors. Most of them had just a simple stall, as if they were prepared to leave at any given moment. Exotic meat hawkers, rare herb sellers, black witches selling potions, several unique sights filled this narrow alley. Liam glanced at everything calmly before arriving in front of a specific old man. This person had his weight on a blanket sprawled on the ground, and yet several big shots stood in front of him. "Ah, young man, good to see you again." The training hall instructor, who was also standing there, surprising the few players loitering near them. This was the first time they were seeing an NPC taking the initiative to talk to a player, and that too like they were addressing each other as if they were close friends. "Greetings, senior." Liam bowed and then took out the item from his inventory. The bear's head was still dripping blood as he handed it over to the startled man. For a moment, the man stood speechless, staring at the corpse of the beast that had ruined his future. He looked at the severed head, and then at Liam in disbelief. You killed him!" Liam simply nodded his head, saying nothing. However, his mannerisms were extremely respectful. Thank you so much, young man. I am forever indebted to you." The instructor emotions. Wiped his tears away, and then patted Liam with his face full of complicated. At the same time, Liam received a string of notifications as well. Ding. Quest Kill the Bear King Barabra and bring its head to the training ground instructor has been completed. Ding. 10,000 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. You have leveled up. The reward for the unique quest was indeed generous. The experience points for the quest were almost comparable to the experience points he had gained after solo killing the field boss. Leveling was not Liam's top priority, but to reach certain parts of the continent, and especially certain kingdoms required a high enough level, so he was quite happily surprised. But what he most looked forward to was the next part. Liam waited patiently, giving the instructor a chance to absorb everything and for his emotions to settle down. After a few seconds of silence, the man sighed and once again began talking. "If only I had had the strength to do this back then. Alas, now it's too late. It's too late for everything." The instructor repeatedly sighed. Liam smiled inwardly as he could tell that this was his cue. "Is there anything I could do to help you, senior? Please tell me what happened. You can count on this younger brother." His usual cold indifferent temperament had disappeared altogether, leaving behind only a look of warm concern on his face. The instructor looked very touched, and he patted Liam lovingly, shaking his head. "No, Liam, please forget about this. I'm only telling you to forget about this because I consider you to be my younger brother." Liam gave a bitter smile and continued playing his role. "Brother, don't say that. Even if it costs me my life, I want to help you. Please let me share your burden." The man let out a long sigh and then looked down at the ground, opening his mouth reluctantly. All right. Since you are insisting, I will tell you this, but I suggest that you stay as far away from this as possible. This is extremely dangerous and beyond your capabilities. I know that you are a very capable young man, so you shouldn't ruin your future by listening to this fool's words." Liam attentively nodded, not taking his eyes away from the man. I haven't completely given up yet." The instructor clenched his fists. "Because my foundation was irreparably crushed, I have been staying at the training hall all these years as a mere instructor. But I haven't given up yet." Chapter 52, Hands Covered in Calluses. The instructor looked at Liam resolutely and continued. "At the far south of the Gresh Kingdom there is a small town, and the lord of the town is a disciple of an ancient medicine master. I have heard rumors that this master knows how to cure one's body and can even save someone crippled like me. But this is all the information that I have managed to collect so far. The journey to the southern part of the kingdom is extremely perilous, as the lands are mostly dense forests, and those territories belong to savage beasts, and also equally savage men. My only wish is to one day visit this village and find out if what I heard was indeed true. Maybe even someone as useless as me could again start over." Liam's eyes immediately twinkled. There it was, and the very next second the notifications chimed in. Ding, Unique Chain Quest Part B activated. Ding, quest cannot be refused. Ding. Ding, quest cannot be in the cure for crippled meridians. Liam read the quest thoroughly and scratched his chin. This was actually not the quest that he was expecting. The real quest that he was after was regarding an invaluable elixir recipe that would perfect someone's body to 100%, bestowing an ideal constitution that even heavens would envy. However, it looked like Liam was not yet at that point. This was to be expected as he only barely knew the chain quest details. After all, he was a mere slave in his last life, so how could he possibly be privy to the specifics? But just judging from how things were going, he could tell that either the next quest in the chain or the quest after it should give him his desired results. So all he could do now was patiently keep digging at this chain quest. Even if the end result was not what he expected, unique quests were still head and shoulders above the rest of the quests, and there would most definitely be one or the other pot of gold at the end. If it was not the elixir recipe, then perhaps it would be something related to soul cleansing or soul strengthening. Liam knew better than to doubt the usefulness of a unique quest, so he quickly accepted it with a smile. This brother will put his life on the line and obtain the cure for you, senior. He bowed. Sigh, all right. Be careful and always remember to take care of yourself first. My life is already over anyway. The instructor mumbled and walked away, as if he was no longer in the mood for the black market. And seeing his leave, Liam's expression returned back to normal. What a dramatic guy! He chuckled and focused on the next task at hand. He walked back to the stall of the old man and bent down to talk to him. Sir, how much is this? What about this? He randomly started picking out items and asking for their price. The old man initially looked annoyed as no one dared to ask him any of the prices directly. All the wares in his shops were rare items that could not be obtained anywhere. So when Liam started touching things without any concern, he became angry. He was about to swat his hand away when the old man's expression subtly changed. He stared at Liam's hands that were covered in calluses. These were the hands of a hard. He no longer seemed to be annoyed and eyed Liam up and down. Working man. The young man in front of him was wearing simple clothes and was drenched in sweat from top to bottom. The distinct smell of raw mineral ores wafted from him. The old man's expression immediately softened and rubbed his long thin beard. Don't dirty my wares, kid. Ah, sorry, elder. Liam quickly backed away, putting on a humble appearance. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to offend you. Can I give some iron ore as compensation too? The elder, I have nothing else with me. Liam was reciting words from his memory as best as he could. In his previous life, these were mere coincidences that players had discovered by accident. But now he was carefully orchestrating each and every single thing. And unlike before at the training hall, this time he wasn't grabbing the fate of a person who had wronged him in the past. This was someone who was completely unrelated to him, but he didn't care. If it meant that he had to step on and steal 100 people's fate, he would still do it. In the end, this was simply a cruel fight for survival, and he had no other choice but to use the single weapon in his arsenal, which was knowledge. Knowledge about the future and the chaos that was about to descend. Chapter 53, Hidden Class Quest. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to offend you. Can I give some iron ore as compensation to the elder? I have nothing else with me. Liam humbly muttered. Hearing his earnest words, the old man's face warmed up further. He truly had a soft spot for underdogs and people with the worst luck, whom even the heavens had given upon. Hey, lad. He looked at Liam with his piercing blue eyes. His old age and frailty had suddenly vanished. Only the aura of an expert remained. Do you wish to become stronger? Ah? Liam revealed a surprised expression. You look like someone who is not afraid of hard work and getting your hands dirty with the stink of metals. The old man smiled. Do you want to pursue an ancient craft that can bestow a tremendous amount of power and strength upon you? Ding. Hidden class quest activated. Ding. Quest learn to smith and achieve mastery in the craft of making weapons. Ding. Reward the unknown elder's trust and respect. Ding. Do you wish to accept the quest? Hey? Liam chuckled inwardly. Though the reward looked completely useless, how could it be so simple? It was a hidden class quest after all. What was not mentioned in the description was that this reward would be further augmented based on the speed with which it was completed. The race was about to begin. I accept. Liam quickly bowed and then ran away from the stall with urgency. Ha ha, what a hard-working young man. The elder laughed and went back to talking to some of the other customers. On the other end, Liam had already slowed down. He knew that he didn't have to rush too much. He still had 72 hours to get this done. And more importantly, he had other things to accomplish as the black market closed in a couple of hours. Liam circled the place, and once again arrived at another stall. This one was slightly more crowded than the previous shop, with several players haggling with excitement. It was a sort of gambling den and a hunter's pet shop. Surprisingly, a familiar face was also standing, and she gasped as soon as she caught Liam's silhouette. Alex was here trying to see if she could get Ray some good pets when she unexpectedly saw the person heavily weighing on her mind. You told me that you would only be here at noon. Alex hurriedly started blurting out words in a panic. She was still very nervous and apprehensive about the whole thing. What are you talking about? I only said I would meet you at noon. I didn't say anything about being here before that, did I? Liam did not spare her a glance and quickly walked over to the shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman with a big mole on her face. Welcome, she greeted Liam, and then her face brightened up seeing Liam's face up close. Welcome, Mr. Handsome. Do you want to make any purchases today? Look at all these eggs. They could have anything inside them. Even mighty dragons and powerful phoenixes. Want to try your luck? Liam looked at all the eggs of various shapes and sizes orderly arranged next to each other. Every single one had different patterns and shapes on the shell which made them look very mysterious. The people who had gathered around were trying to guess what beast might be inside, just based on these patterns and the shape and color of the eggs. Liam chuckled. Sure, he had heard some people getting lucky by purchasing eggs in this shop, but mostly it was a scam. And just like several other things, these in-game pets would also become irrelevant, which was why he hadn't even bothered to use the tame skill until now. That didn't mean he wasn't interested in pets as a whole. In fact, he was very much interested. To be more specific, he was interested in 2 particular rare pets, the likes of which would surely be unavailable here. Thank you. Before Liam could finish his statement, Alex quickly butted in and spoke before him, interrupting their conversation. Hello, wait a second. I will be buying all the eggs here. Immediately, the crowd surrounding them became chaotic, as several other people had their eyes on some eggs, and they were only hesitating because the price of each egg was 1 gold. However, to someone like Alex, this amount was nothing. So she didn't even think twice before randomly buying all of these on a whim. As soon as she saw Liam here, the wheels in her brain had already begun to spin. He was clearly here to do something, and she was sure that it was related to the eggs laid out in front of them. Perhaps one of these eggs had a powerful beast companion. Yes! That was definitely the case. Why else would he be here? Alex's eyes twinkled and she wanted to beat him to the punch. She quickly exchanged the gold before Liam could do any tricks and placed all the eggs carefully in her inventory slots. With her arms crossed in front of her chest, she then turned to look at Liam with confidence and a smug smile. I bet now you would have time to talk to me, right? Liam, on the other hand, was trying his best to control his laughter. No, I am still busy. What a childish woman! He shook his head, ignoring her furious eyes and heaving chests, and continued talking with the shopkeeper. Congratulations, madam. You have sold all your wares so fast today. Would you perhaps have some spare time to take a look at something for me? Alex, who was still standing beside him, obviously heard this, and she froze in shock. What the fuck? This guy wasn't here to buy anything? She felt as if she had been slapped hard and looked at him with a ridiculous expression, her mouth wide open. Chapter 54, I Will Decline. Liam took out the egg from his inventory space and handed it to the shopkeeper, who had a big smile plastered on her face. Anything for you, handsome. However, her eyes that were still glued to Liam, and looking at him with twinkles, suddenly shifted to the medium-sized egg on her hand. Her look as well turned serious as she began to examine the egg in detail. It was a white, colored egg that was devoid of any specific patterns or marks, and it was pristinely clean, almost giving a feeling that nothing could taint it. Where did you get this? Alex, who was rolling her eyes at the woman's blatant fawning over Liam, also became silent and listened in on the conversation intently. She now understood that this was why he had come here, and not to buy the eggs that had been on display. Sure, it was embarrassing, but she was not in a position to care about these small things. She quickly put that aside and focused on the thing that was happening right in front of her. I just found it inside a cave. Liam answered politely with a smile. Handsome, this egg, can you sell it to me? I will give you 50 gold. This was the same amount which Alex had just paid her for her big purchase, and she opened her mouth in surprise. The egg which the hateful guy had was so valuable? She simply couldn't believe it. Why the heck was he stumbling and falling on all the good things? This was ridiculous. Both Alex and the shopkeeper were looking at Liam as if they wanted to swallow him alive, and Liam cleared his throat. I must apologize. I am not planning to sell this egg. The shopkeeper's expression once again changed, but Liam was not yet done talking. I was wondering if madam could help me inspect this egg. I heard that you are the best when it comes to beast eggs, so please take a look at this for me. He flashed another smile, which made him look all the more charming, and the woman immediately started blushing. Sure, I can do that for you, handsome. She once again went back to flirting with him, just like that. Liam sighed in relief, and he waited patiently. After a couple of seconds, a screen flashed in front of him with a string of details. Ding. Beast name, ding. Beast type, spirit, ding. Beast attribute, fire, ding. Beast quality, rare. Liam gazed at the details, and for a second was completely shocked and speechless. Even with all of his knowledge about the game, he still had not expected a spirit-type egg to fall into his hands this early. In his previous life, some players managed to get their hands on this type. They were not too outstanding as the growth of these pets was slow, and they required a lot of resources. But when the trial stage ended, suddenly they all came out on top as it was revealed that only spirit-type pets and soul-type pets could be carried with one from this tutorial phase to the real apocalyptic world. Anything that was not a part of one's spirit or soul was basically just a mirage, just like these NPCs. This was also why Liam hadn't bothered to use the tame skill. He was sure that there was some sort of madness to the method, just like with mana usage and control, but he didn't want to spread himself too thin by focusing on everything at once. But since he had this egg, and he was already here, he decided to get this inspected, and it turned out to be an unexpected windfall. It looked like everything was nudging him towards something, and this time even fate was on his side. Liam grinned. His plans changed a little, but not too much. Young man, I must remind you, these types of eggs are very difficult to hatch. Even if you hatch them, they might still not amount to much. I would still be honored to take it off your hands. How about I offer you 1,000 gold for the egg? Hee. I can even give you some information. I recently heard rumors about a legendary beast pet. Ding, new quest available. Visit the royal city and meet with the innkeeper. Ding, quest difficulty, S grade. Ding, do you accept this quest? YN. Grade quest, huh? Ha ha ha. Sorry, madam, I think I will decline. Our paths are different. I hope you can find someone else to help you. Liam politely bowed and took the egg back from the woman's hands. Ah, that is such a pity. The shopkeeper looked very disappointed and quickly ignored him, tending to her other customers. And since Liam had already gotten what he wanted, he didn't linger there any longer and started walking away. Alex looked at his figure disappearing in the crowd, and she hurried behind him so as not to lose sight of him. Hey, wait a second. Liam walked out of the black market zone to the Blacksmiths Association that he had previously ignored. Alex followed him there and watched him as he spoke with a person on the counter and learned the basic smithing skill. So this guy is just learning a bunch of trade skills without leveling. But then why did he hunt that field boss down? I can't understand his plans at all. Alex looked at the time and it was almost noon. So she stepped forward and reminded him. So can we talk now? It's noon. Yup, follow me. Liam walked to one of the small workspaces located in the courtyard of the building, where a lot of players, at least those who were interested in learning blacksmithing, were practicing their skills. Here? Alex gulped as she looked around, but the other party had already started setting up his bench. Chapter 55, Golden Opportunity. Alex could tell that the hateful person was not going to make any special concessions for her, so she fidgeted with her fingers and began talking, her voice barely a whisper. That thing you told Mia, I am ready. This was the best that she could speak out despite stealing her nerves. Come on, at least now he should show more interest. She bit her lips in frustration and looked at the guy, and for a moment, just as she expected, his expression did falter. What are you talking about? Liam was genuinely surprised and decided to confirm it. When this woman spoke to him over the phone, he had assumed that it was something about a field boss or a dungeon. He hadn't expected this. He had an inkling that they were going to face a terrible fate in the future, so he had mentioned a way out that would be beneficial to him as well, but he didn't expect things to move so fast. In fact, he hadn't expected them to even think about this until much later, when they became absolutely desperate without any other course of action. But she was already here. You know what I am talking about? Alex chewed her lips out. She already knew how this was going to go happen, but she had no other choice, except to put up with this hateful guy's attitude. Liam scratched his head, engrossed in his thoughts. He had thought that everything started after the trial phase ended, but could there be something going on now? Looking at him hesitate, Alex became impatient. What? I also have an S-grade affinity. Am I not good enough? Liam sighed, silently lifting the anvil and placing it on the workspace. It was not that he didn't pity the woman in front of him. As someone who had once been desperate for even the smallest of a chance to change his own fate, he empathized with her, but everything was just beginning. So he didn't have the luxury to help a random stranger. When things turned for the worse, the people that he helped today might turn on him. This was his second chance, and his only chance. He couldn't just risk it all for nothing. Liam remained silent for a while, and then took out the other item he had purchased from the black market. He handed it over to Alex. This is a binding contract of sorts. You are right. I can indeed make you stronger, much stronger, but before that you would have to sign this. Think about this and come back when you are ready. Huh? What is this? Alex sighed in relief as she scanned the parchment of paper which had some words inscribed on it. She didn't really care much about the contract. She assumed that it was perhaps a gold or cash or property contract. If it was reasonable, she had no problem agreeing to it. Whatever this is, I am Phi. Wait a second. It took a minute for her to read and understand the words as they had been written in a weird calligraphy style. Hey, what is this? Alex looked up in shock. I am supposed to do everything you tell me. I am not supposed to harm you, act against you, or even have the intention of harming you. This is ridiculous. And how can this bloody game even implement these things? I mean, this is just basically a slave contract. Are you kidding me? Are you purposefully trying to humiliate me? I only came here so that we can both get mutual benefits. You were the one who suggested this in the first place, remember? Liam heard her words, but he continued to remain calm and took out some of the iron ores he had. He stacked them neatly on the table. Though it was not written clearly on the contract with dedicated labels, Alex wasn't wrong. He had indeed given her a slave contract. So he coolly explained it to her again, at least as much as he could. My intention is not to humiliate you, it is the opposite. This is an opportunity that perhaps you wouldn't get again. So take it with you and think about it. You don't have to accept it or reject it right now. Take as much time as you want. Your life might depend on it. Alex silently listened, not knowing what to respond. On one hand, this was extremely humiliating. On the other hand, the person in front of her was saying words with so much confidence that she couldn't simply ignore them as random nonsense. Dazed for a second, but then shook her head, letting out a deep breath. What opportunity? Why would her life depend on it? Wasn't this all just random nonsense? The pervert just probably wanted to do some role-playing as slave and master. Fuck this. Why did I even think he would help me in this first place? She was hesitant about this from the beginning, and now this settled things. She looked at the man in front of her, tossing the oars one after the other into the smelting fire. He was just doing his own thing, completely ignoring her. Damn it. What was I thinking? I don't need anyone's help. Especially this person's help. She let out a deep breath and turned around, leaving the contract parchment behind. She had almost walked out when Liam's voice once again sounded. I will be busy these next few days. Do not contact me again to do some sort of negotiation. This is it. These are my terms. I will not change my mind. And if you still bother me, then you will only be forcing my hand to cut ties with the three of you completely. The woman, who was already bubbling with rage, clenched her fists, wanting to throw something at the bastard, but she continued walking out. Now is not the time. I need to think about Mia first. But one day or the other I will surely teach this guy a lesson. Chapter 56, Quick and Dirty. As his hands worked furiously, Liam had already forgotten all about the unexpected visitor and focused on the flames beside him. He watched the stacks of iron ore melting and forming a sort of lump together, and then melting altogether. He quickly removed this molten ore and poured it over a sand clay mold of a simple sword. Giving the ore only a couple of seconds to take the shape of the mold, he quickly retrieved the raw, unrefined sword and doused it in cold water. He then once again placed the sword in the furnace and reheated the metal, after which he placed it on the anvil. Hey, I never thought that I would be doing this again. Liam chuckled. He almost lovingly looked at the piece of weapon and started hammering it. Though it was not immediately obvious, this step was the most crucial in crafting a weapon. The more a weapon was hammered, the more powerful it became. Though Liam had simply planned to forge a bunch of mediocre weapons to increase his skill proficiency rapidly, once he started the process, he completely forgot about everything. He hammered the simple iron sword again and again, as if it was a priceless treasure. And when the metal had cooled down, he heated it again in the furnace and hammered it over and over. His entire body was drenched in sweat from top to bottom, and the grains in the sword were becoming finer and finer. However, Liam continued hammering away without showing any signs of stopping. He had been running constantly ever since he had received this miraculous second chance. But now that his mind was centered and steady, the familiar rhythm brought in all the memories of the past and flooded him. Dang, Liam grunted loudly without realizing, and vented all his frustrations by using the hammer in his hand. Dang, dang, dang. Sparks flew everywhere, and the hammering sounds echoed in the crowded Smithing Association workspace. A few players already had their eyes on him, as he had been talking to an extremely beautiful woman a while ago, and there were very few women in the game, to begin with. Now, he was also making exaggerated loud noises, as if he was performing a Herculean task, which was quite annoying. Liam, however, was in his own world, and ignored the dirty looks that were being given to him. He struck the sword in front of him, his every hit landing with utmost care and precision. An entire hour passed by in this manner, followed by another couple of hours, and then another when finally a system prompt appeared in front of him, snapping him out of his trance. Ding. Forging successfully completed. Ding. Overkill iron sword. Ding. Rating uncommon. Ding. Special effect. When the target is at the last 5% of health, attack damage is doubled. Ding. Your forging skill proficiency has increased to trainee level. Ding. You have obtained the title Perfectionist. Perfectionist. When the title is equipped, crafting success rates increase by 5%. Liam dropped the hammer in his hand and collapsed on the floor tiredly. He had almost used up the entirety of his stamina, and he hadn't even realized it. Since it was just common iron ore, he was able to finish the sword. If it had been any other type of ore, or even a more complex mixture of multiple common ores, then he would have sure collapsed before the weapon was completely made. Ha ha, he breathed slowly, closing his eyes. There is still a long way to go. He only opened his eyes again after taking a couple of minutes to center himself again and checked out the notifications. Huh? Overkill iron sword? What the heck is this? Liam was perplexed. His gaze shifted to read the rest of the description of the equipment, and he became even more shocked. The sword even had a special effect that was unheard of for common-grade weapons, and only common-grade weapons could be manufactured from iron ores. How the hell did I manage to forge a common ore into an uncommon sword? He glanced at the name again, and his face darkened on seeing how apt the name was. Damn it. I ended up wasting quite a bit of time on this, didn't I? Liam smiled wryly. He had indeed gotten carried away. Oh, I even got a title? Not bad. The title did not mention forging, trade skill specifically, so it mostly applied to all trade skills. He nodded in approval and then moved on. It was a good thing, but once again, just like everything else, this was also only temporary. When the trial phase ended, everyone would be stripped clean of their titles and in-game status. So at the end of the day, it was merely another tool to achieve his goals. Letting out a deep breath, Liam stood up and took the sword in his hand. Well, time to get more serious. For getting the best rewards from the hidden quest, he needed to achieve a master proficiency in smithing. He was quite confident in achieving intermediate proficiency, which was the next step after his current trainee proficiency. but when it came to the master level, there were a few issues. However, these were nothing that couldn't be solved by throwing money at them. So he wasn't all that worried. Liam quickly began to work again, this time paying attention to his speed and efficiency rather than the quality of the forging. This was the fastest way to level, quick and dirty. He threw in another batch of iron ore and cleaned a station while the ore was being melted. He then used another common sword mold and poured it in like he was pouring water on the soil, without any care. This time he restricted to simply hammering a couple of dozen times, and once again repeated the process 3 times before sharpening the edges and finishing the weapon. Ding. Forging successfully completed. Ding. Crude iron sword. Ding. Rating, common. Liam glanced at the sword once. It looked lackluster, as if it was a piece of old equipment. Hey, now this is what I expected. 1 done, 100 more to go. He tossed it aside and indifferently started the next one. Chapter 57. Why are you in such a hurry? Yolohy City was the trade hub of the Gresh Kingdom, and as such, the place was bustling with a huge crowd at every corner. Several players were swarming the area for interesting quests and golden opportunities that could help them crack the game and take a step further than their counterparts. However, even in this busy crowd, the Blacksmiths Association definitely stood out. Weapons were integral to most games, and it was a fair guess to give importance to them. When 2 players were at similar levels, and had similar skills with similar attributes, the one thing that could distinguish them both was a weapon, especially the custom-made ones which most games offer towards the endgame, or higher levels. This was why a majority of the players had already learned blacksmithing and were currently gathered at the Blacksmith Association hunting for quests, recipes, and trying to level up the skill. All the NPCs in the association were also completely drowned in this mob, everyone competing with each other just to have a conversation with them. But amidst this chaos, in a dull and isolated corner of the courtyard, a single person was monotonously crafting one sword after another, while others were dancing on thorns to get everything right and do every single step to absolute perfection so that the product doesn't fail and the raw materials don't get wasted. This person looked like he couldn't care less. Liam did not stop at all. He was working like a machine. His experienced hands tossed one finished product after another in a pile, and he simply kept going on without showing any signs of tiredness or mental exhaustion. Several people noticed him, but everyone was busy with their own progress to pay attention to the lunatic who was wasting iron ores. From the manner in which he was tossing the swords on the ground, they could only assume that all of his forgings had failed, giving ruined products. Hey, look there. Don't be that guy. I think you should spend more time melting the ore thoroughly. I heard it improves the quality and can even give a boost to attack power. That guy's products are probably failing because he is not hammering the raw weapon longer. No, he is barely even doing tempering. Even though Liam wasn't doing anything extraordinary, his sheer concentration, focus, and monotonous perseverance attracted a lot of attention. But luckily for him, after taking a look, no one paid him any further attention. His actions and forging technique were just that bad. It looked like he was only doing the bare minimum of what was necessary, and sometimes not even that. Besides, everyone was engrossed in their own training, so no one bothered him and went back to doing their own thing. However, there was an exception to this. The Blacksmiths Association was a tower-shaped structure, and on the 20th floor, a pair of eyes continued keenly observing Liam. This pair of wrinkled eyes belonged to an old man. He was calmly sipping on his tea in silence, his face not betraying emotions. However, he noticed even the smallest of Liam's actions. No one knew what was going on in his mind. As to why he was amused by the young man whom others had ignored was also a mystery. Shall I call him over, master? A person standing next to him bowed respectfully and asked, for which the old man simply raised his hand, waving him away. But the next second, his figure disappeared and appeared near Liam. As the next batch of iron ores sizzled in the hot flames of the furnace, his voice sounded aloud. May I take a look at this sword? Liam almost dropped the clay mold he was holding in his hand in surprise. He had completely failed to notice the presence of someone else near him. What happened? But he let out a deep breath and quickly recovered. After all, he was paying his full attention to forging, so he probably did not notice. He didn't think too much about it, and looked at the NPC standing in front of him. The old man was clearly trying to strike up a conversation with him, and he seemed like an NPC. Though NPCs and players were almost indistinguishable, it was still easy to differentiate between both, especially at the beginning. This should be an NPC from the association. Yes, senior. Liam quickly passed on the sword that the old man was pointing to, and then continued focusing on his forging. He already had the quest that he absolutely wanted, so he didn't bother fawning over the man for another quest. In fact, he hoped that the guy would leave soon, so that he wouldn't be disturbed by a horde of rowdy, eager players swarming at the place where he was forging. The old man, however, did not share any of Liam's concerns. He leisurely ran his fingers over the piece of weapon that was merely common grade. His eyes glinted as if he was analyzing every grain in the sword that lacked any sort of special properties, and when he was done, his gaze surprisingly shifted to Liam himself. Ho ho! Almost immediately, a subtle flicker of surprise appeared in his face which quickly faded away. Lad, why are you in such a hurry? The old man calmly asked. Liam was once again taken aback. If the person was criticizing his technique, he would have said something like, why are you not doing this, and why are you not doing that? He could have commented about any of the forging steps as Liam was madly rushing through everything, but to ask why was he in a hurry, as if he could tell exactly what he was capable of. No. I'm overthinking this. Liam shook his head. He put his thoughts away and gave a generic reply, still continuing to hammer his next weapon. Ah, sorry, Elder. I'm still a trainee. My techniques are not that good. Please forgive my incompetence. I hope that I have not offended you. Chapter 58, I will come find you. While talking to NPCs, it was always best to show humility and respect, so Liam as well followed this blindly. He might not need any quest from the guy, but he didn't want to randomly decrease his favorability, especially with someone from the Blacksmith Association. So he ignored the actual question and gave a generic reply while not stopping what he was doing. The Elder, however, did not seem to want to let him off that easily. Not that good, huh? Then I wonder just how you managed to craft this one here. Hee. Among the dozens of iron swords scattered around, he reached his hand and pulled out the very first sword which Liam had crafted to perfection. Liam was once again surprised. What was going on here? As far as he knew, there were only 5 hidden quests and 2 unique quests in the entirety of the Gresh Kingdom. So this person in front of him possibly couldn't be someone important, and yet his instincts were telling him otherwise. Based on their conversation so far, Liam could already tell that the man was not as simple as he looked. It is very kind of you to take a look at my sword and my crude forging technique. He bowed and immediately got to the point. If possible, may I please repay this kindness in some manner? Ho ho, of course you can, but there is no rush for that right now. I will come to find you when the time is right. Liam didn't even get a chance to question the vague answer, as the old man had already started walking away from him back to the Blacksmith Association Tower building. What the heck? Liam was confused. Even though he was a reincarnate, and had a lot of knowledge about the game, he was not exactly omnipotent. There were surely more tricks in the tutorial that he was probably not aware of. But if he ran behind every trick in the game, and tried to accomplish everything, then that would only end in failure. There wasn't too much time left for the things that he wanted to accomplish. He did not want to waste this precious little time on vague hints that might or might not amount to anything. Liam quickly put his thoughts away and continued grinding his forging skill. However, in the midst of these confusing thoughts, he completely failed to notice something. Though the Elder walked among the sea of players crowding around the other smithing Association NPCs, no one in particular seemed to approach him. It almost seemed as if no one realized that he was even present among them. Unaware of this, Liam continued forging the remainder of the swords for the next few hours, fully emptying out his supply of iron ore chunks. And just as he was done forging the last sword, the notification that he was expecting rang loudly. Ding. Forging successfully completed. Ding. Crude iron sword. Ding. Rating, common. Ding. Your forging skill proficiency has increased to intermediate level. Alright, now comes the difficult part. Liam wiped the sweat off of his forehead, and then proceeded to toss a couple of fruits in his mouth. Munching the berries, he walked out of the association towards the Yolohy City auction house. Enough time had passed by now, so Liam was sure that more raw materials had been put up for auction, especially because of the high in-game gold versus real money trading ratio at the moment. Bigger groups of players might still try to hoard the materials and not sell them, but the temptation was more than enough for individual players. And just as he had expected, several stacks of tin ores, bronze ores, copper ores, and iron ores were available. There was even a stack of striped iron ore available. Liam did not hesitate and quickly purchased whatever was available. Several players had greedily put up sky-high prices, but he didn't care about that. Purchased a rough amount of what he thought he needed and then some more extra, just to be safe. Ding. Congratulations. Tin ore X500 have been purchased. Ding, congratulations. Bronze ore X500 have been purchased. Copper ore X500 have been purchased. Congratulations. Iron ore X500. Ding. Congratulations. Striped iron ore X20 have been purchased. The last one was the most expensive raw material, as the seller had put it up for 1 gold apiece, which was almost 10 times its worth, even if calculated generously. But Liam quickly purchased this one, as well as he ran through the several recipes in his mind. This should be enough, he silently muttered, and then walked back towards the Blacksmith Association. This time he didn't return to the courtyard, and instead booked one of the expensive smithing rooms at the reception. He paid the 5 gold coins charge and booked the high-grade smithing room for a surplus amount of time. There was nothing too special about the room, but there was a variety of molds available, plus the hammer quality was rare. This was Liam's target, as forging uncommon grade equipment would be a lot easier and faster with a higher grade forging hammer. Also, after what happened, he decided to buy himself some privacy. Just iron ores might not attract attention, but if he took out an entire array of ores and herbs, there would once again be unwanted people gathering around him. Liam did not particularly care about this, but for the current period, he absolutely wanted to make sure that he wasn't disturbed. This was crucial in order for him to complete the quest within the best possible duration, as this time simply speed alone won't be sufficient. He took a deep breath, and once again started throwing stacks of ores into the burning furnace that slowly melted on touching the fire. Chapter 59, Mana Forging. 2 copper bars, 2 tin bars, 1 iron bar, and lastly 1 bronze bar. Liam added all the required ores in the respective ratio, and while they melted, he also added a few stalks of stone flour. Sparks flew as the herb quickly mixed in with the molten ore mixture, and the crimson color of the flour and the leaves spread quickly, making the entire mixture blood red. Took this molten mixture and poured it into the mold of a sword. He then doused in cold water and once again heated it before beginning to rhythmically hammer. In spite of the fact that it was borrowed and only for forging, he was still excited to be holding a rare grade hammer weapon in his hands. He could vividly hear his heart pounding in his chest. Just like his mind, his blood as well was coursing wildly through his veins. Dang, dang, dang. Crisp sounds echoed inside the private crafting room. As Liam continued to pummel down the ore into submission, his movement suddenly slowed down and he paused. In his previous life, when he had first started playing the game, he had selected blacksmithing as his main occupation. And the recipe he was currently working on was a fairly common one. So he had already crafted this particular sword before. At that time, he had suffered a lot because of his pathetic starting attributes. Moreover, he only started playing the game later when it was already a huge thing, so he was severely lagging behind. This was one of the reasons why he fell so quickly when things took a turn for the worse, and in the end, he even became someone else's slave. However, in this life, he had something that he previously did not have, and that was the ability to use mana. Liam's gaze flickered over the setup in front of him, and the rare grade hammer in his hands. It doesn't matter if I fail, I will give it a try. He took a deep breath, and this time he was more focused than before, if that was even possible. His hands once again started to rhythmically pound the raw weapon on the anvil, but now each stroke had a little more to it. Just like how he had tried to incorporate mana into his sword slashes while he was fighting with the Bear King, Liam tried incorporating mana into his hammer strikes as well. This was not something new. White grade, common grade, and uncommon grade be crafted. Only weapons could using normal methods. Anything higher than that required special raw materials and, more importantly, special techniques. Even the rare grade hammer he was currently holding was probably crafted using such special techniques. And one of those techniques was to infuse mana when forging the weapon. Liam commanded the few strands of mana swirling in his body to gather around his arms, and it enveloped the hammer as well. Dang, dang, dang. The sounds this time were even louder as heavier strikes landed on the sword on the anvil. Oh? After trying it out a few more times, Liam's eyes widened in surprise. This suddenly felt easier and more plausible than he had previously assumed it to be. While fighting with the Bear King, he had to focus on a million things and predict its attack trajectory, so he was only able to practice so much. But now, he didn't have a knife hanging over his neck. He could focus more concentratedly. He was able to control and regulate the flow of mana more, at his own pace, hammering it into the weapon so that it becomes a part of the grains of the metal. He knew that doing this would probably help him push the grade of his forging even to the next level, but that was only secondary to Liam. Learning how to control and manipulate mana was his main goal. Even if he used every single shortcut he knew, he would never be able to attain the strength and power that was required to change his fate without this one thing. But if he could just achieve control over mana, then all his future steps would become a lot easier. Liam grinned as his muscles pulsed with every move he made. What he was doing was extremely taxing and not to mention mentally exhausting. However, he kept going. He had yearned for this very exact ability countless times, and now it was a reality, so he was not planning on letting something like exhaustion stop him. This was the first shackle that had imprisoned him in his last life, and now that he knew how to, he wanted to shatter it completely. Once and for all. Dang, dang, dang. The metal trembled, but it held on as more and more mana was packed into it, tempering it from inside out. Slowly but steadily everything was falling into place, and almost after an hour the completion notification popped up. Ding. Forging successfully completed. Ding. Crimson sword. Ding. Rating uncommon. Heh. Liam chuckled, picking up the sword and examining it. It had a bright silver appearance with a red sheen on it, as if it had just now drawn blood. He swung it around, and the metal had perfect balance. It was like an extension of his hand. No doubt this was definitely better than the sword he was currently using. Even if he sold it, it would fetch him at least 20 silver coins. Not bad. He tossed the sword aside casually, just like how he had tossed the previous common-grade weapons. This was good, but it was still not enough. If he had been truly successful, then the grade would have increased further, and this would have been a piece of rare-grade equipment. It looked like he still had a long way to go. But he did not care about that. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and continued repeating this same forging process again and again and again. Chapter quest complete. As he was engrossed in the forging process, time quickly went by, and soon Liam had forged more than a dozen swords, and when he finished the last weapon, he finally completed the quest requirements as well. Ding. Forging successfully completed. Ding. Crimson sword. Ding. Rating uncommon. Ding. Your forging skill proficiency has increased to master level. Liam flicked away the notifications absent-mindedly. This was good, but he still wasn't able to achieve the proficiency he desired in mana control. Clang. He tossed the finished sword along with the piled-up weapons that had a crimson sheen. He then put away all of them in his inventory and walked out of the crafting room and out of the Blacksmith Association. He only had to reach the master forging level within the first 72 hours. The time at which he submitted the actual quest did not come into account. Besides, even if he wanted to submit it now, he wouldn't be able to submit the quest until the black market event starts again. So without bothering to do anything else, Liam simply walked out onto the streets of the city and exchanged a portion of his gold coins for currency. He then swiftly logged out. He had ended up spending a lot more time than he originally intended to, and it was noon the next day. He knew that his sister was capable of taking care of herself, but he did not want to be irresponsible and leave her alone for hours together. Luckily, 48 hours in the game equaled 24 hours in the real world, so he hadn't screwed up too bad. Liam's vision darkened before he once again regained his consciousness and opened the game capsule. As soon as he lifted the exit, two big anxious eyes greeted him. "Brother, you were gone for so long. Are you all right?" "Ah, did something happen?" He chuckled and patted the little girl who was probably the only one who cared about him in the entire world. "Sorry to make you worry, Mei. I am all right. I just became a little late." "Did you eat your meals properly? Did you do some exercise?" Nodding her head, the little girl gave him a quick hug and then ran away to heat up a plate full of food for him. "Brother, you eat first. You skip so many meals." "Yes, madam." Liam pinched her cheeks and obediently sat down to eat some food. "So what do you want to do today?" he playfully asked her. "Ah, I don't want to do anything. Please sleep and take some rest." Mei looked flustered and quickly rejected the generous offer. Was her brother suddenly not human? He had played games all day, and he looked so fresh and energetic instead of looking like a zombie. "What? You don't have anything that you want to do?" Liam chuckled. "I have something in mind, though. Can you guess what?" he teased her lovingly. "Ah, I'm so confused. Why are you messing with me?" "Ha ha ha. All right. It looks like you forgot already. Did I not tell you? We are moving to a new place today. Why don't you change your clothes and then we can leave?" "Ah, for real? Brother, are you serious?" Mei stood up in shock and surprise. She couldn't believe his words at all. Of course she remembered this, but she assumed that he was simply saying things to make her feel better. She didn't want to bring it up and ruin the good mood. And now... A few minutes later, the brother and sister pair got ready and walked out of their small, cramped apartment. "Brother, this apartment is just fine. Do we really have to move?" Mei turned to look at their small rented place, and then at her brother's lonely back as she ran to catch up with him. She didn't want him to overwork himself and ruin his health just for the sake of a little extra comfort. Ho ho. "So what you are saying is that you don't want your own room. You will miss me too much. What a crybaby." Liam chuckled. "Ah, no way, I'm not a crybaby." The little girl found herself tongue-tied. She nudged him with her elbow and continued to walk with a pouty face. I am joking. I know Mei is a strong girl." The two siblings chatted and walked along enjoying the nice day outside. Liam bought her a few snacks on the way, and then they took the public transport to reach another part of the city that was completely different from the one they were living in. The streets were clean, the buildings were new and sparkling, and only high-end shops were present on either side of the road. Just from looking at the scenery, one could tell that only the rich and elite could possibly live here. "Brother? Why did we get down here?" Meelan got nervous just by walking on the streets. Everyone was looking at them and giving them weird, judgmental glances. It was clear that they did not belong here. "Brother, let's go back." The girl clung tightly to Liam's arm as if she was afraid. Liam sighed and gently patted her. He never wanted to see her afraid again. "No need to be afraid. We are almost there." He had already looked up a place for the both of them. It was a cozy apartment in a newly built apartment complex and had many of the features that he was looking for. Not to mention the high security that came along with living here. He wouldn't have to worry about the safety of his sister when things started to get tricky. This would be their house for now, and later on it would become their base. Liam clenched his fist at the thought of their future. He was anxious about it, but at the same time he was also excited. After all, everything was going to be different this time around. As the brother and sister pair chatted with each other and turned around the corner, unexpectedly a few familiar faces came in front of them. Eh? Isn't this our missing punching bag? Chapter 61. We are his friends. Liam instantly grabbed his sister and moved back a few paces as fast as he could. He didn't have to look up to see who was talking. He already knew who it was. He was neither a stranger to that voice nor to these friendly faces, but to run into them here? He quickly looked around and saw that there was a small alley to his right, just beside the apartment complex they were about to enter to take a look. He grabbed Milan's hand and ran over there. Of course, there was a burst of loud laughter, and the group of young men followed him in excitement. Hee. If I see trash on the road as a responsible person, I need to deal with it. The short and the fat one at the front dropped his empty soda can on the floor and kicked it, aiming for Liam's head. However, it missed him and hit the wall behind him, or rather Liam dodged it. It banged on the wall and fell down on the ground, making a loud clanking noise, scaring Milan, making the young girl shriek. "Ha ha, would you look at that? Punching bag has a girlfriend. Whoa, what a beauty. Yes, you are right. If you ignore the shabby clothes, then her figure is not bad and her face is not bad too." Milan trembled on seeing the group of thug-like people walk over and surround them. They were also talking weird things and behaving very rudely. "Brother?" She clutched Liam's hands tightly in fear. "Oh, brother? Now it makes sense. Ha ha ha. How could this trash have a girlfriend? Ha ha ha. Hello, little girl. Why don't you come here? I will buy for you whatever you want. In return, you just have to give me a kiss. What do you think about this deal? Not bad, right? Ha ha ha. Stop it, dude. She is too young. Hey, punching bag, do you have another sister by any chance? Preferably one with bigger boobs. This one seems too flat for my taste. Ha ha ha." All those countless times she had helped him clean up his wounds. Milan trembled even more as the men in front of her kept on saying weird things. "Brother." She looked up to see Liam, unusually quiet. However, as soon as she did, she froze and let his hand go. For some reason, the man beside her terrified her more than the thug standing in front of them. Ha ha ha. Did you look at that? His own sister thinks that this bitch is useless. Ha ha ha. You have got a good head on, kid. Why don't you run along and wait for your brother at home? He is going to play with us for a bit and only then come back. Hee. Don't worry. We're just going to help him with homework. He missed school these couple of days, right? Hey, if you don't want to go, then feel free to stay back. Hee, we can teach you about some things. Milan was not a frail young girl. Having somewhat recovered from her initial shock, she was able to look at everything more closely. Especially when the thugs talked about school, she instantly understood that these were the people who had been beating and bullying her elder brother all this time. All her fear immediately disappeared, and she gritted her teeth angrily, bending down to pick up a stone from the ground. However, before she could throw it, a hand grabbed hers and took the stone away from her, throwing it in her stead. And as for the target of the stone, it was not one of the bullies. It was rather a car parked on the street by the alley. Crash! The force with which the stone was thrown was enough to trigger the loud alarm, and immediately the car started making an ungodly blaring noise, attracting everyone's attention. And since it was the middle of the day, a few people quickly walked over to that side. Fuck! Let's just leave. Milan dumbfoundedly watched as the people who had cornered them disappeared just like that. Brother, you. She looked up at her brother again, and this time the scary expression on his face was long gone. Sorry, are you alright? Liam gently smiled. They seemed to have disappeared. Shall we check out our apartment? Milan dumbly nodded, and the two of them stepped out of the small alley and went into the apartment complex. She still turned around to see if those people were following them, but it looked like they were really gone. Only after the gate of the apartment complex closed behind them, she sighed in relief. Things could have gotten really worse, but her brother had acted in the nick of time, and diffusely. But there was one thing that she still did not understand. If he had not taken them both into the alley, then this wouldn't have happened. And also, the look on his face. She had never seen her brother look so angry. Why are you blanking out? We are here. Liam's voice snapped her out of her thoughts, and the young girl looked ahead to see a nice spacious living room in front of her. Wow, so big! She gulped and walked in. Too many things were happening, and the young girl found herself at a loss for words. Liam leaned against the door and patiently waited for his sister to take a tour. He also gave her some time to catch her breath. Milan walked around and took a look, but she also peeked at her brother every once in a while. Unlike her, whose heart was still pounding crazily, he seemed very calm and relaxed. In fact, he was just like that for the entire time, as if they had just not been nearly assaulted by the bunch of bullies who had been terrorizing him for the major part of his life. The young girl really could not make heads or tails of what was happening. Chapter, did you sell your kidney? An hour later, Milan had already taken multiple tours of the apartment, but when she looked over at her brother, he still seemed to be standing at the same spot, doing something with his phone. She did not understand what they were still doing here. Brother, shall we leave? It's getting dark outside. Leave where? Liam looked confused. The little girl was about to say something when loud footsteps echoed near the door, and a group of 3 men stepped out of the elevator, carrying what looked like newly packaged boxes. Chang Liam? Yes, that's me. One of the men took out a bill of sorts and handed it over to Liam, who took a step away from the door, allowing the 3 men to enter the apartment and keep the packages inside. Come here, Mei. Don't stand in the way. Okay, but brother? Liam pulled the girl aside, and then the 2 of them stood outside the apartment in the hallway, while the 3 men made several trips up and down and placed a bunch of boxes inside. Malin stared at everything wide-eyed. She had absolutely no idea what was going on, and she finally couldn't stand the suspense anymore, and blurted out. Brother, what is all this? Whose things are these? Ah ha ha ha. Doofus, are you zoning out or what? It's obviously our things. How can we live here without any furniture? Liam flicked the girl's face as her eyes widened further, and she stared back at him anxiously. After a minute, her eyes even reddened, and the little girl started sobbing. Hey, what happened now? Are you crying about that thing earlier? Liam asked worriedly. No, woo, brother, can you please tell me the truth? Okay, Liam patted her. The little girl looked up with tears clinging to her lashes and asked sincerely, Did you sell your kidney? Say what? Liam did not know how to respond and ended up laughing. This is what you were worried about. He clutched his stomach and laughed hard. You idiot, I didn't sell anything. If you keep asking me things like this, I'm going to sell you. He pinched her cheeks and wiped her tears away. Don't cry, okay? Milan nodded obediently in a daze, and looking at her blank face, Liam explained a little with patience. I am making good money playing the game, so you don't have to worry about anything for now. In the future, things will be even better, and we can live a peaceful life. I will make sure of that, okay? Trust your brother. Though Milan nodded her head, she still couldn't help but worry about the person in front of her. Was he working himself to death just to give them both these unnecessary comforts? Brother, then, can I also play the game? I will be able to help too. She quickly exclaimed. Ha ha ha, yes, that is the plan. Give me 1 month and then we can both play the game together and make lots of money. Sounds good? Milan did not expect her brother to agree with her so readily, so she was instantly overjoyed. She her head. You already said it, you can't change your mind later. Nodded hurriedly? Ha ha ha. I won't. Don't worry. The 2 continued chatting while the men inside assembled everything and almost set up the entire apartment for use. Since all of this created quite a bit of ruckus, the neighboring apartment door opened, and its occupant stepped outside to take a look. Liam turned in his place. Liam turned around to see a young woman, probably in her 20s, munching on a bag of chips and looking at them. She was wearing a pair of high-waisted shorts and a small shirt, which did not do a good job of covering any of her curves properly. Her long black hair hung loosely in curls and she looked very beautiful like a model. But surprisingly, she also wore a pleasant smile on her face, revealing small dimples which made her seem like a polite and friendly person. Liam did not want his sister to feel lonely, especially when he was going to be gaming full-time the next few days, so he decided to put effort and make proper introductions. Hello, I am Liam, and this is my sister Milan. Nice to meet you. Following his actions, the Mei did the same thing. The woman also smiled. The neighbors, please take care of us. The woman also smiled and looked somewhat surprised. I am Shen Yu. Nice to meet you too. You guys are so polite. Where are you from? Are your parents inside? It's just us. Haha. Milan replied. Hey, you are living alone with your brother? Liam had already moved away and started doing something with his phone, leaving the 2 girls to talk and become acquainted. He took care of all the necessities for the new place, settled the balance amount for their old apartment, and lastly got the gaming capsule moved over. He had also ordered another gaming capsule for his sister that was delivered promptly. End of the day, almost all the work was done, and food arrived as well. He invited by the new neighbor over, even though he was unsure if the person would be offended. However, Shen Yu was more than happy to join them. She even praised Liam, looking around the apartment. Not bad. Your taste in interior decorating is not bad. He, on the other hand, simply nodded as he didn't know what to say. He had just casually ordered whatever had the best review. The 3 sat down and ate dinner at the dining table, making small conversations. Well, it was mostly the 2 girls chatting and Liam silently wolfing down his portion. He also did not linger longer than necessary. He quickly finished eating and washed up. Chapter 63. I am here to issue a job. Mei, you both have fun. I will be inside. Lock the door properly before sleeping. The little girl nodded, while Shen Yu switched on the TV and was fiddling with the remote. All right, I will see you both later then. Liam smiled and went inside his room, closing the door behind him. Mei, what is your brother doing? Shen Yu asked curiously. He is a professional gamer, sis. There was a proud smile on the girl's little. "Oh, is he playing that new game everyone is talking about? I'm also going to try it soon. Apparently it is very realistic and we can have cute animals as pets." "Have you also played the game? How is it? Do you like it?" Milan shook her head. "Haha, I don't know. I might play it next month." The two continued chatting for a bit, after which Shen Yu left, and Milan locked the door just as her brother had instructed her. The apartment was a 3-bedroom apartment, so she had her own space now, and the young girl had a face full of smiles as she looked around her new room. Everything was brand new and shiny, and there was a soft bed, dressing table, study table, and also a desktop computer. Brother bought all of these?" She gulped nervously. A couple of minutes later, a determined look appeared on her face, and she quickly switched on the computer to learn everything that she could about the new game. She didn't know if she was going to be any good at it, but she wanted to do her best to help out her brother who was carrying all the burden by himself. Meanwhile, inside Liam's room, the gentle and loving smile he had worn on his face all this while had completely disappeared, leaving behind only an unmasked look of anger and coldness. He silently opened the capsule and stepped into the game world once again, finding himself in the midst of a crowded street. Several players had entered the city, and it was now much livelier than before. This was only going to worsen in the coming few days, as Yolohy City was one of the key places in the Gresh Kingdom. Liam, however, did not care about the crowd. He in fact preferred it. His figure did not stand out in the crowd, and he inconspicuously walked over to a bridge that connected the two halves of the city. But instead of walking over the bridge, he went under it, and opened a door which led to somewhere dark. This was one of the entrances to the underground sewage network of the city, and at least on the surface, it looked completely abandoned. There were a few rats that scurried over to Liam from some corner, which he quickly finished off with a swing of his sword. He kept walking deeper and deeper until he reached a particular place where there was another door. Liam did not hesitate, and he opened this door as well. Surprisingly, this time there was no dark tunnel or a bleak atmosphere, rather bright. Disorienting lights flashed like that of a nightclub, and loud boisterous noises spilled outside. Liam calmly stepped in and closed the door behind him. This was the infamous, notorious underbelly of the trade capital of the kingdom. Purely a den of thieves, mongrels, and criminals. Even the safety of the city, which applied everywhere, preventing any players from getting attacked or injured, did not exist here. There were a lot of hawkers selling suspicious items. Women of the night, pickpockets, drunkards, and gamblers littered around everywhere. A couple of brawls were taking place here and there. Even the air inside was nauseatingly intoxicating, as if it was filled with drugs. Liam kept his head down and weaved through the crowded place, making sure not to engage anyone. He only stopped when he reached a fat, disgustingly dressed drag queen. "Hey, handsome, do you want to go for a ride? Only 1 gold for an hour. He he he." The man playfully flashed his plunging neckline, making a supposedly seductive pose. However, Liam's face was still emotionless and indifferent, as if he was untouched by the depravity surrounding him. "I am here to issue a job." "Ooh, such a pity. I would have loved to ride a handsome guy like you. Right this way, darling." He lifted up a curtain on the left, and Liam entered a small tent-like space. Weirdly, inside the tent, there was no one present. However, Liam fished out a couple of gold coins and placed them on the empty table, along with a piece of paper. "I need information on the whereabouts of these people." After which, without looking back, he exited the tent and walked out of the raging underbelly, back onto the sewer networks, and then out from under the bridge. He was back above the ground, in the main city again. Liam silently walked over to a shop, filled up on all of his essentials, and proceeded to walk out of the gates of the city. And just as he was about to leave, a prompt notification chimed in with a list of names and places. Already? Not bad. As reliable as always. Liam's lips finally curled into a smile. Time to take out the trash. Originally, Liam had not planned to deal with this particular issue this soon, but even he didn't have the discipline to remain calm after what happened earlier today. He would have taken care of them, right then and there, back in that small alley. It didn't matter that they had the advantage in numbers. He could have still turned every single one of them into lifeless dolls, but he did not. It took him every ounce of control he had to not do that, and unnecessarily complicate his future and his sister's future. But that was his limit. Now in the game, there was no need for him to hold back anymore. He really did not have that much patience or self-control. Chapter 64, Settling Some Debts. Dude, this is an amazing quest. Oof, I can't wait to get the rewards. Yeah, brother. Your luck in this game is simply amazing. I think we should be the first one to land a chain quest. I don't think anyone else had triggered anything like this before. I am psyched. I am getting goosebumps. 5 young men were standing in a group and fighting with plagued wolves, beasts that were affected by some sort of disease. Their skills weren't too bad, and their group formation as well was good. 2 of them tanked all the incoming attacks, 1 person healed, and the remaining 2 were damage dealers. Surprisingly, These 5 people were the same 5 bullies that always stuck together, and had been making Liam's life a living hell ever since middle school. In his previous time around, these people were also one of the main reasons why he was forced to live as a slave, and his sister suffered a miserable ending. Liam owed a lot of debt to a lot of people, and he did not intend to pay it all back this early, but these people went out of their way to remind him about it. So who was he to refuse their wishes? Unbeknownst to the 5 guys who were stalking a huge plagued ape, there was another predator stalking them at the moment. Liam waited patiently. He wanted to savor this. A couple of seconds later, the tank provoked the giant ape using his majestic roar, and the ape started running towards the group. 00000, and the ant. Ooh, and... A volley of attacks swiftly landed on the beast. Though the 2 tanks struggled a little to hold the animal's enraged punches, heavy damage numbers floated on the ape's head, and before long, its health almost bottomed out. 00000. Ah! One of them imitated the ape, and grinned wildly, as he was about to land the last hit. This was the leader of the bullies, Lu Senlin. He dashed ahead and swung his hammer when unexpectedly a bolt of lightning landed, and before he could attack, the ape already fell down on the ground, dead and lifeless. What the fuck? Who attacked it? Lu Senlin turned around and shouted like a lunatic. Bro, none of us made any moves, one person answered. Yes, bro. No one did anything. Also, even if we did, we would have gotten the experience points because we are all in the same party. Another one pointed out the obvious. Lu Senlin's eyes widened in realization. That was right. This couldn't have been done by any of his underlings. Him getting the last hit in had always been merely a sign of respect. So who the heck stole their kill? Was there someone else here? Hiding in stealth, perhaps. All of them turned around and looked here and there, but the place was ominously quiet. Not even the leaves in the tree moved. Everyone was confused and remained silent, but their misfortune was not yet over. A smoke bomb landed in the middle of the 5 players. Thick white smoke started pouring out. What the fuck is happening now? Gao, use wind blades or something. However, the person named Gao did not respond, and the next instant, a party notification sounded. Ding, a member of your party has died. Hey, heal me. Heal me. Someone else shouted, and a second later, another notification chimed in. Ding. A member of your party has died. Ding. A member of your party has died. Ding. A member of your party has died. Lu Senlin wanted to tear out his hair. He looked around in a haze like an idiot, having absolutely no idea of what was happening. One by one, all his group members were dropping like flies. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Wasn't everything going smoothly? What is wrong? Just what the fuck is... Ding. You have died. Just as Lu Senlin's body fell down, the smoke cleared as well, revealing 5 dead bodies on the forest ground and a bunch of scattered equipments. Of course, there was another person as well, the person who was responsible for everything. Liam did not know whether to laugh or cry. The smoke grenade's effect was only for 10 seconds, and within that time, all 5 had been easily attacked and killed. He did not even have to break a sweat in order to kill the group of people who had made his entire life miserable. How pathetic! Regret and anger filled his heart. If only he had stood up to them. If only he had been a bit better, then probably everything wouldn't have turned out the way it had. He let out a sigh and casually bent to pick up the drops. There was no point in thinking about the past anymore. His figure then blurred, and he channeled his mana to his feet to increase his speed, and then moved to the big cemetery nearby. This was the nearest grave, and it was located near the neighboring village. This was also where Lu Senlin and his gang had obtained their quest, and this was also going to become their permanent graveyard. As the dead bodies littered on the ground became dust and dispersed into the air, the 5 of them promptly spawned at the village graveyard. And just as they spawned, guys, what exactly? Ah, fuck. Again. Lu Senlin did not even get a chance to look at the enemy's face when the notifications poured in all over again. Ding. A member of your party has died. 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 Ding. You have died. 5 dead bodies fell on the ground, one after the other, and a couple of seconds later, they disappeared, leaving behind only a couple of items. This time Lu Senlin was more aware that something suspicious was going on, so he opened his status screen to log out as soon as his consciousness returned. Chapter 65. Even death cannot save you. In the Evolution Online game, graveyards did not have any immunity, and players could be killed just as they respawned. And they also could not log out until they summoned their status screen after they respawned and selected the logout option. So technically, if one managed to attack a person before they could log out, they can infinitely keep killing their target as long as they wanted, or rather as long as the other person's soul was still existent. This only came to be known later in the game, and by then graveyard massacres had become a common occurrence. This single loophole made all kinds of stealth skills highly valuable, as that was one of the ways players could escape from the potential graveyard massacre. However, the current players had no idea about these things, especially the 5 fumbling young men who were getting slaughtered right now mercilessly. Liam had no intention of holding back. It was inevitable that the strong trampled on the weak. The difference was that this time he was the stronger one. So why would he hold back? The people whom he was killing over and over had never shown him that same kindness. The world was never fair to begin with, and this game and the apocalypse that ensued only made this worse. The dice have already been rolled, and this was just the beginning. Lu Senlin and the rest of the group wailed inwardly as they began to experience torture that they had never even dreamt of before in their wildest nightmares. The game's realistic feature made this 100 times worse. How painful was a small cut on a finger? And how painful would the same cut be if it was aimed at a person's throat and ended their life? By now, Liam's identity was no longer a mystery to them. Their dead, lifeless eyes stared at the death god in front of them every single time they were killed and brought back to life. They hadn't recognized him yet, as his features were somewhat different in game compared to real life. But they could tell that they had seen him somewhere before, even if they couldn't exactly pinpoint him. Liam also did not put any effort into hiding his face. Today was their last day. What was even the point of hiding anything? Only a small blissful smile hung on his face as he continued slashing his sword without batting an eyelid. Every time the 5 bullies spawned, his hand moved with perfect coordination and cut them down. All their equipments fell down one after the other, and after the first 20 times, their levels were also brought down to 0. Lu Senlin and the others were at the end of their wits. They had just started playing the game and hadn't really offended anyone, so they didn't have the slightest idea of why this was happening to them. By the time they saw that they had again become level 0 characters, some of them were secretly overjoyed. At least now, this insane torture was going to stop. However, unfortunately for them, Liam was not a kind person. His target was never their level. He also did not intend to simply cripple them. He altogether wanted to erase their existence. The 5 naked bodies hoped and prayed that the god of death had departed, but when they respawned again, /ding. A member of your party has died. Ding. 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 You have died. Fuck. Lu Senlin writhed in misery. He hated that he was the party leader as he received all the extra notifications, which made it even more painful. Weren't they already bankrupt, naked, and at level 0? What more did this person want? Just who the heck did they offend to bring this inhumane torture onto themselves? Out of nowhere, for no reason, a familiar face crossed Lu Senlin's mind, but he put that thought away as he knew that it couldn't possibly be that loser. But now that he had considered it, a slight doubt arose in the depth of his heart, that too if he squinted his eyes, the person in front of him was somewhat similar. So maybe. But how could that loser possibly be so strong? He was just a fucking spineless worm. He did not have time to think about it anymore, as once again another round of torture descended upon them. And to add to their already maxed out misery, another thing started to happen. After they reached level 0, losing all their experience points, skill proficiency, and stat points, something felt weird. Every time they died now, there was first a burst of terrible stinging pain that accompanied the death. But after this, a dull pain echoed even in the fraction of a second, where they were supposed to feel peace before they respawned and died all over again. And this only became worse. Little by little, this dull pain became a throbbing head-splitting ache that seemed to spread all over the body without having a particular point of origin. It hurt so badly that it felt like their brain was being squeezed and juiced. Every single sense or rational thought their minds possessed disappeared, and they were about to lose it completely. And eventually, the 5 people altogether disappeared. Meanwhile, Liam yawned lazily. He had already forgotten the total counts of death. It didn't matter. There was no point keeping track of it. Everybody's innate soul had a different strength, and there was no set number of deaths for erasing someone out of existence. As he prepared to once again kill, no one appeared this time. This could only mean that this goal was successfully accomplished. Done already? He coldly chuckled and stood up. Did not even last for 5 hours. How pathetic. Liam closed his eyes for a moment, let out a deep breath, and walked away from there without looking back. Unexpectedly, a system notification popped up in front of him. Chapter 66, Soul Devourer. Ding. You are the first person to obliterate a soul. Ding. You have obtained the title, Soul Devourer. Soul Devourer. When the title is equipped, undead affinity is increased by a grade. Ding. You have obtained both the title, Soul Devourer, and possess SS grade undead affinity. You are now able to enter the Netherrealm at will. Ding. Unique quest available. Devour the souls of a 100. Ding. Quest reward skill book. Liam paused in his footsteps and looked at the notifications that had popped up curiously. As his eyes gazed at the few words from top to bottom, he was more shocked. The title was a new title that was unheard of, probably because the person who got it did not want to advertise the fact that he killed someone. Irrespectively, it was useless to him. Next was the notification about the Netherrealm. This was not entirely new to Liam. After the first month, there would be an event, and at that time, everyone would be able to go to this place. But now, it looked like he could go there already before the event started. Liam clenched his fists as he already started calculating in his mind all the things that he could do there. If everything worked out the way he wanted, he could really gain a lot of advantages there. This perk alone was extremely rewarding. But the last one, the unique quest. It might have been worded normally, but without a doubt, this quest was asking him to do something unspeakable. Devour 100 souls. That means that I have to kill 100 people. Liam's expression only faltered for a second before returning back to its normal cold appearance. This was completely unexpected, and he had not heard of any such quest even before. However, it was a unique quest, so he was not planning to let it go. Yes, he muttered without any hesitation. At the beginning of the game, every second and every minute was precious, but even then, he had wasted 5 hours dealing with a ghost of his past. He had to do this because he didn't want what happened on the street to repeat again. He didn't waste his time moving to a new apartment with his sister just to live alongside trash again. Trash needed to be taken out. Otherwise, it would only stink up everything. This had been his only goal. He had no idea that this would lead to something else, another unique quest at that. What were unique quests? They were quests that gave out unimaginable rewards. They were the quests that could single-handedly raise someone to the top. In his past life, there were even some rumors that there were only 10 such quests in the entire game. And yet currently, Liam alone possessed 2 of such quests. A 100 people who... Liam let out a deep breath and squatted on the ground, scribbling in the mid with a small twig. Spirit pet egg, forging, perfect foundation, and now the Netherrealm and the new quest. There were too many things that he needed to do, and not enough time. Apart from this, there was also the prison key and the gem shard he had obtained from Neria's lair. These were not his top priority at the moment, as he was still not sure if this would amount to anything. He had to finish all of these, and then a few other checks on his list before he could implement the next phase of his plan and bring his sister into the game as well. Liam settled his mind a bit, and then once again started moving. After thinking about the various options he had, he decisively chose his first step, the spirit pet egg. Spirit pets required a lot of attention, a long time to mature, and more importantly, a lot of resources. Since he was going to be traveling to quite a few high-leveled areas and places with thick mana density, he decided to hatch the egg first to be more efficient. Besides, every spirit pet was different, so even though he knew a method to hatch it, he was not 100% sure that it was going to work. With higher tier items and pets, people generally tended to be tight-lipped, and it would have been easier if he had been someone of importance. But Liam had only been a slave, and when he broke free from that fate, he had been one of the people at the bottom, scraping for whatever he could find to become stronger. He had scoured every single piece of information that was available at that time, to see if he could somehow change his fate. Everything he now knew was also because of this. He had worked day and night to change his place in society, and now he was going to enjoy all the fruits of his labor. Liam continued casually walking through the forests. He was still roaming around Yolohy City, and did not appear to be going anywhere secretive to hatch his spirit-type pet egg. After walking for a few minutes, he stopped in front of a chain of mountains. This set of hills was neither tall nor extensive. There was simply a huge crater of barren land, and in the midst of this were 4 hills standing erect. But surprisingly, there was smoke coming out of the top. Liam quickly jumped into the barren crater and started walking ahead. A few players were present here and there, grinding lava salamanders that were crawling all over the area. These beasts had thick hardened scales that provided them tremendous physical defense, and on top of that, they also used fire magic. Their level was also 10 times higher than that of Liam's current level, which was level 15. However, he casually walked around, heading deeper and deeper into the crater towards the mountains. Sheesh, you shut up! A lava salamander soon jumped in front of him and throwing a fireball. Chapter 67. Did you call me healer? Can't you cast holy protection beforehand? This fucking fire attack hurts like my dick is on fire. Damn you, shut up! I'm taking more damage than you. What the fuck are you crying for? Watching the tank and the damage dealer fight with each other, the healer was just about to lose her patience. If you guys both don't shut up and stop fighting, I'm going to let you both die. The tank turned around and was about to say something when he noticed the presence of a new person. Who the hell is that? He used 2 of his fingers to whistle loudly and waved at the solo person moving a bit ahead of them. Dude, we are farming here. Can't you see? Get the hell out! Liam smiled. He had also noticed them, but they would have to wait. Another opponent had already appeared in front of him. Hey look, the next one has spawned. He is fighting with the salamander. Let's go steal, as the bunch of players chuckled and quickly ran over. Idiot. Did he think that he could deal with a level 25 salamander all by himself? Even the leaderboard big shots are still hovering over level 22. And this guy wants to take down a magical beast all by himself. Kiki. He has the balls, it seems. Kiki. Well, it's about to become roasted balls. The 5 players slowed down their speed, wanting Liam to get injured and die first before they started attacking the beast. Also, if they were lucky, the beast would have already been damaged a little, so it would be easier for them to finish it off. However, just as they were about to slow down, they saw a bright flash, and a crimson sword appeared on the man's hand. And before they could clearly see anything, Liam had already slashed the lava salamander multiple times, his figure nimbly dodging the fire attacks. Significant damage numbers floated atop the salamander, and its 2 eyes were blinded. Not bad. Liam grinned. After monotonously struggling with mana control for several hours, he was now able to fuse mana with his sword attacks more easily. It was still not quite there, but he was slowly and surely getting there. Liam continued fighting with the salamander just like how he had battled with the elite boss. He was using it as a training dummy, and sparred with it while honing his own skills. Because of the level difference, he couldn't finish it off easily and was slowly grinding it down bit by bit at the pace that he was comfortable with. And those who were watching him could also see that clearly. The fuck? How the hell is he freaking soloing that thing? Did you see? He blinded it first. That must be the special strategy to fight lava salamanders. The tank looked at the person who had spoken this wise statement and then spat on his face. Idiot, every beast has a pair of eyes or many. What special strategy are you talking about? The mage quickly turned away, hiding his embarrassment. He had blurted out stupid words because he was too engrossed in the way the person was moving. Every single move he had was accurate. He was not using any flashy spells or powerful techniques. From what they could see, all he was doing was the basic sword slashes. And apparently that alone was enough to take down a beast that the 5 of them were struggling to handle. Do you see his footwork? Yeah, he is avoiding all the fireballs. Wait, is there an attack pattern? Maybe the salamander throws a fireball every few seconds? The group once again started discussing and studying Liam's actions as if he was a walking battle guide. They even forgot about their original plan of intimidating him and stealing the beast for themselves. The fight continued for a while as the group watched Liam with their eyes peeled open. Soon another salamander spawned at the spot where they had been fighting one, and they hurried back over to it to try and imitate him. Mage, aim for its eyes first. Thief, attack the head. Dude, shut up. We were all watching the same thing. Just shut up and start the fight already. The group quickly started sending out a volley of attacks towards the lava salamander, and the fight this time was much simpler. They had reduced their time spent on the beast by more than a half. And just as they brought down the salamander to the last of its health, a sharp voice sounded nearby. Did you call me? Liam had appeared right next to them silently like a ghost. The tank was so startled that he dropped his shield. Luckily they had already almost killed the beast, so they weren't affected much, and he quickly picked his shield back up to finish tanking the fight. And to their surprise, the person was still waiting for them. The 5 looked at each other blankly before the tank finally spoke up. Bro, are you planning to grind here? Sorry. I'm only asking because we would then go somewhere else. We don't want to disturb you. Hee hee. All the others looked at the tank who had done a complete 180, but there were no complaints. They only gave him a silent thumbs up. The person in front of them was obviously a strong player. It was best to not make enemies out of people like that for no apparent reason. So one by one they all started to say flattering words to appease the expert. However, the so-called expert did not look pleased at all. Unexpectedly, he looked disappointed for some reason. Did you guys really call me over just to talk about this? Liam sighed. Forget it. You guys carry on. Good luck. He then turned around to leave without saying anything else. Chapter 68-1. Liam hummed lightly and wandered deeper into the crater towards the few mountains. He was in a much better mood lately as a chore that occupied a corner of his mind was taken care of. When he went closer to the mountain, he slowed down. He could feel the temperature becoming hotter and hotter. Liam took a deep breath and then started circling the mountains once. The information he had about this place was that there was no entry to these mountains like a cave of sorts except one at the very top. So he moved around searching for this cave and managed to find it after a few minutes without any issue. But the real challenge only began now. To reach a cave of that height, there was only one way, and that was to climb the whole damn thing. Liam rubbed his 2 hands and then placed his right hand in a small crevice. He then placed his left hand a bit higher in another crevice, pushing himself up. His body casually obeyed his command, his muscles working the weight with ease. This was not really a surprise to him, but it still made him happy to do something like this casually. It even provided a kind of release. The more he climbed, the more relaxed he felt. Falling down from this height would surely mean his death, but it was still quite enjoyable. In a few minutes he had already climbed halfway without any issue. Liam then quickly took out a berry and tossed it into his mouth to recover some energy. Things were about to get tricky. When he climbed up for another minute, suddenly loud screeching noises started to sound, and a group of birds descended down. Wind rippers, Liam muttered as he looked up. These were common aerial mobs that one had to deal with at an altitude. The bluish-gray-colored birds had medium-sized bodies like that of a common dog, and their feathers were sharp and metallic, which gave them the name, wind rippers. The 4 birds immediately started attacking Liam, surrounding him on all sides. They did not seem to possess any special attacks, but their physical strength was commendable, and they drew blood quickly. Liam was already prepared for this, so he as well immediately started attacking them back. And since he was dangling mid-air, he didn't plan on using this as a training opportunity. He quickly spammed some of his mage skills. Ice Shard, Lightning Bolt, Fireball. Damage numbers immediately began to float atop the birds and injuries on their bodies piled up. Their movements as well were disrupted, especially because of the slight freezing effect the ice shards possessed. However, Liam was also taking equal parts of the damage. He was after all clinging to the sides of a mountain, and there was only so much he could evade from that position. But the birds were only level 10, so the damage he was dealing was higher than the attacks coming from the other side. Otherwise, he would have grinded a bit more and increased his level before starting this expedition. After casting the spells a couple of times, Liam noticed that Lightning Bolt had the highest damage numbers among the 3 spells he had, so he spammed it more. Is this because I practiced it a lot more? The fight continued on for a few more seconds when the birds eventually dropped dead, unable to handle the attacks any longer. Ding. 10 experience points have been rewarded, ding. 10 experience points have been rewarded. 2 of them fell down along with the loot, while the other 2 fell nearby, landing on the mountain itself. Awaken. Liam quickly muttered, and the dead birds once again looked alive. They flapped their bleeding wings and flew next to him, waiting for his command. Liam nodded contently, and then began climbing once again. If more birds come, he at least had these 2 to deal some extra damage and lighten his load. As he once again resumed the climb and went higher, soon another issue began to crop up. The sturdy wall of the mountain became somewhat difficult to touch as the rocks were sizzling hot. There it is, Liam chuckled. He grunted in pain as he took his next step, but he kept pushing himself, climbing further up and faster than before. With this speed, even with his physique, now he was starting to become out of breath. But this couldn't be helped, since the slower he was, the more the rocks burned his hands. At this point, just the act of climbing started nibbling away at his health. Adding to this, another wave of birds next appeared. Foosh, foosh, foosh. Their metallic wings sliced the air as they dived in to attack him. Liam paused with a bitter smile, once again beginning to spam his mage skills. The 2 undead birds fought on his behalf as well. But this time, apart from the attack of the birds, the hot sizzling rocks were chipping away at his health as well. Liam knew that he couldn't afford to let this continue. He looked around and saw a bigger crevice and quickly swung himself up to hold that. Since the holding was firm, he only needed one hand. He took out his sword from the inventory using his other hand, and started slicing the birds with his crimson blade. The table suddenly turned, and the birds were now quickly pushed back. He easily gained the upper hand again, and soon, with a very dangerous balance of losing health and dealing damage, he slashed down all the birds that were coming at him. One by one, all of them dropped dead, and his 2 undead summons were still active, though one's wing was badly shredded. Ding. 10 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 10 experience points have been rewarded. Not bad, that was so close. Liam quickly took out a health potion from his inventory and recovered his health points as the number showed up for him, the hot sizzling. Next second, another damage. From holding. Rock. His hand as well was stinging with the pain of holding the scorching hot object. Fuck. He switched his hands and used the other hand to hold onto the crevice and looked at the dead bird sprawled. Awaken. 4 more undead birds were summoned, but since his current limit was controlling only 5 undead, 1 fell back down. Alright. Time to finish the last stretch of the climb. Hwah! Liam sucked in a big mouthful of air and stretched his chest before sprinting upwards with a burst of energy. He was clearly pushing his limits, and for someone looking at him from the ground, it would seem like he was running up the mountain, rather than climbing it. He focused all of his mana on his hands and his feet, moving up with the utmost strength and agility that he could muster. This would be difficult even for him to maintain throughout the entire climb, but now he could almost see the cave opening, so Liam sprinted up without holding back. By the time he reached the cave, he almost crashed into it. However, he was not done yet as a huge bird stared back at him from inside. It was guarding a bunch of eggs near it, and a silver glow covered its body. Twin-tailed Wind Ripper, Elite Boss, Level 15, Health, 50,000. This was the regular Elite Boss, Twin-tailed Wind Ripper. As one of the elite bosses in this area, it was obviously a famous one, and Liam was already aware of its attack patterns. Huff. Attack. Huff. He readily sacrificed his undead birds to catch a breath. His vision was also blurry, and his body was also feeling faint, both because of the altitude and exhaustion, not to mention the heat. Without hesitation, he downed another health potion and then joined the fight after a few seconds. 3 of his undead were already dead. Since the undead summons was weaker than their original counterparts, it was already enough that 2 of them survived, probably because the elite boss was guarding its eggs while it was also trying to fight. Liam was still surprised to see the eggs near the elite, because eggs were rare, to begin with, especially that of flying pets. Tidbits did not transfer from the virtual game world to the real world. Flying pets were still very valuable, as they saved a lot of time if they were raised to be mounts. But the previous time around, there hadn't been any news about anyone finding eggs in this cave. Eh? So many people hid things I see. First come, first serve, I guess. Liam grinned, and then unsheathed his sword to deal with the huge bird in front of him. So other restraint, and he was able to finally fight freely. Slash. The crimson blade flashed as he danced around the bird, especially from an angle as if he was targeting the eggs. Chapter 69-2. New pet part. Liam's attacks made the twin-tailed Wind Ripper's speed slow down, and he managed to get in a couple of decent attacks. He continued attacking the elite, switching between using his sword attacks and lightning bolts. Compared to the Bear King, this one did not last long as the bird was trapped within the cave, unable to exhibit its full agility, which was its strong point. It was also guarding the eggs, which made it restless and unfocused. This has to be the easiest elite, Liam grinned. It was perhaps designed as a reward for the player who managed to climb atop the mountain first. But this was not his final target. So without wasting a lot of time, he quickly brought down the Wind Ripper to its final bits of health. As a last-ditch attempt, the bird tried to use everything it had and sent out blasts of sharp winds by flapping both of its wings. Liam rooted his feet to the ground into a rock crevice, strongly holding on. He then swung forward to land behind the bird, swiftly bringing down his sword to slash the bird's neck when he noticed that the eggs were about to be blown out of the cave. Liam missed the attack on purpose and instead managed to grab an egg, saving at least one of them. He then sent out a bolt of lightning to finish the bird that was already severely injured. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed the twin-tailed Wind Ripper. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. The experience points this time were not as much as when he had killed the previous elite, but the difficulty had also been less, as there wasn't much of a level difference. And this was just as an unexpected windfall. The main event laid ahead. Liam put the bird's egg into his inventory, and then walked to the end of the cave, which surprisingly was also open. Liam walked all the way to the opening and peered inside as the hot scalding waves of warm air assaulted his face. In front of him, inside the mountain, was a pool of gurgling lava, and in the midst of this lava was a huge rock. Liam sucked in a big mouthful of air and jumped from the cave onto the rock, landing steadily. He lost a bit of health as the rock, just like everything else, was scalding hot, but he quickly emptied a flask of health potion to recover back his full health. Now let me see if this works. Liam sat down cross-legged and took out the egg he had gotten from Neria's lair out of his inventory space. He placed the egg on the scalding hot rock and then stepped back from it, observing it curiously. He had only read about this vaguely, so he wanted to see how exactly this was going to work. Within seconds, wisps of burning red fire essences arose from the lava and flew towards the big egg one by one. They swirled around the egg and then disappeared as if they had entered the egg itself. Interesting, Liam mused. He took out the other egg as well and placed it near this one. The second egg was the one he had obtained from the twin-tailed Wind Ripper. But as soon as he took this one out, cracks started forming on the egg. Fuck! Liam immediately put it back into his inventory. He had never dealt with pets or the even rarer pet eggs in his previous life. He assumed that the Wind Ripper's egg might also benefit from the lava, as its nest was located on the same mountain, but from the looks of it, it was probably not. Well, I will check it out later if it is still salvageable. Liam scratched his chin and once again started observing the first egg. More and more fire essence had gathered around the egg and they were all slowly being absorbed by it. So a spirit-type beast is born from the essence of that element. Can I also absorb this essence? Liam reached his hand forward to touch the red wisps of energy. He expected it to be scalding hot, but these were rather warm, even relaxing and nice to touch. And as he was moving his hand around, a small bit of the fire essence went inside his finger as well. What? Liam quickly pulled his hand back. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained an affinity for the fire element. All you fire-type attacks have 5% increased damage. Liam was completely speechless. He had heard about this specific term called affinity, and how certain mages had extremely high affinities, but he didn't know anything about it, let alone expect to gain it at such an early stage of the game. This kind of information was highly regulated and not available for everyone to know. All he knew about spirit-type pets was that they were likely to hatch in their element, and people who had contracted spirit-type pets were strong enough to hold their own in the real world when the madness descended. But there was clearly more to this. Liam flopped down on the rock and threw his head back to laugh loudly. It seemed like he needed to keep his eyes and brain working all the time. Even the smallest detail could apparently hold tremendous significance. He let out a deep breath and once again started hovering his hand near the egg. From what he could see, it was the egg that was acting as a sort of magnet, pulling in all the wisps of fire essence. When he placed his hand directly over the lava, This did not happen. And he did not dare test it out by placing it inside the lava. His hand would probably be burnt to a crisp in a fraction of a second, and he did not possess any healing spell just yet. Chapter 70.3. New pet part. From what Liam could tell, it was clearly the egg that was kind of refining the fire essence from the lava, and he was stealing bits and pieces of it. This gave him an idea. Liam lifted the egg and sat down on the rock, then placed the egg on his lap, after which he continued absorbing whatever essence that he could steal from it. He carried on with this for several minutes without any disturbance. However, as time passed, the lava started bubbling and gurgling more, and a hissing sound echoed in the pool of molten rocks and fire. Liam quickly placed the egg back on the rock and stood up. Surrounding him on four sides were 4 lava mambas. Did you guys show up because we were stealing your essence? He grinned and made his move. After absorbing a little of the fire essence, he was beginning to feel a bit more comfortable in the lava-filled hellish place, but he was not a fool to think that this would be of any help. These snakes held the absolute advantage, as they were standing in their domain. Moreover, they were also level 25, just like the lava salamanders. Liam cautiously went all out from the very beginning and cast a lightning bolt, before slashing his sword at the red-scaled reptile. 150. A huge damage number popped out, blood spurted from the injury, but the very next second the health drop was replenished, and the blood dried up. The mamba's health went back up, leaving behind only 30 residual damage. Liam then watched this as well disappear as the mamba dipped its head in the lava and hissed proudly once again. As if this wasn't enough, the other 3 snakes all attacked at the same time and not him. They aimed for the egg that was silently collecting the fire essence. Fuck! Liam quickly backed up and stood in front of the egg. He suddenly found himself in the same position as that of the twin-tailed windripper, trying to protect his egg like a mother bird. He waved his sword, parrying the advances of the 4 mambas from the 4 sides, but he only successfully blocked them. Dealing them damage seemed almost impossible at this rate. He didn't even get a chance to think of a better strategy, as the 4 lava mambas continued hissing and coming at the egg relentlessly. Liam started sweating. Considering his skills and abilities, it looked like he had still acted overconfidently. He could have dealt with these snakes in a more relaxed manner if he had leveled just a bit more. But then again, Liam did not regret it. He had dealt with worse before. This sticky situation was nothing more than a golden training opportunity for him, or rather he decided to look at it that way. So I cannot deal any damage, and I have to keep blocking their attacks at least until the egg hatches. Alright, bring it on. Just like he tried to combine mana with his forging technique, he once again started practicing mana with his sword moves. The damage numbers instantly went up. 230. 190, 220, 240. However, the 4 mambas easily took care of it by taking another dip in the same strength and vigor, and the cycle once again started without any change. Liam smiled bitterly at this frustrating sight and continued fighting back patiently. Time ticked by slowly, and every minute felt like an hour. His reserves of mana potions, health potions, and stamina berries were also slowly dwindling one at a time. In reality, it was harmful to use these supplements, as every time anyone used these things, unless it was of the highest grade quality, a certain amount of residual impurities remained behind. Liam only ignored this part as he was eventually going to fully cleanse his body. Otherwise, even this wouldn't have been an option. But even so, it was slowly becoming more and more difficult to keep up, as there was also the mental fatigue that came into the picture. Liam could only hope that it would be the same for the 4 mambas, but unfortunately, before he could find out if that was true or not, something else happened. All of a sudden, the amount of fire essence seeping out of the lava increased, and it looked like more and more wisps were swirling around the egg. The eggshell as well was glowing brightly and radiating some sort of strange energy. Ha! Is this finally over? Liam tiredly exhaled as he swung his sword again. As if answering him, the lava surrounding them gurgled again, and adding to his misery, another 4 lava mambas arose from the bed of magma. His face instantly darkened, seeing all 8 snakes coming at him, or rather the egg at the same time. Motherfucker, I am screwed. He slashed his sword around in a frenzy, trying to block and parry with all 8 snakes, but that quickly drained his reserves in the blink of an eye. All 8 of them took a dip in the lava pool, replenished their reserves, and came back hissing angrily. They looked determined to break open the egg and take out all the fire essences that had gone inside. Liam only needed a second to know that this was going to end badly. He was going to die and at the same time lose the egg as well. While the former was not absolutely irreversible, the latter would set him back quite a bit. Huff, it looks like there is no other way. I will have to use that. Liam sighed and then calmed down and composed himself for a moment before closing his eyes. This better work. He was no longer looking at the 8 mambas or their movements. He looked like he had given up completely. And as the 8 snakes came hissing at the egg, just when they were about to shatter it open, Liam finally moved. Chapter 71, not 1 but 2. Liam's figure was a blur, and the crimson blade in his hand let out a shrill cry before breaking apart into several fragments. At the same time, 100 swords appeared out of nowhere and pierced the snakes from top to bottom. 2,000. 2,000. One hit kill. All 8 snakes dropped down dead, sprawled on the rock, and Liam as well was lying amidst them unconsciously. An ominous silence prevailed on the inside of the volcanic mountain. With the sizzling heat waves constantly assaulting him, Liam was only unconscious for barely a minute. Besides, there was something wet and dripping on his face. He scrunched his face and stirred awake, feeling the wet sticky liquid all over his face and neck, and as soon as he was able to think clearly, he jolted to sit upright. Damn it, the egg! Liam's eyes widened as he was about to hurriedly see what was happening around him, and if he was in any immediate danger when unexpectedly he came face to face with something else. Standing on his lap, looking up at him with its big wide eyes. Q. It purred, and before he could react, it immediately jumped on him and started licking his face like a small puppy. What the? Liam was baffled. He plucked the baby beast by the scruff of its neck and took a look at it. It was a fox-spirit beast, and its fur was a ruby-red color. He stared at the creature for a second, and then lightly chuckled as everything fell into place. So you are the spirit beast, huh? Unexpectedly, a soft voice answered him back. Papa? Oh. Liam was amazed once again. He had never dealt with companion beasts before. Though he knew that a companion beast and its master shared a mental connection, this was the first time he was experiencing it personally. Wait, are you bound to me already, or am I yet to tame you? Liam knew that pets hatched from eggs were automatically tamed and belonged to the owner of the egg, but he still wanted to verify it with his own eyes. He hurriedly opened the status screen to check when a number of notifications bombarded him. Ding. 300 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 300 experience points have been rewarded. These must be the experience points from the 8 lava mambas. He swiped them away and looked at the next few notifications. Ding. A new skill, Spirit Wrath, has been created due to your actions. Spirit Wrath consumes 50% soul strength. Million swords arise from the earth, each dealing 1000% damage to the enemy that had incurred the wrath. Cooldown. None. Ding. Your soul strength is too weak. The skill has been locked. Liam tiredly smiled at this familiar skill. This was the second and most powerful attack he had comprehended by himself in his previous life. He was not fortunate enough to run into any of the famous sword heritages or swords will like the other players. After he had broken free from his life of slavery, this was all that he could manage to pick up, Spirit Slash and Spirit Wrath. Perhaps if he had comprehended more about the way of the sword, he would have had a chance to learn even stronger attacks. But he never had that opportunity. However, that was going to change this time around. This was why Liam did not hesitate and used this trump card in his possession. Now both the spirit sword skills he possessed were locked, but it wouldn't be long before he unlocked them and finished his comprehension. Liam let out a long tired sigh, and then looked at the last few remaining notifications. I even used my trump card, so this better be worth it. Ding. Egg is hatching. Ding. You have obtained a new pet. Ding. Egg is hatching. Ding. You have obtained a new pet. Huh? Liam was confused seeing 2 notifications of egg hatching. Both the eggs hatched? He looked around again, this time lifting his head up, to finally see a small wind ripper chirping above his head. Come here, he muttered, waving his hand when the bird quickly flew down to him. It was only barely the size of his palm, the same as the red fox. How are you able to fly already? He chuckled. The bird shook its head, but it didn't speak back to him like the fox. Of course, this difference was to be expected. Even though he shared a mental link with both of them, one was a normal beast while the other was a spirit beast. So while the fox could freely converse with him, or at least speak something rudimentary, the bird could only understand his commands. He glanced at the 2 tiny beasts circling him and looking at him with their big wide eyes. Shook his head helplessly. Looks like I need to spend some time leveling you guys up. Liam also didn't want this incident to repeat itself once again. Though leveling up was not his top priority, it was something that needed to be done to progress further in the game. His gaze casually dragged over the corpses of the lava mambas as he checked for any loot, and a few copper coins and a couple of silver coins were scattered around. There was also a pair of flaming red braces and a skill book. Liam first picked up the skill book to take a look. Lava Rain consumes 20% of base mana, 5-second cast time, calls down a rain of fire and lava, burning all enemies within the vicinity, with 50% spell damage. Not bad. Liam quickly learned the skill. This combined with the boost he had for fire magic as a result of collecting fire essence, would together pull big numbers of damage on multiple targets. He prepared to leave, but he suddenly paused thinking of something. Can you still absorb fire essence from the lava pool? The tiny fox spirit beast stared at Liam, and then at the lava pool, shaking its head. No, Papa. Is there no more fire essence in the lava pool, or you are no longer able to do that? The fox looked at him blankly, and then again shook its head. Sorry, Papa. Don't know. The beast's face immediately changed, and it looked down sorrowfully. Such a sight was capable of melting anyone's heart. Even Liam felt awkward. Don't worry, you will be able to do it when you grow up. He rubbed its head gently, and only then the fox brightened up again, smiling back at him with its extremely adorable appearance. Tisk. Tisk. If I had known this beforehand, I could have planned this better and absorbed some more fire essence before you hatched. He flicked the fox's head, but the beast seemed to like even this and purred happily. Liam sighed at this sight, and smiled bitterly. At times, looking at the beauty and marvel around him, it was difficult not to enjoy this life. But in reality, this was like the calm that came before the storm. He simply didn't have the time to entertain these two and show them the love and affection a baby beast required. You guys will have lots of attention when I bring Mei over. Until then, just be good. Ha patted the fox, and then the bird. Let's leave this place. Getting out of the lava pool was just as difficult as getting in here in the first place. Liam hopped on the small rocks floating atop the lava, and then reached the sturdy rock wall of the mountain. These were even warmer than the ones outside, and he was barely able to touch them without seeing a drop in his health. But thankfully, this climb was short, as the cave jutted out at the top just a few hundred meters up. Liam sucked in a big breath of air before he started climbing up, or rather running up the mountain. He placed his hands and feet in a mad rush in whatever crevices he could find, holding on to whatever rock that was near, and climbed up as fast as he could. Even if he reduced his speed a little, he would begin to lose huge amounts of health rapidly. So he didn't hold back and only let out the next breath when he reached his destination. His pets, on the other hand, one casually flew up while the other hopped and skipped and landed softly next to him. Liam walked out of the cave, reaching the other end, and then took out a tool from his bag that had a long rope tied to it. He hooked it to the inside of the cave, securing it properly, and then began climbing down the tall mountain using the rope to slowly lower himself down. Chapter Don't Try Anything Shady. With the small fox clung to his neck, Liam climbed down, holding onto the rope and lowering himself bit by bit. The climb down was also much easier and faster compared to the upward journey. He was already back on the ground, standing on the crater before any more mobs of windripper birds could assault him mid-air. Time to head out. Liam started walking with two little things hovering around him, one in the air and one on the ground. Coincidentally, the 5 members party team who had been hunting lava salamanders when he had arrived here were still wandering around the area. They all noticed him and greeted him as soon as they saw him. Much to their surprise, Liam as well lightly nodded back. Do you guys want to run a dungeon together? Who wouldn't want to be carried by a strong expert? Without thinking much at all, the tank immediately blurted out. Yes, sir. He even readily kicked out his own teammate, the mage, who looked back at him dumbfounded. Bro, my damage is better than this guy's. He immediately pointed his finger at the thief as he also wanted to shamelessly tag along and have fun. But alas, it was too late, and no one was paying any attention to him any longer. He could only silently protest and watch as the others continued discussing. There is a dungeon nearby called the Moon Lake. We can run it. You guys can keep all. The equipment drops in the money. I will be taking the skill books and the materials. Does that work? Liam suggested. He laid out all the conditions up front. The tank quickly nodded his head up and down and agreed. These terms might be disadvantageous in general, but not in this case. In fact, they had also been grinding here for the past few hours so that they could enter that same dungeon. It was a level 20 dungeon, and all of them were currently level 19 or level 20. However, a dungeon difficulty was always higher, so they wanted to be at least level 21, or before attempting it, which was why they had been grinding here. But now that Liam had asked them, they didn't want to let this opportunity go and decided to team up with the experienced player. Even if they fail, it didn't matter much as it was quite common to run a dungeon a few times and fail before finishing it successfully. Running it once with a skilled player would only help them a lot. Seeing that none of them had any issues and a ready-made group was available for him to insert himself into, Liam quickly finished the discussion. All right, make a party and send me an invitation. He muttered and started walking out of the crater towards the Moon Lake dungeon located in the forest surrounding the Yolohy city. The others as well hurried after him, even the rejected mage. Not long after Liam received the notification. Ding. You have been invited to join a party. Ding. Do you accept? Yes, no. Liam selected yes, and then he immediately received another notification. Ding. You have been marked as the leader of the party. Ding. Do you accept? Yes, no. Liam smiled a little and unexpectedly refused this one. Do you not want to be the leader? The tank asked in disbelief, but the other party simply waved his hand. No, that is not necessary. The tank looked startled. He couldn't help but feel touched by this kind gesture. What a nice and friendly person. Not only did he show them how to quickly grind lava salamanders, but he also invited them for a dungeon run and didn't even want to be the party leader. How generous and lofty. This was how an expert should act. The group started walking out of the crater into the forests. Liam was walking at the front, along with the 2 tiny beasts near him, and the rest followed him. all their eyes fixated on the two beasts rather than Liam. Now that they had some time to talk to him, they had already noticed the two new pets who were not with him before. Inside their private chat group, Kim Yoon, Thief, guys, did you see those two pets? He didn't have them before, right? Right? Shinsu Tank, yes. I also didn't see any pets with him before. He should have gotten those somewhere in this area only. Kim Hyun Thae, fuck, I knew it! Aren't flying pets supposed to be rare? How the heck does he have one already? And the fox also looks like it's something special. They are so small like babies too. I bet he hatched an egg or something. Shinsu, Tank, yes. I also think so. Kang Mina, Healer, Hyun. I know what you are thinking. Stop. Don't do anything shady. Don't ruin this. Chung Hee Mage 1, haha, bang on. I'm sure this guy is thinking about something like that. Kim Hyun, Thief, sheesh. You guys. I was just saying. Suno, at least you support me, bro. Gusuno Mage 2, fuck. Who the hell cares? Why did you kick me out, bastard? Shinsu Tank, guys, settle down. Let's not screw this up. His pets don't seem that rare. It's just a bird and a fox. We can come back here and search again for more eggs later. I'm sure it will respawn. We can even ask him how to get those. So I am warning again, don't try anything shady. Kim Yoon, Thief. Alright. Whatever. Let's first see what he is made of. We just saw him kill a salamander. He might not be all that. Kang Mina, Healer. I bet he is still better than you. Kim Yoon, Thief. What the hell, Mina? Why are you always against me? I'm only saying that if he is not that strong, then we can easily steal his pets. Wait, pets drop, right? Gusunho, Mage 2, kick this guy out and invite me back. Chapter 73. Heavenly Retribution. Liam could almost feel the burning gaze on his back as he walked ahead. Were things going to get interesting, huh? He silently chuckled to himself. It would indeed be simpler to level elsewhere without attracting much attention, but dungeons were the fastest and most efficient method. Besides, he needed more souls to finish his quest. So he did not mind even if someone wanted to try something. The Moon Lake was a dungeon located near the northern part of the forest surrounding Yolohy City. The place was supposed to be a flourishing city, an extension of Yolohy City in fact, but instead was currently a deserted land, haunted by ghosts and ghouls and all sorts of undead creatures. This was also one of the reasons why Liam had wanted to run this dungeon several times. This video game was like a tutorial for everyone to gain the basic knowledge of the class of their choosing. Thus far he had somewhat grasped using a sword, and even a bit of mana control and regulation. However, this was still not even close to what he wanted to accomplish. Perhaps he can become one of the stronger human beings and manage the chaotic world with just this much, but it was not nearly enough to deal with the monsters that also were going to inevitably show up. When he had fallen, these sort of cunning and cruel creatures were just beginning to show up, and even he did not know how much more awaited them. He would only be a fool to not use this opportunity to gain everything he could, so that he would eventually be able to face no matter what came his way. Not to mention the mysteriously high affinity he had with the undead. His mana affinity was only S grade, but his undead affinity was SSS grade, which according to his knowledge was the highest. Liam wanted to understand more about the undead, and the magic that was associated with their power. In his previous life, there had been a player who had unlocked the hidden class associated with the undead, and had brought over with him an army of undead soldiers when the apocalypse started. Liam was not interested in this hidden class, but he wanted to understand everything behind it to gain the same benefits. In reality, this was even more difficult than if he simply wanted to switch to the particular hidden class, but he was determined to take that risk. One reason was because he wanted a power that was above what a hidden class could provide, but the main reason was because of the affinity testing results that the system had given out when he entered the game. So he firmly believed that not choosing a specific class, and relying on his insight and knowledge to make use of all of his affinities, was the best path ahead for him. And if he was not able to make any progress in the next couple of months, he could always fold and pick up one of the many powerful hidden classes scattered around this world. Many of these were only unlocked later in the game, so he had time to take the risk first. While Liam was engrossed in his own thoughts, his other new friends were busily chatting about the dungeon. He was not paying attention to them until he heard a familiar name. Heavenly Retribution Guild is still holding the highest record time for the dungeon clear right. Kim Hyun, the thief, excitedly rubbed his hands. I wonder if we will be able to beat that. Can you ever open your mouth and say something not stupid? Kang Mina hit the guy with the staff that she was holding. I can't deal with this stupid anymore, Shin-Su. I'm going to quit the shitty team and join Heavenly Retribution. That girl Alex looks so cool. As if they would take in a shitty healer like you, Kim Hyun angrily retorted back. Ha, sure. Always put the blame on the freaking healer. If you literally stand at the mouth of the salamander when it is throwing fire at you, even Jesus can't save you, stupid. Just as Kim Hyun was about to say something back, Liam instead stopped in his tracks. Guilds are already up? The world announcements for the guild would only start when there were 50 or more guilds, directly opening up to the Hall of Fame. So this information was not announced in-game just yet. Liam did not really care about this, but he admittedly was a little startled to hear an unfamiliar guild name and a familiar person's name linked together. Ah, yes. There are a total of 31 guilds so far. The tank Shinsu quickly replied. Liam had no doubt that this number was going to skyrocket soon. And what were you saying about this Heavenly Retribution Guild? Oh, that. They are one of the top guilds at the moment. 3 of their core members are even on the leaderboard. They have also started setting records for the dungeons. Shinsu elaborated. Hey? Not just started. They hold records for the level 10, level 15, and level 20 dungeons. Kangmina corrected him. Yes. Yes. Ha ha ha. I didn't forget that. Bro, if you follow Alex or Mia or Ray on Instagram or Twitter, you can see all the details. They have been promoting their social presence heavily. Their guild also has so many members already. I heard that they already filled their first member's quota, and now everyone else was on a wait list. The tank continued talking about things, but Liam was no longer paying attention to him. Things were already starting to change compared to his last timeline. In this particular change, he had no doubt that he was the sole reason behind it. After a while, the tank stopped talking and Liam nodded. All right, thanks for the information. He then chuckled and muttered under his breath to himself. Heavenly Retribution, huh? Interesting. Chapter 74, Freeloader? When the group arrived at the Moon Lake dungeon area of the forest, the entire place was crowded with people. Various players were shouting loudly as if they were selling their wares. Open party for Moon Lake. Looking for level 20 players and higher. Healer required. Level 18 minimum. Everyone else is level 20. Tank required. Level 15 and above okay. Must have Dragon Roar skill. Level 15 to level 22 players were everywhere, and many were grouping together to form parties to enter the dungeon. While the level 15 ones were looking to be carried, the level 22 ones were discussing rapidly, coming up with various ideas to break records. Even the group of Korean players currently walking along with Liam were discussing about the same thing. However, Liam had no such intentions, at least until the level 50 dungeons opened up. When a record was set in the higher level dungeons, there would be a sizable reward that included precious raw materials. And this could be looted every time a record was broken and set. In the past, this was one of the favorite methods of the top guilds to farm precious materials. They used these to craft powerful weapons, and in turn used the weapons to break the record again. But below level 50, the dungeons were pretty much useless. At most, they were a tool of publicity for guilds to establish themselves. And Liam did not have any such plans at the moment. Establishing, managing, and expanding a guild would take a considerable amount of his time that could be better spent on other things. Moreover, a certain amount of strength and power was required to command a guild. He hadn't obtained that just yet. Bro, isn't another mage better for the run? Gusunyu scratched his head awkwardly and tried his luck again. But Liam shook his head. I am also a mage, so a thief is better. Mage-a, weren't you using a sword? Gusunyu was left confused, and all he could see was the dirty thief grinning back at him. Seeing that the two of them were about to go at it again, the tank intervened and gave the poor rejected mage a stare, preventing him from saying anything anymore. Kim Hyun. Gusunyu. That's enough. Group is already settled. Let's start now. Is everybody ready? His words were like the final nail that sealed the coffin. The other guy could only sigh, and watch everyone walk away, disappearing into the crowd. Multiple groups could enter the dungeon at the same time, but they wouldn't interfere with each other's run. So after a couple of people walked in before them, this group as well entered the dungeon portal that was a mass of swirling black energy. As soon as they touched it, they were instantly teleported to the inside of the dungeon, and they found themselves standing on the deserted streets of a rickety abandoned village. It was nighttime, and a chilly wind swept past everyone, further enhancing the ominous atmosphere that was prevalent. At first, everyone waited for Liam to give some sort of specific instructions, but he was just silently standing as if he was waiting for the run to start. After hesitating, Shinsu, the tank, quickly began talking. He was not sure if everyone, particularly Liam, was aware of the mechanics of the dungeon. Just because he was a skilled player, it didn't mean that he had to have prior knowledge of this specific dungeon. So he gave him the benefit of doubt. So in this dungeon, there will be several mirages of the Moon Lake. We need to go to each of these mirages and essentially find out where the real Moon Lake is. The complete dungeon guide wasn't available online yet, but there were still some forums and threads talking about the various mobs. Shinsu elaborated on whatever was available online, adding on his own theories, but all throughout it looked like the expert was not paying him any attention. This clearly defeated the whole purpose of his attempt, as except for Liam they had all researched about the place together, so there was no point continuing with the explanations. Smiling helplessly, the tank waved his hand, signaling that he was going to start, and dashed ahead the next second. As soon as they took a step forward, a gust of wind blew, and 3 wailing white specters immediately emerged out of thin air. Provocate. Shinsu was a bulky person, and he was playing a warrior tank holding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other hand. As soon as he attracted the attention of the three ghosts, the mage started casting fireballs, and the thief rushed ahead with his dagger. Even the healer started chanting spells to cover the tank's health, preventing it from plummeting unexpectedly. Damage numbers began floating atop the specters one after the other. Their shrill wailing was especially hard to hear, so everyone subconsciously tried to finish the fight as soon as possible. They had almost forgotten about the expert who had come along with them. Only when the fight was going somewhat slow for the first mob at the entrance of the dungeon, something felt awkward and out of place, and the tank realized that a member was missing. Huh? He turned around to look for Liam, and saw that he was still standing at the entrance and doing something in the system interface, without having taken a single step forward. Block! He yelled out his next skill in anger, and continued tanking the remaining two specters, with his teeth grinding together indignantly. It was fine if this person did not do anything exceptional and defy their expectations, but the least he could do was come forward and fight. Did he expect to be carried through the dungeon? Did they look like fools and buffoons in his eyes? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and just when he was about to completely lose it and shout at the other person, irrespective of the consequences, a notification popped up. Chapter 75. I am ready now. Ding. Your overflowing rage has increased your physical defense by %. Shin-Su was dumbfounded. There was something like this for the warrior class. He stared at the stat boost dazedly for a second, before realizing that he had forgotten the main reason why he had been furious in the first place. Damn it. He turned around and pointed the hammer at Liam, shouting gruffly, "Hello, are you planning to join the fight or not?" Especially with the backdrop of the two specters wailing loudly, his voice sounded very angry and vengeful. The other members of the team were also equally disgruntled, so everyone nodded, agreeing with him. But unfortunately, it looked like the other party was still not paying any attention. Liam only casually raised his hand and showed him his palm, signaling him to be patient. Shin-Su's eyes twitched. He turned around and first focused on the fight, throwing his shield at the two specters. The fight had already started, so he needed to finish this one first before starting another with his so-called expert. Others as well shot deathly glares at the guy before showing all their anger on the two specters. And soon, the two stopped wailing and dispersed into specks of light and a couple of copper coins. Ding. 20 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 20 experience points have been rewarded. Shin-Su bent down and picked up the copper coins. He wore a solemn expression and walked in long strides towards Liam. Liam, we pulled a mob and you didn't join. Isn't that a bit careless? What if there were more specters? We would have been wiped out in the beginning itself without ever stepping into the dungeon? Were you serious or not? We only came here together because you requested us. Yeah. If you are not interested, then why ask us in the first place? One by one, the accusations and complaints started popping up, and unfortunately, this was all that they could do. This was no longer a beginner's dungeon. One cannot simply exit at will, otherwise they could have just walked out the same way they had walked in. Now they either had to finish the run or die inside the dungeon in order to exit. This was what infuriated everybody even more. Since the person had been so skilled and powerful, they did not expect him to troll them all like this. What a waste. Shin-Su grunted. They were going to probably lose a fraction of their level, and if they were unlucky, some pieces of equipment also. He glared at the man who was still standing like a stone and spat out in anger. Let's just go continue. If we die, we die. Whatever. The others as well nodded and followed him. They walked on the deserted streets of the village, amidst the worn-out huts and the half-demolished houses, and soon another mob popped up. Much for him to handle. He started taking heavy damage, and the healer's mana quickly drained. 200. He tossed a health potion to the tank, and Shin-Su caught it with a surprised look on his face. The specters wailed loudly, and this time 5 of them showed up. Shin-Su quickly stepped forward, trying to hold them back, but 5 specters were a bit too. The damage from the thief and the mage was simply not enough to bring them down fast, and their movements were all over the place. Fuck it. Looks like this is going to be a fast party wipe. Shin-Su sighed and gave up. He could already see where this was going. What was the point in trying any longer? This was a difficult dungeon, and that was why they had continued leveling without attempting it, so how could possibly handle it with just 4 members? What a complete and utter waste of time. His health was about to fully bottom out when unexpectedly, a scorching ball of flame landed on the specter that was going to scratch him. A huge and insane damage number floated atop the specter's head. Chung-Hee, what skill is this? How is your fireball doing this much damage all of a sudden? Shin-Su muttered in puzzlement, but instead of Chung-Hee, another voice sounded. Chapter 30. I am ready now. Liam was calm and composed as he immediately defused the bomb that was about to explode. Health potions were expensive commodities. Was it really okay to use one just like that? Fuck! What am I thinking? He quickly downed it as he was just a breath short of dying. You know we wouldn't even be in this mess if you hadn't been simply standing like a rock. Stop talking and focus on the fight. Liam's words made the four of them want to stab him instead of the specters, but they did not have time to be angry right now. The wailing specters continued waving their huge sharp claws, or rather overgrown nails, in a frenzy, and the tank and the thief were having a hard time trying to dodge their attacks and fight back at the same time. The mage alone was not pulling enough damage to settle the situation, but all of it changed when Liam joined the fray. He did not take out his sword this time. He wanted to rely on mana more, and fine-tune his mana control, and understand more about casting spells. Fireball, fireball, fireball. Liam cast the same spell over and over again, each time picturing a ball of energy gathering and shooting out forward. He tried to increase it and decrease it at his will, without worrying about the actual damage numbers he was dealing. And standing right beside him were his two pets, who were yet to do anything. The three of them looked quite relaxed and carefree when compared to the rest of the team, who were barely breathing, and struggling to get a grip on the fight.